Welcome back to Dreamland Encounters. As the night settles around you, we invite you into a quieter world where forgotten sightings and hidden encounters quietly resurface. These are the UFO stories that never made headlines, but maybe they were never meant to. As you drift off, ask yourself, why do certain dreams return? Lights in the sky, strange visitors, missing time. Could they be something more? The blue sphere of Barilos hung in the Argentine night on August 1st, 1995. Captain Jorge Palano guided his Boeing 727 toward Barilas's challenging tarmac, nestled between lakes and snow-covered peaks known for treacherous wind currents. As Flight 674 descended, the stars above Baralo glittered like scattered crystals against the black sky. Palano, a veteran pilot for Aerolíneas Argentina, had navigated countless night flights, but something felt different this evening. The instrument panel suddenly blinked. Just a second, but enough to catch Palano's attention. No warning lights appeared, yet he radioed the tower. Barilos Tower, this is Flight 674, we're on final approach. Lights just flickered. Please confirm runways. A tense response crackled back. Flight 674 standby, power outage reported at the airport. Generators coming online, then his co-pilot's sharp voice cut through the cockpit. What is that? To their left, a bright blue sphere moved perfectly parallel to their descent. Smooth. Silent. No visible engines, no navigation lights. Just an eerie cobalt glow that seemed to shimmer at its edges like a heat mirage. The sphere darted closer, then stopped abruptly, mid-air as if hitting an invisible barrier. It dropped back, allowing the aircraft to pass, then resumed its pace alongside them. Flight 674, Palano reported to the tower. We are being shadowed by an unknown object. Bright blue light, no ID, no transponder. Approximately our altitude, about 300 meters off port. Silence hung heavy in the radio transmission. Then came the tower's Flight 674. We have visual from ground. Object observed near your aircraft. The city lights below, scattered across the Andean foothills like a luminous necklace. Witnesses to an extraordinary moment suspended between earth and sky. A strange blue sphere had caught the attention of multiple witnesses at the airport, including control tower staff, just as the plane approached. Moments before the object appeared, the entire airport experienced an inexplicable power failure. Backup systems initially failed to respond, leaving only emergency lighting operational. Pilot Palano had no choice but to initiate a go-around. As the Boeing 727 climbed away, the blue sphere remained constant at their side, neither aggressive nor evasive. Suddenly, it veered straight up, accelerating with impossible speed into the upper atmosphere and vanishing among the stars. The aircraft eventually landed safely, guided by emergency lights. Once on the tarmac, Palano, his co-pilot and flight attendants provided matching accounts to airport authorities. Within 24 hours, local news picked up the story, which quickly spread to national outlets. During interviews, Palano remained calm and consistent. He emphasized that the object wasn't a plane or weather balloon, but something that moved with intelligence and awareness. The Argentine Air Force launched an investigation, confirming radar contact with an unknown object at the exact time and location. Civil aviation authorities acknowledged the airport blackout, but couldn't explain the backup system's failure. Ground witnesses, including airport personnel and nearby civilians, described a bright blue orb moving silently and precisely. A military crew flying in the area reported seeing the same object minutes before Flight 674's encounter. One technician at Barilas Airport described the control panel lights dimming, saying everything seemed to be draining power, communication, even the radios produced static. Official reports avoided the term UFO, instead using unknown aerial phenomenon. Investigators admitted no conventional explanation matched the object's flight behavior or appearance. Comprehensive checks revealed no satellites, weather balloons, or aircraft in the area. Meteorological conditions were clear, with no atmospheric anomalies to account for the incident. The mysterious blue sphere remained an unexplained event, defying standard scientific explanation. The Barilas case remains a mysterious event that continues to captivate aviation experts, UFO researchers, and skeptics decades after it occurred. At the center of the story is Julio Palano, a pilot whose experience was truly life-altering yet remarkably understated. During the incident, something extraordinary happened that defied conventional explanation. Passengers reported seeing a strange blue light outside their windows, while a flight attendant recalled the moment the lights flickered and an unsettling tension filled the cabin. Despite no official briefing, multiple witnesses corroborated the unusual occurrence. The Argentine Air Force's investigation added weight to the account, acknowledging radar traces that matched the timing and trajectory of the blue sphere. No country claimed ownership of the object, and no known experimental aircraft operated in the region. This left investigators with more questions than answers. Over the years, skeptics proposed alternative explanations like electrical phenomena, ball lightning, or atmospheric optical illusions. However, these theories fell short of explaining the radar contact, the object's coordinated movement with the aircraft, and the consistent visual sightings from both air and ground. Polano himself never sought attention or profit from his experience. He consistently presented the facts at international UFO conferences with calm professionalism. It was real, he once stated in an interview. Whatever it was flying, and it wasn't one of ours. His measured approach earned him credibility even among those initially skeptical. Power company officials could not determine the reason for the sudden blackout that accompanied the event. A photograph of the airport control room, illuminated only by battery-powered lamps, and radar logs from civilian and military installations stand as silent testament to the incident's unusual nature. One passenger even captured an image of the snow-covered runway as the plane taxied to the terminal after the encounter. The event remains one of the most respected UFO reports in Latin America, if not the world, precisely because of its lack of sensationalism and the integrity of its primary witness. Blue emergency lights slice through the foggy night. The faint bluish dot hovers uncertainly in the sky, barely visible. Experts can't agree. On July 31st, 1970, something extraordinary happened at Lake N10 in Sweden. The evening was calm, twilight stretching across Västgötland County's dense forests. Two friends, Kjell Nielsen and Bank Svensson, sat by the shore of Lake Anton, sipping coffee and enjoying their annual camping tradition. Kjell and Bank were ordinary guys from Alzos, working modest jobs and seeking a quiet retreat from routine. They were nature lovers, not thrill seekers. This night seemed like any other, until everything changed in an instant. The first sign was eerie silence. Crickets stopped mid-chirp. The atmosphere shifted, becoming unnaturally still. Then they saw it, a metallic disc, about 10 meters wide, hovering just above the trees on the opposite shore. Its dull gray surface barely caught the fading light, while a reddish glow pulsed underneath, illuminating the forest canopy. Kjell instinctively ducked. Bank stood frozen, transfixed. The object moved with impossible smoothness, making no sound, showing no visible means of propulsion. Then, incredibly, it descended directly into the water, creating a splash that echoed across the lake. Some analysts claim it's a trick of light, others aren't convinced. What remains is a compelling narrative. Trained professionals' testimony, radar anomalies, ground witness accounts, a consistent story that defies simple explanation. The Bariloche incident might not provide answers, but it leaves behind questions that persist to this day. A clear night over the Andes, a plane preparing to land, something watching, silent, glowing, deliberate, then vanishing. The Lake Anton sighting became one of Sweden's most credible and perplexing UFO encounters. A 30-minute event that would challenge everything people thought they knew about what might be possible. The object didn't sink right away. For a few seconds it floated partially submerged, its red glow slowly fading before vanishing below the waterline. Kjell and Banks stood stunned at the lake's edge, staring at the water bubbling lightly where the object had disappeared. A faint, metallic smell hung in the air. No words were spoken. What they'd witnessed defied explanation. This wasn't a helicopter. No rotor noise. Not a plane either. No wings, no fuselage. Its movement was unlike anything man-made. They waited by the lake past midnight, but the object never resurfaced. The next day, they drove back to Alice, uncertain about reporting their experience. Eventually, they contacted the police. Their story might have been dismissed, but an independent witness changed everything. A nearby farmer tending to his animals that night had seen the same thing. A strange light descending over the lake, a reddish glow, silent movement, an odd splash. His account matched Kjell and Banks's details precisely. With multiple credible witnesses, the Swedish military took quiet interest. Naval divers arrived at Lake Anton weeks later. They made no public statements, but locals saw military vehicles and boats equipped with sonar scanning the area. Kjell and Banks provided formal statements. Investigators noted their genuine shock and lack of attention-seeking behavior. Their stories remained consistent under careful scrutiny. Weeks later, Rumors emerged about scorched vegetation discovered on the lake bed. Submerged plants appeared damaged or flash-boiled, suggesting extreme heat had been applied. Yet no official military report was released, and any physical evidence was swiftly classified or removed. This incident was particularly intriguing because Lake Anton had long been the subject of local legends, with fishermen whispering about strange lights and unexplained phenomena. Decades after the incident, the Lake Anton UFO sighting remains one of Scandinavia's most compelling unexplained events. Witnesses Kellenbank have consistently maintained their account, never wavering despite numerous interviews with journalists, UFO researchers, and skeptics. In 1985, 15 years after the mysterious encounter, they participated in a televised documentary about Swedish UFO encounters. Their demeanor was unflinchingly earnest and factual. When directly asked about the nature of what they saw, Kell's response was measured. "I don't know what it was. I only know what we saw. It wasn't a plane. It wasn't a boat. It wasn't anything I've seen before or since." Independent investigators later sought to verify their story. They meticulously examined the witnesses' vantage point, confirming an unobstructed view of the lake. Official weather archives and geographical data corroborated every detail of their original description. No evidence suggested fabrication. Over time, other strange reports emerged from the area. Hikers spoke of unusual magnetic interference, with compasses spinning wildly or pointing incorrectly. A local researcher detected elevated radiation levels in a shallow inlet near the suspected impact site, though no scientific agency officially confirmed these findings. Skeptics proposed alternative explanations, perhaps a secret military test or an elaborate misunderstanding. Yet these theories struggled to account for the object's silent movement, its peculiar behavior, and the subsequent response of military divers. The lake remains an enigma. Dark waters reflect the northern skies, concealing whatever secrets might lurk beneath. Locals still occasionally glance toward the far shore, not in expectation, but with a lingering sense of wonder. While no definitive conclusion exists, the Lake Anton sighting stands as one of the strongest multi-witness submersion UFO cases in Scandinavian history. It continues to intrigue researchers and spark imagination, a testament to the enduring mystery of unexplained phenomena. On November 17, 1986, the skies over Alaska stretched out endlessly in white, frozen wilderness. At 35,000 feet, Japan Airlines Flight 1628 cruised through this vast landscape, a Boeing 747 cargo freighter, loaded with electronics, making its way from Paris to Tokyo. Captain Kenju Taroshi was relaxed, a veteran pilot with over 10,000 hours of flight experience. Sunlight slanted low on the horizon, casting a soft golden hue through thin cloud layers. His crew, co-pilot Takanori Tamafuji and flight engineer Yoshio Takuba, chatted quietly behind him. Suddenly, everything changed. Tamafuji spotted something out the left window. At first, Tarachi saw nothing. Then two pale orbs emerged against the starry backdrop, glowing amber and moving with impossible speed. These weren't like any aircraft he'd encountered before. The objects flew alongside the 747, slightly below and ahead. They pulsed with light, shifting shape, elongating and compressing almost as if alive. Each time Tarushi blinked, they seemed to move, jerking and sliding through the air without turbulence. Tarauchi radioed Anchorage Center. "We have traffic. 2 unidentified objects moving with us at our altitude." The response was calm but surprised. "Roger, no traffic in your vicinity." Then the objects surged forward, positioning themselves directly in front of the plane, just 500 feet away. A blinding light flooded the cockpit, forcing Tarushi to shield his eyes. Instruments flickered, and static crawled across the radar. The crew watched in awe as the objects maintained formation, pulsing with energy before vanishing. But the encounter wasn't over. Moments later, a massive dark object appeared behind them, adding another layer of mystery to this extraordinary event. The massive dark object dwarfed the 747, resembling 2 stacked aircraft carriers. Tarachi later described it as a mothership, its silhouette like a flattened walnut against the dimming sky, completely devoid of light. Tension mounted as the crew grew increasingly uneasy. Tarushi requested a course deviation of 15 deg, which Anchorage Center approved. Yet, the object followed, mirroring every movement. Another request came to descend to flight level 310, which was also granted. Again, the mysterious object maintained its precise position. Radar confirmation came from multiple sources. Both Allendorf AFB's Air Force radar and the FAA station in Anchorage detected a second radar return. The FAA would later acknowledge that military and civilian radar picked up anomalous readings consistent with the aircraft's report. At one point, radar texts showed a primary target near Flight 1628, with no transponder and no known flight plan. As the plane approached Anchorage, the object vanished from sight. Tarushi landed safely, and the crew immediately debriefed military and FAA personnel. What could have been just another classified incident took an unexpected turn when Tarushi chose to go public. Unlike many who came before him, Tarushi spoke openly. He gave interviews, created detailed drawings, and calmly described the encounter. Fluent in English and remarkably composed, he became the central figure in one of aviation's most extraordinary UFO events. He made no alien claims or wild theories, just a straightforward account of what he, his crew, and their instruments had experienced. The FAA launched a comprehensive investigation. John Callahan, then Chief of Accidents and Investigations, reviewed radar tapes, voice recordings, and pilot testimony. What he discovered was deeply troubling. Multiple radar returns showed a stationary object with no transponder, no flight path, and behavior that defied explanation. Years later, Callahan would state definitively, "It was clear. It wasn't an airplane. We showed the data to the CIA, the FBI, the Air Force. They were all there." Shortly after, he was instructed to maintain silence about the incident. The Zanfreda abductions began on December 6, 1978, in Treglia, Italy, with a Fiat's headlights cutting through dense fog. But another extraordinary encounter would become a cornerstone of UFO aviation cases, Flight 1628. Captain Kenju Tarushi was not a man prone to fantasy or chasing headlines. By all accounts, he was the kind of pilot you'd want in charge when things go wrong. Calm, deliberate, focused. What he experienced was not a mistake or misunderstanding, but something real that flew alongside him across Alaska's frozen silence. 3 trained aviation professionals saw the objects with their own eyes. Military and FAA radar confirmed a solid object. Their behavior professional measured, requesting evasive action, conveyed the event's seriousness. This wasn't panic or confusion, but something else entirely. The government classified the encounter and buried the data, but Tarushi saved copies. In the early 2000s, he released the materials and testified at the National Press Club, joining other aviation experts who had similar experiences. To this day, no conclusive explanation exists. Was it an unknown atmospheric phenomenon? A radar glitch amplified by stress? None of these theories matched the facts. In 1987, continued media pressure led the FAA to reassign Tarushi to a desk job, citing concerns about his judgment. Pilots, unions, and the public criticized the decision, seeing it as punishment for telling the truth. After several years, he was reinstated and continued flying until retirement, never changing his story. What made this case unique wasn't the sighting's magnitude, but its credibility. Few UFO incidents have such tight alignment between aircrew testimony and radar data. Even skeptics struggle with this case, as it defies typical dismissal tactics. No swamp gas, no Venus, no atmospheric anomalies, just a seasoned pilot, a massive unknown object, and a flight that changed the conversation about what truly inhabits our skies. The road to Via Nostra cut a thin, icy path through the Ligurian mountains. No cars stirred, no sounds broke the silence, just the low hum of an engine and occasional tire crunch against frozen ground. Pier Fortunato Zanfreda gripped the wheel with unusual tension as midnight approached the remote village of Treglia. Something felt wrong, though he couldn't explain why. Minutes later, he parked and stepped out. His boots sank into damp soil while flashlight beams sliced through darkness. The air felt dense, charged with an almost electric anticipation. Strange pressure built in his ears, as if the atmosphere itself sensed something unseen. Breath fogging in short, uneasy bursts, Zanfreda approached the villa grounds. Suddenly, silence shattered. A massive movement stirred the hedros. He froze. His light revealed impossible figures, towering beings nearly 3 meters tall, standing motionless in the bushes. Scaled, greenish skin. Yellow eyes glowing, bulky metallic suits hissing faintly. His mouth went dry. Before he could draw his pistol, a searing white light consumed him. He screamed. The radio crackled. "Zanfreda, come in." Only static answered. Then a chilling transmission. "They're here." Then silence. An hour later, Carabinieri discovered Zanfreda sitting in his patrol car, engine still running. He was shaking, mute, eyes wide with terror. Burn marks scarred his uniform. His untouched pistol remained holstered, a detail he couldn't explain. At 1:10 a.m., a landmark alien encounter began. Zanfreda later described being lifted into a craft by blinding light, surrounded by enormous reptilian beings communicating telepathically. They claimed origin from the third galaxy, a planet orbiting Teoti. They had been watching, studying, waiting, and he was chosen. Media erupted. Headlines blazed about the terrified security guard's extraordinary claim. While many dismissed his story, the Carabinieri's investigation would ensure this encounter entered European UFO history. A comprehensive report drew significant attention from researchers, psychologists, and skeptics due to its emotionally charged and physically evidenced account. Mau Moretti from the International Center of Medical Hypnosis in Milan conducted a series of hypnosis sessions with Zanfreda, meticulously recording and analyzing each interaction. During these sessions, Zanfreda described multiple abductions with remarkable consistency. His accounts detailed towering beings, at least 9 feet tall, with bumpy skin, clawed hands, and piercing glowing eyes. Their technology seemed incomprehensible, delivered in a clinical, almost detached manner. A central message emerged: humans were not prepared for contact. One particularly haunting session saw Zanfreda break down in tears while recounting a creature inserting a clear sphere into his skull, purportedly to monitor him. He was more than a mere witness. He was an unwilling messenger, carrying an urgent warning. Between 1979 and 1980, Zanfreda experienced several mysterious disappearances during his patrol routes. Guards reported seeing strange lights shooting into the sky just before his radio went silent. Hours later, he would be found in distant locations, drenched in sweat, disoriented, and suffering from complete memory loss. Physical evidence supported his extraordinary claim. Soil samples from the original site showed compression and slight scorching, with semicircular indentations suggesting the presence of an extremely heavy object. Local villagers, including mechanic Carlo Rosi, reported unusual nocturnal sky phenomena and strange animal behavior. Rosie's dog had refused to approach the wooded area near the villa for days. What made Zanfreda's account particularly compelling was his evident disinterest in personal gain. He consistently refused book offers and media attention. When he finally appeared on Italian television in the mid-1880s, his discomfort was palpable, trembling hands and nervous eyes betraying his inner turmoil. Yet, remarkably, his narrative remained unaltered. Journalist Reno D. Stefano, who investigated the case for over a decade, found Zanfred's testimony consistently credible. Through numerous interviews, Stefano uncovered a story that challenged conventional understanding, presenting a narrative that was both deeply personal and profoundly mysterious. A dozen witnesses saw it fall that night. Along Highway 3, drivers slammed their brakes. Onlookers stepped out of their homes, shielding their eyes from the searing glow overhead. The night exploded with light as something streaked low across the Atlantic horizon, trailing an amber brilliance that shimmered like fire. It wasn't a shooting star. It was too slow, too controlled. Then came the impact, a flash, a thunderous splash, and silence. In the quiet fishing village of Shag Harbor, Nova Scotia, something crashed into the sea on October 4th, 1967. The police responded within minutes. The Navy sent divers. Yet, no wreckage, no plane, and no answers ever surfaced. This would become one of the most baffling and best documented UFO encounters in Canadian history. Years later, Zanfreda, a small-town night watchman, became the central figure in this mysterious event. Mental health evaluations found no signs of psychosis or delusion, despite skeptics arguing he might have suffered hallucinations or psychological trauma. Stefano published multiple articles in a book compiling the vast documentation. The public remained divided. Some believed his story aligned too closely with emerging global alien abduction accounts to be mere coincidence. In Toria, where hills remain quiet and roads twist through mountains, memories of that strange winter night linger. A small plaque near the villa now marks the alleged landing site, not as proof, but as recognition of one man's unwavering testimony. Now retired and living in obscurity, Zanfreda rarely speaks publicly. In a rare interview decades later, he said quietly, "I didn't want this. I still wish it had never happened, but I can't forget what I saw, and I never will." The case remains open, both literally and figuratively. No one has disproved Zanfreda's account, and perhaps that is the most unsettling part of all. If what he claimed was true, then we are not alone. Someone or something chose a solitary night watchman in a mountain village to remind us of that fact. On the night of the incident, Something strange happened in Shag Harbor that defied explanation. An 18-year-old named Laurie Wickens and her 4 friends were driving when they spotted what appeared to be a low-flying aircraft with flashing lights descending at an angle before plunging into the dark harbor waters. Their sighting was far from unique. At least 11 other witnesses called in similar reports that evening. Each described an unidentified object with yellow lights falling from the sky, floating briefly and then vanishing beneath the surface. When Corporal Ron O'Brien from the RCMP arrived at the shoreline, locals were already gathered, pointing to a glowing object about 800 feet offshore, partially submerged and casting a soft yellow light across the waves. O'Brien immediately radioed an emergency call. Concerned about potential survivors in what seemed like a crashed aircraft, fishermen from nearby villages quickly launched boats into the harbor. Captain Harold Dobson later recounted that, as they approached the glowing mass, it began to fade and sank below the water within minutes, completely disappearing. The subsequent search revealed nothing: no oil slick, no debris, no bodies. It was as if whatever had fallen simply vanished. Local newspapers ran with the headline, "UFO sinks in Shag Harbor," sparking widespread speculation. The Canadian military swiftly ruled out any conventional explanation. Every commercial and military flight was accounted for. No aircraft had gone missing, and there were no emergency calls, distress signals, or radar anomalies suggesting an accident. The Rescue Coordination Center in Halifax responded by dispatching the Royal Canadian Navy and Fleet Diving Unit Atlantic Divers. For 3 days, they meticulously searched the ocean floor using sonar scans and diving equipment, covering an extensive grid in the harbor and surrounding waters. Their efforts yielded no results. On October 6th, just 2 days after the incident, the Canadian Department of National Defense issued a memo about the mysterious occurrence, adding another layer to the already perplexing event. On October 4th, 1967, something unusual happened over Shag Harbor, Nova Scotia. Witnesses reported a large object, approximately 60 feet long, with flashing lights crashing into the water and floating briefly before vanishing. No missing aircraft was reported, and subsequent search efforts found nothing. Decades later, researchers Chris Stiles and Don Ledger began investigating the incident. Through interviews and declassified documents, they uncovered a more complex narrative. According to multiple sources, the object didn't simply disappear but moved underwater, somehow evading initial sonar detection. The object was reportedly tracked near Shelburne, Nova Scotia, a location housing a top-secret American submarine detection base from the Cold War era. Some sources suggested a second object joined the first, prompting quiet military deployments and extensive monitoring. Despite these claims, the Canadian Navy officially denied any significant findings, stating the search operation was closed due to lack of results. An anonymous former diver shared intriguing details about the aftermath. He described being stationed near Shelburne during a tightly controlled operation in the days following the incident. His team was instructed to report any submerged objects, though he never personally confirmed seeing anything unusual. Yet, he remained convinced something was being tracked underwater. The case remains mysterious. No physical evidence has ever been recovered, no sonar data released, and no diver has officially confirmed an underwater craft. However, the immediate and extensive military response, involving search and rescue teams and naval divers, suggested something extraordinary had occurred. Stiles and Ledger's book Dark Object highlighted these unusual circumstances, pointing out the military's unusual level of engagement in an incident that officially involved no downed aircraft and no known threat. The Shag Harbor incident remains a compelling example of a government acknowledging an unexplained aerial event. The Shag Harbor incident remains one of the most credible and thoroughly documented UFO cases in North America. Unlike many UFO stories, this event wasn't based on shaky footage or unverified claims, but was immediate, recorded, and investigated, yet never resolved. The coordination between Canadian and American forces suggests authorities took the event extremely seriously. While skeptics argued the witnesses might have seen a meteor or re-entering satellite, meteorologists dismissed this theory. A meteor wouldn't float, cast a yellow glow on water, generate audible crashes, or remain illuminated and bobbing on the surface for several minutes. Multiple independent witnesses consistently reported these details, which remain a central mystery. Some have suggested the object could have been an experimental military vehicle or a secretive re-entry capsule, possibly from the United States. This might explain the rapid military deployment, governmental silence, and lack of public follow-up. However, no evidence of such a craft was ever recovered. and the Canadian military denied knowledge of any object entering their waters. The town of Shag Harbour has embraced its unusual historical moment. A small museum near the shore and a monument mark the event, and an annual UFO festival commemorates the mystery. Older locals still discuss that night, the lights, the sound, the object on the water, and how quickly it all vanished. Beneath the folklore lies a core of solid, unanswered data. Dozens of witnesses, official reports, divers searching the water, military secrecy, a glowing object seen crashing into the sea, and ultimately nothing found. In a world saturated with dubious sightings and hoaxes, the Shag Harbour case stands out for its authenticity, real response, and complete lack of closure. The event is included in official UFO literature, cited in Canadian defense files, and frequently referenced in academic studies of unidentified aerial phenomena. The consistent, documented nature of the incident sets it apart from typical UFO narratives. People looked up and stopped moving. A bright object hung motionless above the city, unnaturally still and intensely luminous. Rumors spread quickly. Some believed it was a helicopter. Others suggested a missile, but no. Landlines went dead across the area. Marabad International. Something was in the sky, too low, too bright, and too silent to ignore. The Iranian Air Force responded swiftly. Fighters were scrambled. What would unfold would become a legendary military encounter, marked by failed radar locks, disabled weapon systems, and pilots left bewildered by something beyond known scientific understanding. Major Parvi Jafari, a seasoned officer, was the second pilot sent to intercept the mysterious object. Taking off from Shiraki Air Base in an F-4 Phantom, he was determined to investigate after the first interceptor had been forced to retreat due to instrument failures. Climbing to 23,000 feet, Jafari radioed the tower with his observations. The object was flashing with intense red, green, orange, and blue lights, continuously changing shape. His radar operator confirmed the contact, a large blip similar to a Boeing 777 hovering silently in place. As Jafari approached within 25 nautical miles, a smaller object suddenly detached from the main craft and darted toward his jet. When he attempted to arm his missiles, nothing happened. His weapons control panel went dead along with his radio. Cockpit lights blinked out, plunging him into darkness. Diving evasively, Jafari watched the smaller object return to the larger craft. He then witnessed the original object descend rapidly toward Earth, seemingly landing softly near Thron. As he circled to observe, another object emerged and circled his position at incredible speed, once again causing his aircraft's electronics to fail. Shaken and unable to explain his experience, Jafari returned to base, leaving behind an encounter that defied all rational explanation. The night sky over Iran bore witness to an extraordinary encounter that would capture the attention of top military and intelligence officials. When Jafari landed, high-ranking officers and intelligence personnel immediately debriefed him. They inspected his jet systems, finding no faults. The electronic failure had been temporary, occurring only during the strange incident. Civilian witnesses on the ground reported identical strange lights, experiencing an eerie silence. No engines, no rotors. The Iranian Air Force meticulously documented the event, filing a comprehensive incident report that was promptly sent to the U.S. Defense Attaché Office in Tehran. Washington took notice. The report reached high-level agencies, including the Defense Intelligence Agency and the CIA. A declassified DIA report from October 1976 provided remarkable details. It confirmed that both F-4 jets experienced radar lock-ons followed by complete electronic failure when approaching the object. The report noted a glowing craft visible to pilots and ground control, with smaller, highly maneuverable objects detaching from it. The document was unequivocal in its assessment. This was a classic UFO case meeting all scientific criteria. Multiple witnesses from different locations, both in the air and on the ground, provided consistent accounts. The credibility was heightened by the presence of an experienced Air Force general, and the object's flight characteristics were nothing short of extraordinary. This occurred during the Cold War's height, when Iran was a crucial U.S. ally with one of the region's most well-funded militaries. The U.S. had significant investments in Iranian air defense capabilities. This was no simple misidentification or pilot hallucination. Former NSA and CIA officers confirmed the incident's significance, revealing it circulated among top intelligence circles for years and was referenced in later briefings about unexplained aerial threats. To this day, no known aircraft, foreign or domestic, has been identified as responsible for the event. Skeptics proposed various explanations. a misidentified satellite, atmospheric anomalies, or electronic malfunction. Yet these theories crumbled when confronted with the specifics. Two separate jets losing identical systems at the exact moment of visual and radar contact, multiple objects maneuvering inexplicably, and ground-level sightings that perfectly corroborated the pilot's account. Iranian military pilot Jafari consistently maintained his extraordinary account of an encounter that defied explanation. Decades after the incident, he spoke with unwavering clarity about an object that moved in ways no known aircraft could. His testimony before the Disclosure Project in 2001 was unequivocal. The object was real, intelligently controlled, and possessed technologies far beyond any known aircraft. Radar operators that night corroborated his account, tracking a secondary object moving at over Mach 3 times the speed of sound. This speed exceeded most military aircraft capabilities and matched no known drone or missile of the era. The landing site near Thron was investigated by military ground teams, with some reporting a scorched area and unusual radiation readings, though no public documentation emerged. Despite repeated attempts by researchers and journalists, most official Iranian files remain classified. Yet enough evidence has surfaced: witness testimony, USDIA reports, flight logs, and radar data to make this one of the most compelling military UFO encounters ever documented. It includes multiple credible witnesses, physical effects, instrument failure, radar confirmation, and signs of intelligent control. Rarely discussed publicly, the incident was buried under decades of secrecy and geopolitical tension. Unlike typical UFO stories, this account came from a military pilot entrusted with national defense and was confirmed by the militaries of two nations. No prosaic explanation has ever been found. Not by the Shah's government, not by Americans, not by skeptics. In the shadow of history, this encounter remains a chilling reminder that something unknown shares our skies. Something neither ours nor theirs, yet undeniably present. The incident stands as a testament to an unexplained phenomenon that continues to challenge our understanding of what might exist beyond our current technological comprehension. The night was calm over the dark countryside as a military helicopter cruised steadily through the sky. On October 18, 1973, just after 10:30 p.m., the crew of 4 flew routine flight patterns between Columbus and Cleveland. At 2,500 feet above ground, everything seemed normal. Suddenly, Sergeant Robert Janaszek spotted a red light moving rapidly toward them from the west. What initially looked like a standard navigation beacon quickly revealed itself as something entirely different. The light changed trajectory, diving directly toward the Huey with startling speed. Pilot Coyne immediately took control, initiating a sharp descent to avoid potential collision. The helicopter dropped from 2,500 to 1,700 feet in under 30 seconds, but the mysterious object matched their every move, staying locked above them before coming to an abrupt halt. Now clearly visible, a grey metallic cigar-shaped craft, nearly the size of a commercial jet, hovered completely still. From its center, a precise green light beam emerged, focusing directly on the helicopter. The cockpit transformed, bathed in an unnatural green glow that illuminated everything without casting a single shadow. Instrument chaos followed. The magnetic compass spun wildly, radio communication ceased, the altimeter stopped responding, and even the controls felt momentarily unresponsive. Each crew member sat in stunned silence, suddenly aware that everything they understood about reality was being challenged. Less than a minute later, the object vanished. Without a sound, it shot westward at an impossible speed, disappearing into the horizon in a fraction of a second. When the crew regained their composure, something peculiar became apparent. Despite their earlier descent, the helicopter was now climbing at 1,000 feet per minute, seemingly lifted by an unseen force. The encounter left them bewildered, their professional training and logical understanding completely upended by an experience that defied explanation. At 3,000 feet above their original altitude, the crew of the aircraft sat puzzled. None of them had touched the controls. Coyne leveled the plane and contacted Cleveland Air Traffic Control, which was now functioning again. He reported an unidentified object at their location, and the FAA logged the call. On the ground in Mansfield, civilian witnesses corroborated their account. A mother driving with her children saw a large object with red and green lights crossing the road overhead before shooting skyward. Nearby, a police officer observed a strange light hovering near the treetops. After landing safely, the crew immediately filed an official report with their commanding officers. The Army took the incident seriously, later debriefing the men through military intelligence. Both the FAA and other agencies conducted quiet inquiries, though no official explanation was ever provided. What sets this incident apart wasn't just the visual confirmation or electromagnetic interference, but the credibility of the witnesses. These weren't amateur enthusiasts, but trained military pilots responsible for multi-ton aircraft with years of experience identifying aerial threats. Their accounts remained consistent. Captain Coyne, who received the National Enquirer's Blue Ribbon Panel Award for UFO reporting, vetted by scientists and military officers, maintained the same account until his death in 2011. He never sought fame or profit, instead describing the event soberly and professionally as something he couldn't explain. A decade later, the United Nations invited Coyne to speak at a panel on unexplained aerial phenomena. He calmly recounted the details of that October night, describing the object, its beam, and how the helicopter mysteriously ascended without input. His presence gave the topic a legitimacy rarely seen in such cases. Investigators found no known aircraft in the area that could have behaved similarly. No military exercises, confirmed radar traffic, or weather anomalies could explain the event. The FAA verified the altitude gain, and the electromagnetic interference matching the compass failure defied conventional explanation. The US government has never released documents contradicting the account of 4 men who encountered an inexplicable aerial phenomenon over Mansfield. The helicopter crew's experience has become a cornerstone in both UFO literature and military briefings on unidentified aerial phenomena. What happened that night defied all rational explanation. Theories from skeptics fell apart quickly. A meteor doesn't hover or shine green beams. A refueling plane couldn't stop mid-air without sound or lift. The vertical movement and beam's behavior were simply impossible to explain. Jesse and his crew were profoundly affected. In later interviews, they described an eerie silence after the object disappeared. None wanted to speak. They knew what they'd seen made no sense. Janacek admitted he struggled to sleep for weeks, stating the encounter fundamentally changed his worldview. The green beam was deliberate. It wasn't scanning or searching. It was aimed. Whoever or whatever controlled the object knew exactly where they were. No aircraft or technology then or now matches the description of what they experienced. This remains one of the most credible close encounters in UFO history. A silent visitor hovered just long enough to be seen, to be felt, and to transform 4 men's lives forever. Then it vanished as mysteriously as it appeared. The incident has never been debunked and remains a pivotal case in international reviews of unidentified aerial phenomena. To this day, no prosaic explanation exists for what occurred in the skies over Mansfield that night. Students at Westall High and Westall Primary watched in awe as an unidentified object glided westward and descended behind pine trees bordering a nearby paddock. Chaos quickly followed. Around 200 students vaulted the school fence, racing toward the mysterious disc. Teachers shouted for them to return, but curiosity overwhelmed discipline. Children flooded through the school's back gate into the open field where the object reportedly touched down. Though it vanished within minutes, its impact would endure for decades. This 1966 incident remains one of Australia's largest mass UFO sightings, still unexplained. Back at the school, excitement and confusion reigned. Staff huddled in the teacher's lounge, some visibly shaken, others skeptical. Dark-suited men soon arrived, identified as government officials, though their exact department remained unknown. They questioned staff quietly but insistently, claiming students were mistaken and the event was merely a weather balloon. Then they departed. Hours later, a Channel 9 news team visited. A journalist and cameraman interviewed students and teachers, but mysteriously the footage never aired. Reports suggest the footage was seized or lost, and one journalist claimed he was instructed to stop investigating. At the paddock site, students reported a large circular patch of flattened grass where the disc had apparently landed. Some boys approached before the object suddenly lifted off, shooting into the sky at impossible speed. "I saw it go straight up," recalled Joy Clark, a student, "not at an angle, straight up. And it was gone in seconds." Terry Peake told investigators she saw 5 planes chasing the object before its disappearance. Other witnesses described hearing a humming or whirring sound as it ascended. The pilots were never identified and no official military activity was acknowledged. The official explanation, quickly issued in the aftermath, remained frustratingly vague. The Westall incident was a shared experience that defied explanation. Hundreds of witnesses, students, teachers, and local residents all described the same craft with remarkable consistency. For decades they stayed silent, fearing ridicule and potential consequences. Students knew it wasn't just a weather balloon, despite official claims. They saw something moving in ways no known aircraft could. One science teacher, Andrew Greenwood, later broke his silence about the extraordinary event. He described a dull, grey, almost metallic object that hovered and moved at incredible speed without making a sound. The aftermath was swift and chilling. Teachers were warned not to speak to media. Students were instructed to forget what they had seen. Some reported being approached by men claiming to be government officials who firmly told them to stop talking. Greenwood himself was threatened. His job, career, and reputation were on the line if he spoke out. Yet the story survived, passed quietly from one person to another through the years. As the stigma around UFO encounters began to fade in the early 2000s, witnesses started coming forward. In 2006, on the 40th anniversary, a public gathering near the school brought many original witnesses together. Their accounts remained unchanged. Physical evidence was frustratingly scarce. The crop circle was never formally analyzed. The paddock was quickly bulldozed and developed. Channel 9 footage remains missing. No official report has ever been made public. Even skeptics struggle to explain the incident. Weather balloons don't behave this way. They can't land vertically, hover, move laterally, or outrun planes. Today, the Westall incident stands as one of the most enduring unsolved mass sightings in UFO history. What makes this case so compelling is not just the number of witnesses, but their credibility. These weren't attention seekers, but ordinary people who had witnessed something extraordinary and kept silent for decades. A moment when the sky briefly revealed something beyond understanding. They were driving home on a quiet winter night along FM 1485, a narrow road cutting through dense East Texas pinwoods between New Kenny and Huffman. No street lamps, no other cars, just blacktop brush and pine. The sky felt close, the forest wrapped around them. Behind the wheel was Betty Cash, with her friend Vicky Landrum, a devout Christian grandmother, beside her. In the back seat, 7-year-old Colby Landrum was buckled in. They had just finished dinner at a local restaurant and were heading back to Dayton, Texas. What happened next would become one of the most disturbing and enduring unsolved cases in UFO history. Ahead of them, hovering low over the road, was a massive diamond-shaped object. Metallic and rough-edged, it pulsed with orange-red light. Bursts of flame and roaring heat erupted from its base. No markings, no insignias, no navigation lights, just a deep, whooshing roar of fire. Betty stopped the car. The object blocked the road completely. Vicky believed it might be the end of the world, initially thinking it could be a religious vision. She stepped outside briefly with Colby, but the intense heat forced them back. Betty remained outside longer, observing the object until the overwhelming heat drove her inside. She burned her hand on the metal door handle. Suddenly, the object began to lift into the air. The sound of rotors followed. A formation of helicopters, at least 23, according to the witnesses, appeared over the trees. Many were unmistakably CH-47 Chinooks used by the U.S. Army. Others were smaller, possibly UA-1. Decades later, the memory remains vivid for those who witnessed it. Adults now in their 60s and 70s still carry the experience with them. Some dream about that night. Joy Clark, in a 2010 interview, captured it perfectly. We were kids, but we weren't stupid. We saw something, and whatever it was, it didn't belong to this earth. The night was quiet when the helicopters appeared, creating a wide arc around a mysterious object. They escorted it until it vanished into the darkness. The road fell silent, empty. Something was wrong. Within hours of their encounter, the trio began experiencing severe health issues. Betty suffered the most intensely. Her symptoms rapidly escalated. A pounding headache gave way to nausea and vomiting. By morning, her face and scalp were swollen, red, and blistered. Her hair started falling out in clumps. Vicky and Colby also showed signs of exposure, though less severely. Vicky developed burns and eye damage, while Colby experienced a rash, sunburn-like irritation, and vomiting. Betty's condition was so critical that she was admitted to Parkway General Hospital in Houston and placed in isolation. Doctors were baffled. Her symptoms closely resembled radiation poisoning, vomiting, skin lesions, blood cell count abnormalities, and a compromised immune system. Hospital records meticulously documented her deteriorating health over the following days. Vicky's eye problems and skin sensitivity would become chronic, lasting years. Colby's physical symptoms eventually subsided, but the emotional trauma lingered well into adulthood. Desperate for answers, the women reached out everywhere. Local police, military bases, and congressional representatives received their inquiries. They contacted Bergstrom Air Force Base, Fort Hood, and Ellington Field, asking about helicopter activity that night. Every agency consistently denied any area operations in the area. John Schuessler, an aerospace engineer from McDonnell Douglas, began investigating in early 1981. He interviewed the witnesses, visited the site, and examined Betty's medical records and injury photographs. Schuessler was struck by the remarkable consistency of their testimonies even when interviewed separately. Crucially, he discovered the witnesses were not UFO enthusiasts. They had no prior interest in the subject, no history of sensational claims, and stood to lose significant credibility by going public. Yet, they remained committed to sharing their story. In 1982, Betty and Vicky pursued a groundbreaking legal challenge against the U.S. government, seeking $20 million for health damages stemming from their mysterious encounter. Their attorney, Peter Gersten, argued that the government was responsible for either deploying or failing to control a dangerous vehicle. However, the lawsuit encountered significant obstacles during discovery. Government representatives from the Army and Air Force submitted sworn affidavits denying the presence of helicopters or military aircraft in the area. No agency claimed responsibility for the unidentified object or the accompanying helicopters. Consequently, the legal effort was dismissed in 1986 due to an inability to prove government involvement. Despite the legal setback, the case captured widespread attention. Television shows like Unsolved Mysteries, Strange But True, and sightings brought the incident to public awareness. Betty Cash's medical documentation, particularly images of her blistered skin, became a powerful visual element in documentaries exploring UFO encounters with physical ramifications. The case sparked numerous theories about the object's origin. Many researchers speculated it was an experimental U.S. military vehicle, potentially involving a nuclear-powered propulsion system under testing or recovery. The presence of military helicopters seemed to support this hypothesis, suggesting an operation of significant importance. Some researchers linked the sighting to Cold War-era projects like Moondust, which involved retrieving foreign or anomalous space hardware. Alternative theories proposed the object might have been a malfunctioning satellite or a classified black-budget project involving radioactive materials. Skeptics raised valid concerns about the logistics. They questioned how a convoy of 23 helicopters could remain undetected by civilian and military air traffic systems. FAA records for the region showed nothing unusual, and no civilian reports corroborated the massive helicopter presence. Yet the possibility of a clandestine operation remained. Many black projects from the 1980s were only declassified decades later. The object's unique characteristics, its radiation effects, heat emission, and structural design did not align with any known technology of the time. No U.S. aircraft in 1980 featured a diamond shape or used similar propulsion systems. By the 1990s, Betty and Vicky were still grappling with serious health problems stemming from their mysterious encounter. Betty underwent multiple surgeries addressing damage to her gastrointestinal system, skin, and eyes. Vicky, who had previously been in excellent health, now suffered from cataracts, skin lesions, and significant vision loss. Both women maintained until their deaths that their experience was real and that the government was hiding the truth. Betty Cash passed away in 1998 at age 69, while Vicky Landrum died in 2007. As an adult, Colby rarely discusses the case publicly, but has never retracted his original statements. Freedom of Information Act requests filed well into the 2000s produced no evidence of military involvement. No flight records from nearby bases could place helicopters in the area. Officially, the case remains unsolved. What makes the Cashland incident unique among UFO encounters is its combination of direct human suffering, extensive medical documentation, and unexplained military presence. It stands as one of the few UFO events that prompted legal action against the U.S. government. Unlike typical UFO cases relying on grainy videos or sketchy witness drawings, this incident's central evidence consists of hospital records and laboratory tests. No official explanation has ever been provided. The helicopters remain unidentified. The object was never seen again. Researchers and journalists have revisited the location over the years, finding no additional clues. Yet the human impact endures. 3 ordinary people encountered something extraordinary. 2 of them suffered permanent, life-altering injuries. Despite the severity of their experiences, the consistent testimony and extensive public documentation, the government's response has remained unchanged. They were not there. And perhaps that's what continues to provoke the deepest frustration. The night sky became a stage for strange, darting lights that soon captured the island's attention. Initially dismissed by locals, The incidents quickly escalated by October, with reports growing more unsettling. Witnesses described intense, narrow beams of light shooting down from unidentified craft, targeting specific individuals. The victims, predominantly women, experienced alarming symptoms. They were often struck in the chest or neck, suffering burns, puncture wounds, temporary paralysis, and unexplained fatigue. Small burn marks and physical reactions resembling radiation exposure, including nausea, dizziness, headaches, and anemia, became common. One woman recounted a terrifying encounter with a bright blue beam that pierced her ceiling, pinning her to her bed before she lost consciousness. Locals dubbed the phenomenon chupa chupa, meaning suck suck, believing the lights were draining blood or energy from their victims. Fear gripped the community. Fishermen abandoned nighttime work, and families repositioned their beds away from windows and rooftops. Makeshift foil-lined shelters emerged as a desperate protective measure, and churches nightly filled with frightened residents. Desperate for help, Colarese's Mayor José L. Don Favacho Suero contacted the Brazilian military. Their response was unprecedented. A classified investigation named Operation Saucer, led by Captain Orang Bolivar Soares Noya de Holland de Lima, was launched in late October 1977. The task force arrived fully equipped with cameras, telescopes, radar, and mapping tools. Over 4 months, they conducted what would become one of the most comprehensive official UFO investigations in history. Setting up observation posts around Coleiras and nearby municipalities, the team meticulously documented their findings, collecting hundreds of hours of video and photographs and logging dozens of sightings. In 1978, Operation Saucer was suddenly terminated, with the military quietly pulling out and citing no threat or evidence of foreign activity. Air Force officers themselves had witnessed strange lights at close range during the mission. According to later reports, the team observed diverse objects, from small probes to larger structured craft in various shapes: spherical, elliptical, and discoidal. Some glowed while others emitted colored beams. These objects demonstrated intelligent behavior, hovering silently, changing direction abruptly, and sometimes responding to soldiers' flashlights or equipment. Despite the military presence, attacks on locals continued. Soldiers, based on leaked testimony, admitted feeling frightened and confused. Their purpose was to document, not engage. The mystery deepened when, decades later, the Brazilian government declassified Operation Saucer files in 1997. Over 2,000 pages of documents, sketches, and photographs were released, including dozens of witness testimonies and detailed military logs. These documents confirmed the military's investigation of UFO activity and substantial evidence collection. Photographs captured nighttime lights hovering over water, sketches depicted beam-emitting craft, and diagrams illustrated victim injuries. Several released testimonies came from unconnected victims describing nearly identical experiences: a sudden light beam, paralysis, unconsciousness, and afterward, persistent weakness and energy loss. Interviews with Captain Holland, conducted shortly before his death in 1997, proved especially revealing. Holland admitted the sightings were real and that the military had deliberately concealed the event's full extent to prevent public panic. He described the craft's behavior as intelligent and beyond any known aerial technology. In one of his final interviews, he recounted an instance where a craft approached within 100 meters of a military observation post, hovering silently in place. Doctors in the region documented shocking medical evidence from an extraordinary event. Wide Sessum Carvalho, who treated over 40 victims, reported burns, blood abnormalities, and acute fatigue. Her patients showed symptoms consistent with radiation exposure, which she publicly discussed in later years. Captain Holland, who spoke about intelligent objects that would respond to flashlights and follow movements, was later found dead in his home. His death, ruled a suicide, sparked immediate speculation about potential pressures from his disclosures. By the end of 1978, the mysterious phenomena abruptly ceased. The strange lights disappeared, injuries stopped, and life gradually normalized. Yet the psychological impact lingered. Older residents remained deeply affected, often avoiding discussions of those events and experiencing ongoing nightmares and anxiety. Carvalho claimed military officers attempted to silence her during the investigation, but she refused to be intimidated. She firmly believed the victims had suffered genuine harm from something beyond human technological capabilities. Numerous documents from Operation Saucer remain classified, with journalists and researchers repeatedly denied access to full disclosure. No official report has ever comprehensively explained the incidents in Colares during late 1977, This case stands as one of the most significant mass UFO encounters involving direct civilian harm. Its uniqueness stems from the national military's transparent investigative approach, advanced technical equipment usage, extensive evidence collection, and subsequent concealment efforts. Researchers from various disciplines have studied this phenomenon for decades. Theories range from potential non-human intelligence surveillance operations to secret weapons testing, leaving the true nature of the events still unresolved. The trauma of those experiences continues to resonate, with many residents still hesitant to discuss what they witnessed during those extraordinary weeks. On a quiet stretch of State Highway 220 near Warren, Minnesota, a routine patrol turned into an unexplained mystery that would baffle investigators for years. In the early morning hours of August 27, 1979, Deputy Val Johnson was driving through the flat, empty farmland of the Red River Valley when dispatch received a call about a possible aircraft or strange light descending east of Stephen. Johnson, the closest officer on duty, changed course to investigate. At 1:40 a.m., something extraordinary happened. His radio transmission was brief and cryptic. "Dispatch, I've been hit. I don't know what it was." The call was calm, but laden with an underlying tension that would mark this incident as one of the most enduring unsolved cases in American UFO history. When assistance arrived, they found Johnson conscious but disoriented in his damaged Ford LD patrol car. The scene was striking. The windshield was smashed inward, the hood was dented, and the antenna bent at a sharp angle. Most peculiarly, both Johnson's wristwatch and the car's dashboard clock had stopped, frozen at exactly 2:19 a.m. According to Johnson's report, he had seen a small, intensely bright light hovering low above the road ahead. Out here, which he initially thought might be a downed aircraft. The incident left behind a bizarre collection of evidence: a crash, recorded injuries, physical damage, and halted electronics. No single theory has fully explained the breadth of behavior witnessed, especially the targeted beams and resulting injuries. Perhaps the most haunting aspect is the sense that no one, not the government, not the military, not the scientific establishment, ever gave the islanders a satisfactory explanation. They were left quite literally in the dark, with few believing it was anything more than a natural but unknown atmospheric phenomenon. Johnson never changed his story, and the event remains an enigmatic chapter in the annals of unexplained encounters. When Johnson first saw the light, he thought it might be another aircraft or a car with high beams, but as it approached, the light suddenly shot toward him, completely engulfing his car. That was the last thing he remembered before losing consciousness. Seconds or minutes later, Johnson came to and found his car off the road, idling in the grass. His physical condition was alarming. His eyes were watering and swollen, resembling a mild flash burn, with his upper face showing redness and a slight burn-like irritation. Warren Hospital medical staff confirmed these injuries, but found no long-term internal damage. The vehicle itself told a strange story. Its antenna, made of durable metal, was sharply bent back with force that should have broken it, yet the base remained intact. The roof-mounted emergency light was cracked, and the hood bore a round dent. Most peculiar were the dashboard clock and Johnson's wristwatch. Both stopped at exactly 2:19 a.m. When reset, they began ticking again, suggesting a temporary electrical disruption. Marshall County Sheriff Dennis Brer acted quickly, preserving all potential evidence. Photographers documented the vehicle and scene, and Johnson was interviewed multiple times in the following weeks. His account never changed. Ford Motor Company engineers examined the car but could not explain the damage mechanically. No signs of collision existed, no blood, no fur, no other vehicle's tire marks. Skid marks showed the car had braked sharply, veered, and then coasted to a stop. Investigators from the Center for UFO Studies, led by Alan Henry, conducted a thorough inquiry. Henry considered it one of the most credible cases he had encountered. The report highlighted Johnson's reliability, the physical evidence, and the lack of any apparent motive for fabrication. Multiple attempts to replicate the antenna damage failed. Scientists and engineers, including a University of Minnesota physicist, were unable to reproduce the exact antenna curvature without breaking it. The windshield's circular shattering pattern was equally unusual, defying standard explanations. Val Johnson's encounter became a pivotal moment in UFO lore, not for wild claims, but for its stubborn resistance to explanation. A respected deputy with an unblemished record, Johnson wasn't someone prone to sensationalism or fantasy. After experiencing something extraordinary on a lonely road, he remained remarkably measured in his account. News of the incident spread rapidly. The Associated Press broadcast the story nationwide, and Warren, a small town, suddenly found itself besieged by reporters, researchers, and UFO enthusiasts. Television shows like Unsolved Mysteries and numerous documentaries would later feature the case, yet Johnson himself retreated from the spotlight after initial media attention. The details were stark and consistent. Johnson was alone when a bright light appeared, accelerated toward him, and then he blacked out. When he regained consciousness, both he and his patrol car showed unusual damage. The vehicle's instruments had stopped, and even the dashboard flashlight had melted in places, suggesting intense localized heat. Investigators and experts from various fields struggled to explain the incident. Local law enforcement, Ford engineers, and UFO skeptics all failed to provide a satisfactory explanation. Alternative theories emerged, suggestions of microsleep, ball lightning, meteor strikes, or transformer explosions, but none fully accounted for the uniform impact damage, electromagnetic clock interruptions, or the bent antenna. Intriguingly, even prominent UFO skeptics found the case perplexing. Philip Klass, known for aggressively debunking UFO reports, notably remained silent about Johnson's experience. Johnson himself never claimed an extraterrestrial encounter, simply insisting, "I don't know what it was. I just know it was real." Eventually, Johnson left law enforcement and moved to another part of the state. Though he declined most interview requests in later years, he never retracted his original story. The incident remained an enduring mystery, challenging conventional understanding and resisting definitive explanation. The Val Johnson patrol car crash stands as one of the most perplexing and well-documented vehicle-related UFO cases in the world. It centers on a trained law enforcement officer with physical evidence, multiple investigative reports, and injuries consistent with high-energy exposure, all without an identified source. At the Marshall County Historical Society Museum in Warren, Minnesota, the patrol car draws thousands of visitors annually. It remains exactly as it was after the crash: a dented hood, bent antenna, and cracked windshield. The dashboard clock is frozen at 2:19 a.m., a silent testament to an unexplained moment. In 2015, a Minnesota public radio feature revisited the case, interviewing surviving officers and townspeople. The consensus was clear. Something happened that night, but no one has ever figured out exactly what. Decades later, local residents still recall the buzz that gripped their community and how the mystery continues to linger. Retired Sheriff Breyer once spoke candidly about the incident. "We were never able to explain it," he said, "and Val was not the type to make something like this up. That's all I can say." The evidence is striking. No photos of the object, no radar confirmation, no corroborating witnesses, but there is the car, there is the clock, there is the man who saw something he could never explain and never tried to. During a routine patrol near the eastern perimeter, military personnel encountered something far beyond their expectations. What should have been a straightforward investigation of a potential downed aircraft turned into an extraordinary experience involving an object with a bluish-white glow, hovering silently among the trees. James Peniston, who would later provide a detailed witness statement and undergo hypnosis to retrieve additional memories, approached the mysterious craft. He observed a metallic, triangular structure approximately 10 feet long and 8 feet high, adorned with strange symbols reminiscent of hieroglyphics. The atmosphere felt electrically charged, and both witnesses reported a peculiar distortion of time. Watches stopped working, and radio communications became filled with static. Peniston claimed to have touched the object, carefully documenting his observations in a logbook, including sketches of the intricate symbols. Suddenly, the craft ascended vertically and disappeared through the forest canopy. When the base security team returned later that morning, they discovered compelling physical evidence: 3 small indentations arranged in a triangular pattern corresponding to potential landing gear positions. The surrounding environment bore signs of the encounter. Tree branches showed signs of damage and singeing. Geiger counters deployed by the base's disaster preparedness team detected elevated radiation levels, particularly at the indentation points and on a specific tree trunk where the craft was reported to have made contact. The incident was not a one-time occurrence. In the early hours of December 28th, Deputy Base Commander Lieutenant Colonel Charles Holt led another investigative team into the forest after additional reports of unusual aerial activity. Equipped with a handheld tape recorder, Holt captured an 18-minute audio recording that would become a crucial piece of evidence. The recording documented real-time observations of mysterious lights moving through the trees, beaming down to the ground, and splitting into multiple objects. Holt's voice, initially calm, became increasingly tense as he narrated the unfolding events. "It's coming this way," he stated. We're observing what appears to be a beam coming down to the ground. According to the tape and subsequent testimonies, these objects demonstrated intelligent movement navigating around trees, hovering in formation, and even directing beams of light toward the weapons storage area of the Bentwaters base. Holt's official memo, later released through the U.S. Freedom of Information Act, formally described the encounter as an interaction with unidentified flying objects. The Rendlesham Forest incident drew significant attention due to the credibility of the witnesses and the extensive documentation. Military personnel from a NATO airbase reported unusual aerial activities and physical trace evidence that challenged conventional explanations. Key to the incident's investigation was Colonel Charles Halt, the base's second-in-command, whose official memo and tape recording provided first-hand accounts. Multiple trained military witnesses reported encountering unidentified objects over several nights. Their statements included detailed observations of aerial movements, confirmed by radar tracking, and unusual radiation readings. Master Sergeant Monroe Neville, who carried the Geiger counter, verified elevated radiation levels, while Sergeant Adrian Bastenza noted that objects in the sky seemed to respond to the soldiers' presence. The British Ministry of Defence collected statements from US officials but ultimately claimed the event held no defence significance. Many interpreted this response as a political maneuver to prevent international tensions during the Cold War. Skeptics proposed alternative explanations such as misidentified lighthouse beams from Orford Nest Station, atmosphere distortions of stars, or airman pranks. However, these theories failed to comprehensively address the physical evidence and consistent witness testimonies. One of the most controversial aspects emerged through John Peniston's claim of receiving a binary code transmission after touching an unknown object. In the 1990s, under hypnosis, Peniston disclosed a sequence of ones and zeros that he believed had been transmitted to him. When analyzed, the code reportedly contained coordinates pointing to significant global sites like the Great Pyramid of Giza, Nazca Lines, and the Temple of Apollo. Local witnesses who had been stationed at the base for years disputed the Orford Nest lighthouse theory, citing their intimate familiarity with its rotation and visibility patterns. While critics questioned the legitimacy of Peniston's binary code claims, particularly noting the substantial time gap between the incident and its disclosure, he maintained that security concerns prompted his initial silence. In 2010, additional witnesses came forward, further expanding the documentation surrounding this extraordinary event. The incident remains a compelling case that challenges conventional understanding of unexplained aerial phenomena, supported by multiple trained observers and substantive physical evidence. The Rendlesham Forest incident is a landmark UFO case that stands apart from typical unexplained encounters. Unlike other stories, this event involved active duty military officers documenting their observations in real time without decades of secrecy or initial denials. Base personnel at the time confirmed something unusual had occurred. The commanding officer, while cautious about labeling it a UFO encounter, did not dispute the core facts recorded in patrol reports and documentation. The incident unfolded over multiple nights in documentation, with U.S. Air Force personnel observing structured craft in the sky and on the ground, measuring unusual radiation levels, and meticulously recording their findings through audio, sketches, and physical data. In the years following the event, the forest became a site of pilgrimage for researchers, journalists, and curious tourists. Local councils installed plaques and created a walking trail marking the alleged landing site. The forest remains largely unchanged, quiet, rural, and lined with pine trees. Visitors with knowledge of the incident often describe an eerie stillness, particularly around the areas where ground impressions were once found. Despite extensive investigation, the case remains unsolved. The Ministry of Defence officially closed its UFO investigation in 2009, but by then, Rendlesham had become a crown jewel of modern ufology, often called Britain's Roswell. Numerous books, documentaries, and reports have been produced, yet none have conclusively debunked the core narrative. Official reactions were muted and incomplete, which only deepened the mystery. No photographs of the object have ever surfaced, though witnesses claimed Air Force personnel were taking pictures. Some believe these images were confiscated or classified. Attempts to obtain comprehensive data through Freedom of Information Act requests have failed, with radar and satellite data from the Bentwaters Control Tower remaining sealed or reportedly destroyed. The Rendlesham Forest incident occupies a unique space in UFO history. It is not a vague sighting or second-hand account, but a multi-day, multi-witness event involving military personnel, on a nuclear-capable base. Even after decades of scrutiny, no natural or man-made explanation has fully accounted for the extraordinary events that occurred. The woods held secrets that would challenge the understanding of reality for the men who were there. None of them ever claimed it was a misunderstanding. They spoke about the Rendlesham incidents, some openly, some reluctantly. Whatever transpired that night left lasting marks on the soil, on their instruments, and deep within their minds. They had entered the forest expecting nothing more than another cold, quiet evening. On November 17, 1986, high above eastern Alaska, an extraordinary event unfolded in the clear sky. Japan Airlines Flight 1628, a Boeing 747 cargo freighter, was midway through its routine journey from Paris to Tokyo, with a scheduled stop in Anchorage. The experienced crew included Captain Kenju Tarushi, a former fighter pilot with over 10,000 flying hours, First Officer Takanori Tomafuji, and flight engineer Yoshio Tsukuba. Flying at 35,000 feet within U.S. airspace, the routine flight suddenly transformed at 5:11 p.m. local time. Something appeared on their radar scope, an object moving in an erratic pattern. Moments later, the crew visually confirmed what their instruments detected: two small, round, glowing craft flying in close formation. These were not standard aircraft lights, and their movements defied everything known in commercial or military aviation. The objects positioned themselves off the aircraft's port side, pacing the 747 with impossible maneuvers. Sudden vertical ascents and rapid decelerations stunned the crew. Eventually, they took a position directly in front of the Boeings, seemingly escorting the plane. In his official statements, Captain Tarachi described a scene straight out of science fiction. He reported two small rectangular objects and one large mothership. The smaller craft emitted an intense light that flooded the cockpit, temporarily disrupting flight instruments. Tarashi could feel heat radiating through the glass, emphasizing the object's extraordinary nature. Their performance exceeded any known aircraft capabilities, leaving the crew in complete disbelief. 10 minutes after the initial report, an enormous dark object appeared behind the aircraft. The flight crew watched carefully as it positioned itself near the 747. At approximately 5:19 p.m., Captain Tarochi contacted the FAA Air Route Traffic Control Center in Anchorage to report the unusual occurrence. The object was massive, as large as two aircraft carriers and shaped like an oblong walnut with distinct panels visible on its surface. Despite the nighttime conditions, moonlight allowed clear observation of its outline. Both the flight engineer and first officer confirmed the visual sighting. Initially, controllers saw nothing unusual on radar. Within minutes, however, they began detecting a primary radar return near the flight's position. Military radar installations at Elundorf Air Force Base and surrounding areas also picked up intermittent signals tracking an unknown object. Air traffic controllers offered the crew options for evasive action. Tarushi attempted multiple course changes and descents in an effort to shake the trailing craft, but it remained consistently positioned behind the aircraft. Other flights, including a United Airlines plane and a U.S. Air Force C-130, were directed to the region for visual confirmation. By the time additional aircraft arrived, the objects had vanished from both visual and radar tracking. The Japanese crew landed safely in Anchorage, though visibly shaken by the encounter. An immediate and comprehensive investigation followed. Captain Tarushi filed detailed written reports with precise diagrams illustrating the craft's appearance and movement. His crew members corroborated the key details of the sighting. The FAA's inquiry was thorough, involving radar data analysis, cockpit voice recordings, and interviews with controllers and military personnel. Crucial evidence emerged: a primary radar return with no identification, not matching any scheduled traffic, which confirmed the crew's account of an unidentified object trailing them for over 30 minutes across hundreds of miles of airspace. Callahan, chief of accidents and investigations, became directly involved in the inquiry and later revealed a significant classified meeting. Shortly after the incident, representatives from the FAA, CIA, FBI, and Department of Defense convened to review radar data, voice tapes, and crew testimony. During this meeting, CIA representatives explicitly instructed attendees to maintain silence about the event, asserting that the sighting never occurred. The case was effectively buried for years, with data and tapes collected and suppressed. However, Callahan preserved copies of the original materials, including radar and voice recordings, which he ultimately released in the 2000s to confirm the event and the federal response. Captain Taruchi's professional life suffered significant consequences. Japan Airlines grounded him and reassigned him to a desk job, despite his impeccable safety record. While the official explanation was unrelated to the incident, many believed his credibility was undermined simply for describing an unexplained phenomenon. Media coverage was extensive, with newspapers in the US and Japan reporting the story and television outlets broadcasting Tarushi's statements and radar footage. The case gained renewed significance in 1987, when the FAA formally acknowledged the authenticity of the radar data and voice recordings. The spokesperson confirmed the radar detection near Flight 1628, while emphasizing that its origin remained undetermined. UFO researchers consider this one of the most well-documented cases in history. The incident's strength lies in its comprehensive evidence, expert pilot testimony, real-time FAA communications, civilian and military radar data, and the crew's physical responses. Such a convergence of observational and instrumental data is rare, particularly in controlled airspace monitored by multiple agencies. Skeptics proposed alternative explanations, including misidentification of planet Jupiter, reflections on cockpit glass, or weather phenomena like ice crystals and light reflections from distant ground sources. However, these theories fail to adequately explain the radar confirmation and the sustained nature of the encounter. The Japan Airlines radar case stands out in UFO encounter history not for its vagueness, but for its remarkable precision. Unlike other incidents relying solely on eyewitness accounts, this event was meticulously recorded, logged, and investigated across multiple agencies before being quietly shelved. Captain Torochi, a military-trained aviator and commercial pilot, remained steadfast in his account. In rare interviews, he described encountering a physical, intelligently controlled object that reacted to his aircraft's movements, maintained formation, and emitted powerful light and heat. His professional training made him confident that what he saw was entirely outside his extensive experience with aircraft silhouettes and behaviors. The encounter involved visual tracking by all crew members and detailed observations of a massive mothership object positioned behind their plane. Even within military and aviation circles, the case remained unresolved. Former FAA official John Callahan publicly criticized the government's decision to suppress the details, arguing that air safety implications alone demanded transparency. What is known about the incident remains compelling. A crew of trained aviators witnessed something massive and maneuvering. It was visible on military radar, reported in real time, followed them for nearly 400 meters, and then vanished without explanation. The raw radar footage remains rare, and much of the government's internal discussion remains classified. The legacy of Flight 1628 persists not in official databases, but in aviation logs, radar archives, and the memory of a pilot who glimpsed something in the night sky over Alaska, something unexplainable and never meant to be seen. The Tolman family's home at 1410 Larup Street became a hotspot of inexplicable paranormal activity that would leave even seasoned police officers unsettled. For 9 months, they battled increasingly bizarre and aggressive phenomena that defied all logical explanation. It started small. The children's clock radio began behaving strangely, turning on and off randomly, switching stations unpredictably, and blasting at maximum volume. Alarm clocks would buzz at odd hours, even when unplugged. Multiple radio replacements did nothing to stop the weird occurrences. Voices soon followed. Their son first heard someone calling his name in the dead of night when everyone was asleep. His sister then experienced low, unintelligible whispers near her bed. One evening, while Alan was working late, Debbie heard a deep male voice echo through the empty house. She searched every room, finding no one, windows locked, doors untouched. The disturbances escalated, doors slammed by themselves. Shadows moved through hallways when the house was empty. Their youngest child spoke of an ugly woman standing in the room's corner. The parents initially dismissed this as childhood imagination until Alan himself saw a tall, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes silently moving across the living room. He gave chase, believing an intruder had entered, but the figure vanished without a trace. Neighbors witnessed strange activity too. Lights flickered inexplicably during calm weather. Dogs refused to enter the yard. One neighbor even reported hearing screaming from the house on a night when no one was home. The breaking point came one night when Alan, desperate for peace, sat reading his Bible and praying in the living room. A red-orange mist suddenly formed in the hallway, taking a shape over 6 feet tall. The entity stared directly at him before retreating into the bedroom wall. Later that night, a chilling voice told him, You're dead. The events at 1410 Larab Street became something local paranormal researchers would later speculate might connect physical poltergeist activity with unexplained aerial phenomena, a mystery that left the Tolman family and their community deeply shaken. Alan Tolman's final night in the house marked a turning point for his family. In the morning they fled, seeking refuge with relatives, while news of their haunting spread quickly. Curious individuals, including friends, neighbors, and off-duty police officers, came to investigate. Many spent only brief moments inside before refusing to return. 3 Hocken Police Department officers, one with over 15 years of experience, confirmed something inexplicable had occurred. They described an oppressive atmosphere, sudden temperature drops, and unexplained loud sounds. One officer who volunteered for an overnight stay reportedly left in a panic within an hour, telling colleagues, "There's something in there. I'm not going back." Reverend Wayne Doratz from St. Stephen's Lutheran Church was called to perform a blessing after walking through the home and speaking with the children. Despite this, disturbances continued until they abruptly stopped. The phenomena ceased completely after the family removed and burned the bunk bed. Debbie Tolman believed the bed was the source of their troubles, though she couldn't explain whether something was attached to it or if it acted as a catalyst. Following its removal, the house remained silent. The case gained additional intrigue due to concurrent UFO activity in the area. During the same period, Horicon and Dodge County residents reported unexplained sky phenomena. Witnesses described bright objects hovering over the town and fast-moving silent craft with erratic movements. Local news documented these sightings, and multiple law enforcement officers confirmed them. An anonymous officer noted that 2 patrol cars had witnessed unusual aerial lights within hours of the family's final night in the home. While no definitive connection was established between the lights and the house, researchers later questioned potential links between these mysterious events. The Tolman case stands out among poltergeist investigations. Unlike typical haunting stories, this incident was remarkably short-lived and centered on a single object, a bunk bed. The case gained national attention when Unsolved Mysteries featured it in a highly rated episode, complete with dramatized reenactments and interviews with local witnesses. Despite the potential for sensationalism, the family remained intensely private. They gave no paid interviews and actively avoided publicity, suggesting their experience was genuine rather than a bid for fame. Years later, skeptics found no evidence of fabrication or financial motivation. In fact, the family seemed to have suffered socially from the incident. Local law enforcement's response was unusually compelling. The Horicon Police Department maintained internal records of the event, and several former officers privately acknowledged the extraordinary nature of what occurred. Psychologists found it statistically improbable that multiple witnesses, including children, officers, clergy, and neighbors called, have experienced synchronized delusions. No physical evidence exists, no photographs, no audio recordings. Yet sworn statements and corroborating witness accounts persist. The house at 1410 Larab Street has changed owners multiple times since, with no further reported incidents. The case intrigues researchers because it deviates from typical poltergeist patterns. Most such phenomena center around an emotionally distressed individual, usually a young person. Here, the activity seemed to originate from an object, the bunk bed, and ended abruptly after its destruction. For some, it remains an unresolved mystery. For others, a psychological anomaly. A few see it as a potential intersection of unexplained phenomena. The Tolman case hints at complexities in human experience that continue to challenge our understanding. The Hudson Valley UFO wave swept through New York from 1982 to 1986, becoming a defining moment in local paranormal history. On March 24, 1983, just past 9 p.m., something extraordinary unfolded. The Yorktown Heights Police Department was suddenly inundated with calls from panicked residents. A woman from Hopewell Junction first reported a massive silent object hovering over the trees. Minutes later, a driver on Route 9 described a triangular craft with huge surrounding lights. More calls flooded in, 10, then more. By 9:30, the roads were packed with stopped cars, and people stood everywhere, lawns, fields, rooftops, all staring at the same sight. A vast, silent craft crept through the night sky, studded with multicolored lights, looking like a ghost made of steel and glass. This wasn't a one-time event or a hoax. What started as an odd report in late 1982 would become a years-long phenomenon. With hundreds of sightings across dozens of towns and thousands of witnesses. The first widely publicized incident happened on New Year's Eve 1982, when residents of Kenton Brewster saw a massive boomerang-shaped craft. Buried within this story is a strange tale of a bunk bed. No one ever traced its origins. No serial number, manufacturer, or retail source was ever found. Bought from a local second-hand dealer, its history remains a mystery. This ordinary piece of furniture became the center of months of unexplained terror that spread beyond a single family. The official file is closed. No crime was committed, no explanation given. The records, like the bed, are gone. But ask any officer who was there, and they'll tell you something was in that house. Something they never want to encounter again. The intense overlap between these events and unexplained aerial sightings remains just that. Unexplained. An unusual aerial phenomenon swept through the Hudson Valley in 1983, captivating hundreds of residents across multiple counties. On March 24th alone, over 300 people reported seeing a massive, silent object moving through the night sky. Witnesses described a consistent pattern. The craft would appear slowly, hover overhead, and then drift away without a sound. Local police departments in Putham and Dutchess counties were inundated with calls that night. Officers confirmed receiving dozens of reports within a single hour, with one deputy investigating a potential downed aircraft finding no debris, but acknowledging something extraordinary had passed overhead. The object's description remained remarkably uniform. A V-shaped or boomerang-like craft adorned with white and multicolored lights, sometimes blinking or rotating. Estimated to be the size of a football field, it would occasionally hover for minutes before accelerating rapidly and vanishing. In some instances, it seemed to follow roads or glide along river valleys. Witnesses included professionals from various backgrounds. Engineers, scientists, pilots, and ordinary citizens who were so stunned they stopped their cars and stood on hoods, pointing in disbelief. A local air traffic controller, speaking anonymously, reported watching the object through binoculars and being unable to identify it as any known aircraft. Notably, it did not appear on radar. By April 1983, the phenomenon had attracted national attention. A CBS News crew arrived to interview witnesses, broadcasting first-hand accounts that included a retired commercial airline pilot's testimony. He emphasized the object's ability to move in complete silence and hover motionlessly, characteristics impossible for fixed-wing aircraft. Photographs began to surface with some long-exposure images capturing intriguing light patterns. A notable photo by amateur astronomer Andrew Grunwell showed an arc of lights moving across the sky in a consistent curve, suggesting a solid object rather than multiple planes. Throughout 1983 and into 1984, the frequency of sightings continued to increase, drawing the interest of UFO research organizations like the Mutual UFO Network, MUFON, and the Center for UFO Studies, CUFOS. Local authorities deployed teams to investigate the strange aerial phenomenon occurring in the region. They meticulously documented details through field interviews, mapping sighting locations, and recording critical information like times, weather conditions, and physical descriptions. A clear pattern emerged. Repeated events clustered every few weeks, predominantly on clear nights. The Journal News amplified public awareness in May 1984 with a comprehensive week-long series featuring interviews with over 50 witnesses, including several police officers. Law enforcement stance evolved from initial skepticism to serious consideration, particularly after officers themselves reported multiple encounters with the identified object. One officer vividly described the craft as resembling a floating city, enormous, slow-moving, and eerily silent. Skeptics initially suggested a local ultralight aircraft group led by Howard Stein might explain the sightings. Stein, a licensed pilot from Poughkeepsie, acknowledged that his group's formation flights with colored lights could account for some incidents. However, researchers and witnesses challenged this explanation. Ultralight aircraft have significant limitations: restricted range, inability to hover, prohibited night operations without FAA clearance, and technical constraints preventing large lighting configurations or silent flight. These factors contradicted the consistent descriptions provided by numerous trained observers. Aviation expert Philip Embro's investigation involved interviewing witnesses with extensive military flight experience. These professionals confidently asserted that the observed craft was a single massive object with coordinated lighting, not a collection of small planes. Supporting their claims, air traffic logs from Stewart Air Force Base and Westchester County Airport showed no unusual military or commercial activity during peak sighting periods. FOIA requests to the FAA and other agencies revealed no classified activity or experimental aircraft flights in the region. While sighting frequency decreased by 1985, reports did not completely cease. Isolated incidents continued into the 1990s, maintaining similar characteristics to earlier observations. A late 1992 sighting near Pine Plains perfectly exemplified the long-standing pattern: a slow, silent object gliding above a rural road, witnessed by a mother and her companion, mirroring descriptions from a decade earlier. The Hudson Valley UFO wave stands as one of the most compelling examples of mass, multi-year UFO activity in the modern era. It was an extraordinary event that occurred just north of New York City, involving thousands of credible witnesses and defying explanation. From the late 1970s through the mid-1980s, people repeatedly observed a massive, unusual object moving in ways that challenged understanding. The late J. Allen Hynek, a respected researcher, reviewed early reports and considered them among the most credible he had ever encountered. He noted the consistency of witness accounts, the sheer number of observers, and the lack of psychological indicators suggesting mass hysteria. His conclusion was that something genuinely unexplained had occurred. Witnesses included a wide range of people, from a retired engineer to a woman and her teenage son. Their detailed drawings of the object matched numerous other descriptions collected over years. Multiple books, documentaries, and articles have since documented the event extensively. No official explanation has ever been offered. No experimental aircraft has been publicly revealed that matches the described behavior, and no hoax has been identified that could account for the scale and duration of the sightings. As one witness put it in a 2007 interview, "We didn't need proof. We all saw it. We watched it with our own eyes." After 1986, the sky fell silent. But for many in the Hudson Valley, the memory of what they witnessed never faded. Meanwhile, in a different part of the world, another mysterious incident was unfolding. On October 21st, 1978, in Bass Strait, Australia, a young pilot named Frederick Valentic was flying solo in a rented Cessna 182L aircraft. What began as a routine transmission quickly became something else. Valentic's initial communication was calm and professional, but over 6 minutes his radio messages grew increasingly fragmented and anxious. He reported an unidentified craft below 5,000 feet, describing unusual movement patterns, a metallic sheen, and a green light. His final words were chilling: "It's not an aircraft." Then silence. Frederick Valentic vanished. His aircraft was never recovered, and no wreckage was ever conclusively found. To this day, his disappearance remains one of the most haunting and heavily scrutinized aviation mysteries. Australian history is marked by a mysterious incident involving a young pilot, a startling UFO report, and an unresolved disappearance. On October 21, 1978, Frederick Valentic took off from Moorabbin Airport in Victoria, heading to King Island. He was an experienced pilot for his age, holding a Class 4 instrument rating that allowed night flights in clear conditions. With around 150 flight hours logged, he was on track to pursue a commercial license. Colleagues described him as quiet and studious, with a deep passion for aviation and a well-documented interest in UFOs. Roughly 40 minutes into his journey over Bass Strait, a treacherous body of water separating mainland Australia from Tasmania, Valentic made contact with air traffic control to report something unusual. He first described an unknown aircraft approaching from the east, initially spotting a long object with 4 bright lights. His description quickly became more urgent. "It's just passed over me," he told controllers. "It seems to be stationary. I'm orbiting and the thing is orbiting on top of me." When asked to confirm the aircraft type, Valentic insisted, "It's not an aircraft." He detailed a shiny metallic exterior with a green light that vanished and reappeared, seemingly playing a cat-and-mouse game by matching his movements and circling. His final transmission was abruptly interrupted by a metallic scraping sound. Audio experts later analyzed the noise as consistent with mechanical interference, though they never conclusively identified its source. Search and rescue operations launched immediately. Air and sea patrols from the Royal Australian Air Force, civilian aircraft, and marine vessels scoured over 1,000 square miles of Bass Strait. No trace of Valentic or his Cessna was ever found. 2 years later, in 1980, an engine part possibly from a Cessna 182 washed ashore on Flinders Island. However, investigators could not definitively confirm it belonged to Valentic's plane. As news spread, the Valentic incident sparked intense speculation. No physical evidence could confirm what happened to the aircraft, and the entire plane was never recovered. The Australian Department of Transport and Civil Aviation Authority launched official inquiries, ultimately releasing a report months later that simply classified the incident as a missing aircraft with an unknown cause. One haunting detail lingered in the official report. While the reason for the disappearance remained undetermined, authorities could not rule out the possibility of interference by an unknown object. Aviation experts proposed several competing theories. Some suggested Valentic became disoriented, mistaking water reflections for skylights and inadvertently crashing into Bass Strait. However, this theory overlooked a critical limitation. The Cessna 182L was not designed for inverted flight, and its engine would likely stall quickly. Moreover, Valentic had night-flying training and no documented history of spatial disorientation. Another hypothesis explored the potential of a deliberate disappearance. Investigators thoroughly examined Valentic's personal life, finances, and relationships, but found no significant warning signs. His fuel calculations showed sufficient supply to reach King Island and return with minimal extra capacity. The most compelling argument against a staged disappearance was the complete absence of evidence. No financial transactions, no passport usage, no emerging alternative identity. The UFO theory gained traction through eyewitness accounts and Valentic's final transmission recordings. In the incident's aftermath, multiple independent witnesses emerged. Campers near Cape Otway reported a green skylight on the evening of his disappearance. A local farmer described a hovering, cigar-shaped craft with a top-mounted light. Coastal residents spoke of unusual aerial movements defying conventional aircraft behavior. The most publicized civilian report came from a plumber and his wife traveling the Great Ocean Road. They described a bright green object darting across the sky, stopping mid-flight and vanishing, adding another layer of mystery to an already inexplicable event. In the chilling history of unexplained aerial incidents, Frederick Valentic's disappearance stands out as a haunting enigma. The Bass Strait, a maritime region notorious for mysterious vanishings, became the site of an extraordinary event that continues to baffle investigators decades later. Multiple research organizations, including MUF and APRO, launched detailed investigations into Valentic's final flight. Alan Hynek, a former Project Blue Book consultant, considered this one of the most compelling aviation disappearances on record. The case's credibility stems from real-time communication, multiple witness reports, and the complete absence of physical debris. Skeptics initially suggested Valentic might have misinterpreted celestial objects due to his known interest in UFOs. However, weather records definitively ruled out explanations involving Venus or Mars. More critically, the 6-minute communication with air traffic control revealed a pilot who remained composed and technically precise until the very end. The 2012 declassification of original audio recordings added profound depth to the mystery. Valentic's voice was captured growing increasingly disturbed, with one of his last statements chillingly declaring, "That strange aircraft is hovering on top of me again. It's hovering and it's not an aircraft." Decades later, the case remains unsolved. No wreckage, no body, and no logical reconstruction have provided closure. His family, particularly his father Guido, maintained unwavering belief in Frederick's account. Guido insisted his son was serious and would not fabricate such an extraordinary story. Today, Valentic's encounter is studied in aviation ethics seminars and cited by UFO researchers as one of the most credible pilot encounters ever documented. A memorial plaque at Cape Otway marks his last known radar contact, serving as a permanent reminder of an enduring mystery that continues to challenge our understanding of the unexplained. The night of August 18, 1992, was unusually quiet in Redlands, California. Frank Ramirez, a fourth-generation farmer in the Citrus Belt, was working late, repairing fencing, when he first spotted an unusual light hovering over his back fields. Initially, he brushed it off as a helicopter, chalking it up to his exhaustion from the day's heat. Hours later, something felt different. The light remained motionless, defying the characteristics of any aircraft Frank knew. No blinking markers, no typical red or green lights. Instead, it moved with an unsettling precision, darting up, sideways, then back again, like a cursor dancing across a computer screen. Frank would later describe its movement as reminiscent of a mouse pointer, sharp, quick, then suddenly still. Just before midnight, Frank stepped outside to investigate. His normally courageous dog refused to leave the porch, an unnerving detail that would later be noted. Squinting toward the distant crop rows, he saw the light, bright, low, and eerily silent. It wasn't a star or playing. Something about it seemed almost alive, pulsing with an unexplained energy. Then it moved. Not like any aircraft Frank had ever witnessed. The object dipped and drifted, lowering gently toward the far end of his property before vanishing just above the tree line. No explosion, no wind, no sound accompanied its departure. By morning, something was terribly wrong. Frank's thriving alfalfa field now bore a scorched circular patch nearly 30 feet wide. The grass had collapsed outward in a spiraled pattern, with the circle's outer edge discolored as if exposed to extreme heat. The center was a landscape of blackened stubble and ash. What began as a quiet local mystery soon attracted state investigators, private researchers, and whispers from law enforcement insiders. The Redlands case became one of the strangest unsolved incidents of early 90s California, a close encounter that left behind physical damage, missing evidence, and countless unanswered questions. Frank didn't report the incident that night, but the mysterious light and its aftermath would etch itself into the annals of unsolved aviation history, leaving people to wonder. What did Frederick Valentic see? Where did he go? Some mysteries, it seems, may never be resolved. At first light, Frank Ramirez discovered extensive damage in his field. He contacted the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. We sent a deputy to investigate. The deputy's photos revealed a striking scene. A perfect circular imprint pressed into the alfalfa, seemingly made by an immense weight with no accompanying tire tracks or vehicle marks. The grass lay flattened in a precise radial pattern, its center burned black. After filing a basic report, the deputy mentioned notifying March Air Reserve Base, though nothing ultimately came of that communication. 3 days later, 2 men in unmarked clothing arrived at the Ramirez property. Presenting themselves as Department of Agriculture representatives, they requested soil samples. Frank, believing they were county authorized, permitted them to collect specimens from various locations: the circle's center, its edge, and the undisturbed perimeter. They departed without leaving any contact details. When Frank followed up with the county the next day, officials had no knowledge of any such team. Local reporter Sandy Clean learned about the incident through sheriff's office contacts. She interviewed Frank, took photographs, and published a brief article in the Redlands Daily Facts under the headline, "Farmer Reports Mysterious Crop Damage." An unusual detail emerged during her documentation. Her film showed strange anomalies. Frames captured near the circle's center were fogged and streaked with white static. Curiously, photos taken minutes before and after remained perfectly clear. Her Nikon F81S, which had no prior malfunction history, was tested at a local shop revealing no apparent damage or explanation. Within a week, the story reached the Los Angeles MUFON chapter. Their investigators arrived equipped with Geiger counters, soil testing kits, and magnetometers. Their findings were startling. The burn area's soil demonstrated elevated magnetic disturbance. Laboratory analysis confirmed extreme temperature exposure through fused silica particles. Plants near the circle's center exhibited cellular damage, suggesting sudden dehydration, a condition seemingly impossible without intense heat or microwave-level energy. Under microscopic examination, some leaves showed completely exploded cell walls, further supporting the unusual nature of the incident. The Redlands Crop Circle of 1992 remained a regional curiosity, overshadowed by larger national headlines about politics, natural disasters, and overseas conflicts. Unlike many later crop circle reports from the UK that were revealed as hoaxes or art installations, this California farming incident was different. It appeared without warning, was witnessed by only one person, and left behind measurable environmental effects. Blades were consistently bent at the base in a clockwise formation, suggesting a controlled force rather than random trampling. By mid-September, at least 3 nearby farms within a 10-mile radius reported similar strange occurrences: bright hovering lights, low-altitude movements, and unusual animal behaviors. One rancher described his goats breaking through fencing the same night he saw a disc-shaped object pass over the hill behind his barn. Another farmer noted his dogs refused to enter the western edge of their grazing field for over a week following an unexplained sky flash. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department provided no further comment when asked about the event. Official channels offered little clarity. The original report was never made publicly available, and Freedom of Information Act requests were denied due to missing records. March Air Reserve Base confirmed no low-altitude military exercises occurred in the Redlands area during that time. Independent laboratory results from the MUF team, quietly published in a 1993 symposium report, revealed intriguing findings. The field appeared to have been exposed to a directed energy source capable of rapidly altering plant tissue without burning surrounding areas. The circle's edges were clean, with no fuel residue or evidence of human intervention. The farmer, Frank Ramirez, never sought publicity. He didn't write a book or give television interviews. For 15 more years, he continued farming the land, offering the same simple response to inquiries. I saw what I saw. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't from around here. On a quiet night in California, an unexplained event unfolded in Redlands that would become a landmark in UFO research. The incident on August 18, 1992, left behind a perfect circular burn mark in the soil, accompanied by magnetic interference, a trace that would intrigue researchers for years. This event stood out as a rare domestic case where a single witness encounter, unexplained physical evidence, electromagnetic disturbance, and soil damage converged without federal investigation. Decades earlier, a similar mysterious encounter occurred in Brazil that would become equally significant. At Fort Taipu, a coastal military installation near Santos, two soldiers experienced a life-altering event just after 2 a.m. Private Antonio Carlos Ferrer and Private Jose Dilver were on night duty when an intense, silent white-blue light suddenly erupted in the courtyard. The second flash was even more powerful, striking directly overhead. An oval-shaped craft hovered in the night sky, radiating such extreme heat that it scorched the ground and burned the soldier's skin. Within minutes, both men collapsed, screaming and disoriented, suffering second- and third-degree burns. The craft vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving no trace of explosion or fire. The Brazilian military's response was swift but unexpected. Instead of launching a transparent investigation, they sealed the fort, restricted access, confiscated all records, and quietly transferred the victims to a military hospital. The Fort Taipu encounter became one of the earliest and most well-documented cases of direct harmful interaction between military personnel and an unidentified flying object. This incident remains one of the few UFO cases officially acknowledged by the Brazilian Army, a mystery that continues to provoke questions and challenge our understanding of unexplained phenomena. On November 4th, 1957, something extraordinary happened at Fort Taipu, a strategic coastal defense site overlooking the South Atlantic near Santos. The base was more than a colonial relic. It was a sophisticated installation with radar, communications towers, and anti-aircraft systems. 2 sentries, Ferrer and Dilver, were on standard overnight watch when an unexplained light appeared. Strangely, this light was completely silent, no engine noise, no sonic boom, yet incredibly intense. Both soldiers suffered severe burns across their faces, necks, and arms. Medical staff at the local military hospital were the first to recognize something was seriously wrong. The soldiers' injuries defied conventional explanation. Doctors noted the burns resembled those from a high-intensity ultraviolet source rather than fire. Their uniforms were scorched but not torn, suggesting an unusual energy source. The victims experienced alarming symptoms: temporary blindness, dehydration, confusion, and persistent skin blistering. One soldier even had blood in his urine, indicating potential radiation exposure. The Brazilian military's response was swift and controlled. An internal memo acknowledged the incident, describing the burns as caused by an unexplained aerial phenomenon. Though not intended for public consumption, the document was leaked to journalists, catching the attention of Brazilian ufologists. Investigative journalist Joel Martinez dug deeper. He obtained photographs and contacted military and hospital sources. The images published in O Cruzeiro magazine revealed shocking evidence: swollen, blistered faces and peeling skin, unlike any traditional injury. However, the story was quickly suppressed. The Ministry of the Army refused comment. Fort Taipu's access was blocked, and armed guards turned away any journalists seeking information. The official narrative shifted, claiming the soldiers were injured in a training accident, though no details of such an exercise were ever provided. Questions about the incident's true nature remained unanswered, leaving a mysterious gap in the official record. Rumors swirled through Santos and São Paulo in the wake of a mysterious incident. Coastal residents reported seeing an unusual blue light hovering above the shoreline that night, with some claiming a glowing object rose from the water, drifted toward the fort, and then vanished into the sky. What might have been just another local story became something more significant. Brazil in late 1957 was experiencing a surge of strange aerial sightings. Farmers spotted glowing ovals in the sky, and truck drivers reported engine failures when silent discs passed overhead. Just 5 days after the Fort Taipu event, Antonio Vasboas, a farmer from Minasorai, claimed an extraordinary abduction by humanoid beings. The Fort Taipu case stood out from typical UFO incidents because it had something rare: official acknowledgement and physical evidence. In 1978, Brazilian military intelligence declassified internal reports during a transparency campaign. A case file confirmed 2 soldiers had been injured at Fort Taipu on November 4, 1957. While the documents did not specify the cause, they ruled out conventional weapons, sabotage, and known aircraft. Dr. Taj and known aircraft. Richard Haynes, a former NASA scientist specializing in aerospace phenomena, reviewed the translated documents. His analysis suggested the burns and craft's characteristics indicated a non-chemical, non-aerodynamic source, likely electromagnetic or plasma-based. This case is unique, Haynes stated, because we have direct biological effects observed by medical professionals after close proximity to an unidentified aerial object. The heat, the injuries, they were real. The craft's origin remains unexplained. The encounter also sparked quiet communications between military analysts. Though no public record of a joint investigation exists, retired Brazilian officers later suggested that American military advisors were briefed on the case. Colonel Uber Rodriguez, speaking to Folha DS, says, Paulo hinted at these behind-the-scenes discussions that suggested something extraordinary had occurred. 1982, 2 soldiers confronted something beyond earthly understanding. Our allies from the north were intrigued by what they heard. An oval-shaped craft with a radiant glow and silent movement matched dozens of global sightings from the 1950s and 60s. Physical evidence was undeniable. Electromagnetic interference, unexplained burns, and an eerie silence. Skeptics rushed to offer alternative explanations. Some claimed military spotlight exposure or infrared targeting system mishaps during a secret weapons test. Others suggested high-voltage electrical equipment might have caused the burns. But Fort Taipu had no such systems operating and no scheduled tests. Questions lingered. Why the secrecy? Why the lockdown? Why the denial? No skeptical theory explained the aerial object witnessed by both soldiers or the matching civilian sightings along the coast. Fort Taipu remains standing today, part preserved, part active training ground for Brazil's Coastal Artillery Corps. No plaque marks the incident. Yet in UFO research and military historical records, the case endures, a rare, officially acknowledged instance of physical UFO-related harm, never successfully debunked. Farah and Dilva recovered, but both left military service soon after. Their silence was absolute, their scars permanent. More than 6 decades later, fundamental questions persist. What hovered above the fort? Why target these 2 soldiers? Why does such reluctance remain to confront the truth? That night was silent. A blinding light revealed something non-human, unknown, a force that visited a military base and left 2 men seared by an inexplicable power that science cannot comprehend. By 1989, the Belgian Triangle Wave was capturing national attention. Just after 5 p.m., phone lines at the Apupen police station erupted. Drivers stopped on the E40 motorway. Farmers stared from frost-covered fields. An elderly woman from Henry Chappell refused to leave her window, whispering about a black triangle floating above the trees, making no sound. On the evening of November 29, 1989, something extraordinary began. What started as routine calls soon transformed into an event that would captivate Belgium and baffle experts worldwide. The Belgian UFO wave was about to unfold. For days before the main incident, villagers in Las Pro had noticed strange lights in the sky. Most dismissed these as misidentified stars or ordinary aircraft, but everything changed that night. Gendarme Nicole and his partner were dispatched following a series of witness reports. As they approached the Lake Gill area, they encountered something unprecedented. A massive black triangular object hung silently above the tree line, its bright corner lights and central red pulse creating an otherworldly spectacle. The craft moved with impossible grace, drifting slowly, then suddenly making sharp turns and accelerating without a sound. No engine noise, no wind disturbance, just a geometric silhouette cutting across the starry sky. The officers stood transfixed, unsure whether to call for backup or report what they were witnessing. Their experience was far from unique. Between November 1989 and April 1990, over 2,000 formal UFO reports flooded in across Belgium. What made these sightings remarkable was the caliber of witnesses. military personnel, pilots, radar technicians, and law enforcement, trained observers who couldn't easily be dismissed. The incident quickly captured national media attention. Unlike previous UFO sightings with sparse or questionable evidence, these reports were consistent and came from credible sources. Even skeptics found themselves intrigued. The Belgian UFO wave remains the most well-documented mass UFO sighting in European history. To this day, no definitive explanation exists for what flew over Belgium that winter, a mystery that continues to fascinate and perplex. The Belgian UFO wave of the late 1980s and early 1990s stood out from other global sightings. Unlike previous chaotic encounters, this series of events was methodical and extensive. Reports flooded in from towns and cities across the French-speaking region, particularly near Lesquet, Namur, and Ra. Witnesses consistently described a distinctive craft. 3 white lights at the corners, 1 red at the center, moving at low altitude, silently and slowly, often followed by sudden, dramatic acceleration. The Belgian Air Force responded with unprecedented seriousness. In March 1990, after significant public pressure, they began tracking these mysterious objects via radar. A pivotal moment came on the night of March 30th to 31st when 2 F-16 fighter jets were dispatched from Beauvais Air Base to intercept a triangle-shaped craft spotted over Glair's radar station. What happened next defied known aeronautical capabilities. The object descended from 10,000 to 1,000 feet in under 5 seconds. An impossible maneuver for any known aircraft, especially without generating a sonic boom. Radar operators witnessed extraordinary movements, zigzag patterns and instantaneous disappearances and reappearances across the sky. The pilots lost visual contact, but the radar logs remained. Colonel Wilfried Derouwer, then Chief of Operations, broke protocol by holding a televised press conference. He confirmed that unidentified craft had been tracked on both ground and airborne radar, explicitly stating these were not NATO or Belgian military operations and that the craft's origin remained unknown. In an extraordinary step, the Belgian Air Force shared radar data with civilian UFO research organizations. SOBEPS, Société Belge d'études des phénomènes spatiaux, was granted full access to case files. The first time a national military had collaborated so openly with civilian investigators. One of the most discussed pieces of evidence was a photograph taken by Patrick M. in April 1990, showing a black triangle hovering above a field in Petra. The image, featuring distinct triangular shape, bright corner lights, and a central red glow, was widely circulated in media. Though the photograph was later claimed to be a hoax in 2011, multiple additional witnesses and radar records continued to substantiate the core of these extraordinary sightings. Something extraordinary happened in Belgian skies during a series of UFO encounters that defied conventional explanation. Military and civilian witnesses reported black triangular craft displaying impossible flight behaviors, hovering silently, moving at near zero speeds, then accelerating instantly without sonic booms or jet trails. These sightings were methodical and purposeful. The triangles appeared strategically above power plants, military installations, and remote villages. Unlike chaotic UFO reports of the past, these objects seemed deliberate, almost calculated in their movements. They wanted to be seen but never threatened anyone. Trained professionals, radar technicians, airline pilots, and military personnel provided consistent eyewitness accounts. Their testimony carried weight because they were credible observers with technical expertise. Radar locks and documented maneuver speeds further validated their reports. Skeptics attempted to dismiss the incidents as misidentified stars, weather balloons, or mass hysteria. However, these explanations crumbled under scrutiny. Weather balloons don't appear as black triangles. Stars don't move horizontally across skies. No mass hysteria can explain precise technical observations by multiple trained witnesses. The Belgian government never officially explained the events, but also never denied them. Colonel Derouwer, who became a respected international UFO researcher, repeatedly stated the Belgian UFO wave was real. Unknown objects displayed flight characteristics beyond our understanding. This incident became a landmark case in UFO research. Unlike chaotic events like Roswell, the Belgian Triangle Wave unfolded systematically over months, involving thousands of witnesses and remarkable military cooperation. It demonstrated a potential model for governmental response to aerial anomalies. Some speculated the triangles were secret NATO or US stealth aircraft, but no known stealth technology could perform these maneuvers. NATO officials denied unauthorized operations in Belgium's closely monitored airspace. Others suggested extraterrestrial origins. The official files remain open, The questions remain unanswered, but for those who witnessed the events, Gene Armory officers, pilots, technicians, and ordinary citizens, the memory persists of something truly impossible. A silent black triangle floating above their homes. A silent black triangle floating above their homes, as tangible as the ground beneath their feet. In the quiet town of Tuscumbia, Alabama, the summer of 2006 would become unforgettable. On July 10th, something extraordinary happened that would transform this sleepy community near the Tennessee River into an unexpected hub of unexplained phenomena. 15-year-old Megan Carter was filming an ordinary home video when extraordinary events unfolded. 3 red-orange lights appeared above the treetops behind her family's home, hovering in a perfect triangle. Their movement was unlike anything her father Doug had seen in his 6 years with the U.S. Air Force. One light would drift slowly left, stop abruptly, then return to its original position. Another descended closer to the ground, illuminating pine branches before rising again as if conducting a systematic scan. "It's not moving like a plane. It's just there," Megan whispered to her father. Doug knew aircraft, and these were something else entirely. Silent and eerie, they defied conventional explanation. This wasn't just a one-time occurrence. Over the next week, Tuscumbia became an unlikely center of UFO activity. While the events never made national headlines, the evidence, particularly the Carter family's video, began circulating among researchers and online communities. When the footage appeared on YouTube, it drew attention from both curious viewers and serious investigators. Despite its crude quality, the video was compelling. For over 10 minutes, multiple objects hovered low above the tree line, moving independently yet maintaining a tight formation. No navigation lights blinked, no jet sounds emerged. Local television stations interviewed the Carters. "I've worked around aircraft," Doug stated plainly. "These weren't jets. They weren't helicopters. I don't know what they were, but they weren't ours." Tuscumbia is the kind of town where people leave doors unlocked, and the Helen Keller Festival marks the summer's highlight. It's not a place typically associated with UFO sightings. Yet something unquestionably strange had occurred, something that suggested the possibility of visitors from beyond our understanding. Neighbors began sharing their own experiences, adding layers to an already intriguing story. The small Alabama town had unexpectedly become a focal point for one of the most compelling yet least publicized UFO events in the American South. Residents of Tuscumbia began reporting strange aerial phenomena that defied easy explanation. The incident started with a retired teacher who described 3 glowing dots hovering silently above the trees like embers suspended in the night sky. A local sheriff's deputy, speaking anonymously, corroborated these reports. While on patrol, he witnessed a large, low-moving object traveling soundlessly across the treetops. His police radio experienced unexplained interference during the sighting, returning to normal only after the lights vanished. The encounters continued near the Natchez Parkway. 2 fishermen on the Tennessee River observed a triangular formation of lights hovering over the water for several minutes before shooting upward and disappearing. One attempted to capture the moment, but the resulting photograph was blurry and overexposed. Within a week, over a dozen reports surfaced across Colbert and Lauderdale counties. The Mutual UFO Network, MUF, began cataloging these accounts. What set the Tuscumbia sightings apart was their remarkable consistency and the convergence of multiple compelling factors. An Air Force veteran reported electromagnetic interference, while investigators found no military or weather activity that could explain the phenomenon. Independent researchers and MUF representatives quickly descended on the area, interviewing witnesses and examining available evidence. Detailed analysis revealed critical details. Experts noted the lights didn't match standard aircraft blinking patterns or thermal signatures. Radar logs obtained through FOIA requests showed no unusual activity. Commercial and military flight records confirmed no scheduled flights at that altitude or along that path. Potential explanations were systematically eliminated. Weather balloons and drones were ruled out. In 2006, civilian drone technology was still limited, and no commercially available devices could match the observed stability and lighting patterns. Ray McCarty, a retired electrical engineer, conducted a frame-by-frame analysis of the video, using enhancement filters to scrutinize the mysterious light's movement. His investigation added another layer of scientific rigor to the increasingly intriguing case. The Tuscumbia Lights incident remained a local mystery that never gained widespread attention. Despite the lack of media coverage, the event left a lasting impression on the Carter family and their community. When Doug Carter first captured the video, the 3 lights displayed an unusual geometric relationship that puzzled experts. McCarthy, analyzing the footage, noted the craft's remarkable characteristics, its enormous size, near-silent movement, and ability to hover almost motionlessly for extended periods, something he had never encountered before. Attempts to gather official information hit roadblocks. Local military bases, including Redstone Arsenal and Columbus AFB, provided minimal responses. Officials categorically denied any military exercises or aircraft activity in the area on the night of July 10th. A curious follow-up occurred when two unidentified men visited Doug Carter, claiming to be from a government aviation office. They requested to view the original tape, which Doug allowed, but he refused to surrender the original file. The men were particularly interested in the video's location and filming direction, but never identified themselves or left any contact information. Doug found the encounter unsettling. The video gained only moderate attention on early YouTube before being overshadowed by other viral content. No major newspapers picked up the story, leaving it as a localized enigma. Years later, Megan Carter, reflecting on the experience, described something more profound than mere lights in the sky. She spoke of a palpable change in the atmosphere, a sense of time slowing down, and a feeling of being watched. Her father remained pragmatic, stating simply that he knew what the event was not. Researchers continue to view the Tuscumbia Lights as a compelling example of an unexplained aerial event. The case stands out for its clear video evidence, consistent multi-witness reports, credible observers, documented electromagnetic anomalies, and the complete absence of conventional explanations. The Carters still preserve the original footage, now digitized. While the video doesn't showcase dramatic alien encounters, its very simplicity, three lights hovering silently, continues to intrigue those who study it. Megan Carter carried the memory of that night with her through college, work, and family life. While it wasn't something she dwelled on daily, certain moments would trigger her recollection. "Sometimes I'll see a plane in the sky and feel my heart skip," she said years later, "because I know what I saw and I know that wasn't a plane." Doug Carter carefully preserved the original tape. Now digitized and backed up, researchers occasionally reach out, and locals sometimes request to view it again. Each time, Doug watches their reactions, how they grow quiet, how intently they stare at those three red lights. For most, life in Tuscumbia returned to its peaceful rhythm. But during a few summer nights in 2006, something inexplicable hovered in the darkness. This unidentified presence didn't conform to any known program or familiar shape, and it made no sound. Whether a visitor, a test, or something even more mysterious, no one could definitively explain its nature. At Chicago O'Hare International Airport on November 7, 2006, an ordinary afternoon took an extraordinary turn. The bustling tarmac, filled with roaring jet engines and neon-vested ground crews, seemed routine. Runways glistened with early winter drizzle as flights arrived and departed without interruption. But something unusual was happening just above Gate C-17. A mechanic walking beneath a United Airlines jet suddenly stopped, looking up in disbelief. Suspended in the overcast sky was a perfectly round, metallic object, stationary, silent, seemingly observing. No lights, no sound, no wings distinguished it as any recognizable aircraft. Word spread rapidly among United employees. Pilots, ramp workers, and gate agents turned their eyes skyward. Some gasped, others pointed. One ramp employee later described a grey-silver disc hovering silently over their gate, fixed just below the cloud ceiling at approximately 1,900 feet. In the stillness of that southern night, with crickets chirping and trees gently rustling, the sky once held a mystery. The people of Tuscumbia were witnesses to something that defied explanation, an experience that lingered in ways no known aircraft could. A bizarre incident unfolded near Gate C-17, with at least 12 United Airlines employees witnessing an extraordinary event. The object shot through the clouds with such incredible speed that it created a perfect circular hole in the thick grey sky, revealing a patch of clear blue. This opening remained visible for several minutes before slowly closing with drifting vapor. Notably, no passengers reported seeing anything, and the sighting was exclusively limited to airline and ground crew personnel with a clear view of the sky. Initially, the incident remained an internal discussion at United Airlines, but by the next day, word had spread beyond the company's walls. Employees began reaching out to UFO reporting organizations like NUF and MUF, and rumors quickly circulated within aviation circles. The FAA's response was swift and dismissive. Spokesperson Elizabeth Isham Corey flatly stated that they had no record of any unusual object and had received no radar confirmation offering a weather phenomenon as an official explanation. This dismissal did not sit well with the witnesses. John Hilovich, a transportation reporter at the Chicago Tribune, learned about the incident through a United source and began investigating. His detailed article, published 2 months later in early January 2007, created significant media buzz. Hilovich's report quoted multiple anonymous United Airlines employees and highlighted the FAA's apparent lack of investigation. "These employees aren't making this up," he told CNN. "They're credible, and their accounts are remarkably consistent." The report revealed that a United Airlines manager had filed an internal safety report shortly after the event. Employees were reportedly instructed not to discuss the sighting publicly. One pilot who witnessed the object from the cockpit was forbidden from speaking to the press, but later confirmed the sighting anonymously to MUFIF investigators. What made this case particularly compelling was the credibility of the witnesses. These were not UFO enthusiasts, but aviation professionals who spent their careers identifying aircraft, monitoring flight patterns, and adhering to strict protocols. They were trained observers working in one of the most regulated environments on Earth, which lent significant weight to their accounts. The FAA's handling of a mysterious object spotted near Gate C-17 raised more questions than answers. Investigative journalist Leslie Keane and others persistently filed Freedom of Information Act requests to uncover the truth, eventually compelling the agency to release air traffic audio recordings and internal emails. While the radar log appeared unremarkable, the email chains told a different story. United Airlines and FAA employees initially took the sighting seriously. An FAA email from November 8 described a United Ramp employee's encounter with a spinning, disc-shaped object hovering 700 feet above the gate, completely silent and capable of vanishing vertically at high speed. Behind the scenes, officials exchanged nervous jokes. One FAA manager wondered, "Do we really want to deal with this?" Another quipped about needing an alien ID badge. Despite these candid exchanges, the FAA maintained its official stance. No radar evidence meant no investigation. The agency attempted to explain the incident as a hole punch cloud, a meteorological phenomenon. However, meteorologists familiar with the case quickly challenged this explanation. Typical hole punch clouds form gradually, involve visible ice crystals, and show light refraction, none of which were present that day. Furthermore, the phenomenon couldn't explain the disk hovering for several minutes before creating the cloud. Alternative theories emerged from skeptics. An experimental drone, a misidentified balloon, or an optical illusion. Yet none of these explanations adequately addressed the object's unique behavior, distinctive shape, or sudden departure. The sighting gained particular significance because it occurred in restricted airspace directly over an international airport, an area under constant, strict monitoring. Any unauthorized object near the terminal should have triggered immediate security protocols, FAA alerts, or military intervention. Surprisingly, no such response materialized. The credibility of the witnesses, combined with the FAA's apparent reluctance to investigate thoroughly, led many to suspect a deliberate cover-up or strategic avoidance of the incident. With no military or private organization claiming responsibility for the object, the mystery remained unresolved. No organization stepped forward to provide a satisfactory explanation, leaving the incident as an intriguing puzzle in UFO research circles. At O'Hare Airport in 2006, something extraordinary happened that challenged understanding. A dozen seasoned professionals witnessed an event that defied explanation. Right above Gate C-17, aviation regulations are strict about unknown objects in controlled airspace. Yet in this case, agencies dismissed the incident without even logging it officially. The UFO sighting became one of the most credible professional encounters documented, sparking discussions in aviation conferences and documentaries for years to come. A ramp worker, using the pseudonym Joe R., later reflected on the incident. "I saw it. Everyone around me saw it. We weren't imagining it," he stated. The object hovered silently over the gate, then suddenly shot upward, leaving a perfectly circular hole in the cloud cover. Passengers in nearby planes and a United pilot confirmed the strange disruption. Weather data from that day ruled out natural explanations for the cloud break. Although FAA radar allegedly detected nothing unusual, subsequent attempts to recreate the scene using CGI failed to capture the event's precise, silent nature. No visual simulation could match the witnesses' accounts. Public hearings on unidentified aerial phenomena decades later would reference this incident as a prime example of why better reporting procedures are needed. Most United employees who witnessed the event declined further interviews, letting the facts speak for themselves. A few who retired spoke more openly in later years. Today, travelers rush past Gate C-17, unaware of what occurred on that cold afternoon. The object's origin remains unknown, whether a drone, experimental craft, or something beyond current understanding. In the controlled chaos of one of America's busiest airports, something impossible briefly emerged and vanished, leaving only questions behind. In the depths of Lake Baikal, Siberia, a routine Soviet Navy training mission took an extraordinary turn during the 1980s. 7 military divers plunged into waters so cold it seemed to slice through their skin, even through thick Soviet-issue wetsuits. At nearly 50 meters deep, their bones ached from the chill. The lake's crystal-clear visibility stretched for dozens of meters, revealing something that would haunt these divers forever. Tall, humanoid figures, each standing roughly 3 meters high, drifted silently in the distance. Unlike typical swimmers, they moved with controlled, deliberate motions. Their smooth, silvery bodysuits shimmered faintly in the sunlight filtering from above. No scuba gear, no oxygen tanks, just these impossible beings watching. Lake Baikal is no ordinary body of water. It's the world's largest freshwater lake by volume, deeper than the Grand Canyon in places, surrounded by unforgiving Siberian wilderness. Local legends spoke of strange lights emerging from its depths, vanishing fishing vessels, and mysterious figures skimming the water on moonless nights. During the Cold War, the Soviet military's curiosity transformed into something more focused. Declassified documents and reports from former officers revealed a special unit investigating what became known as swimmer encounters. Major General Vasily Uranno, tasked with overseeing anomalous phenomena for the KGB and Soviet Air Force, would later disclose these classified investigations. The lead diver and his 6 companions all witnessed the same scene. Their mission, standard naval training, their experience, anything but standard. When the divers attempted to approach the strange beings, following strict orders to capture and examine unknown entities, they encountered something beyond comprehension. Eremenko confirmed in later interviews that multiple Soviet naval operations had documented unexplainable underwater activities, with Lake Baikal being a particular hotspot. The 1982 incident near the lake's western shore remained the most chilling a moment frozen in time, hidden from public knowledge for decades. The first attempt to explore the phenomenon ended in disaster. During the mission, an invisible force erupted through the water, causing chaos and destroying any hope of a routine investigation. Some described it as a shockwave, while others felt a sudden compression that violently slammed their bodies back. 3 divers never surfaced, losing their lives in the encounter. The 4 survivors suffered serious injuries, including decompression sickness, despite having followed all standard dive protocols. Military records quickly classified the incident, officially listing the cause of death as barotrauma from a rapid ascent. Yet those involved knew the truth. They had encountered something beyond human understanding. In the aftermath, Lake Bol became a hotbed of secretive activity. Patrol boats swept the waters under the cover of darkness. Helicopters conducted persistent, low-altitude passes. Divers were mysteriously pulled from their regular assignments and redirected to this specific location. No official missions were ever publicly disclosed. Civilian encounters continued to fuel speculation. In 1987, local fisherman Alex Timoshenko reported a glowing orb rising silently from the lake's surface late at night. The object hovered, emitting an eerie bluish light that reflected on the water before shooting straight into the sky without any visible propulsion or sound. Coincidentally, a nearby scientific research vessel recorded a sudden energy anomaly on their instruments at the precise moment, though their official logs remained conspicuously silent about the event. The following year brought more intrigue. Residents of Listian witnessed several red-orange lights hovering above the lake. Some of these lights moved beneath the surface, visible even through thick ice from the shoreline. A few courageous individuals managed to capture photographs, but plain-clothed men allegedly confiscated the film within days. By 1990, unofficial reports from Russian naval personnel to independent journalists revealed even more extraordinary findings. Sonar had detected fast-moving objects deep underwater, traveling at speeds far beyond any known submarine's capabilities, some exceeding 250 kilometers. These unidentified submerged objects, USOs, demonstrated impossible maneuvers, darting both vertically and horizontally at depths that should have made such movement impossible. Most perplexing was the object's apparent ability to appear and disappear without any discernible point of origin. No seafloor base, no underground cave systems could explain their sudden materializations, erratic movements, and instantaneous vanishings. Even initially skeptical Soviet scientists began to take serious note of these inexplicable phenomena. Beneath the surface of Lake Bol, a mystery deeper than its waters has been brewing for decades. Multiple sources, fishermen, scientists, divers, and military personnel have consistently reported strange occurrences that defy conventional explanation. During the Soviet era, environmental readings revealed peculiar radiation patterns, sudden high-level bursts in narrow lake zones that would vanish hours later. The Ministry of Defense maintained strict silence, and local media sidestepped the topic entirely. After the Soviet Union's collapse, researchers began uncovering fragments of a perplexing narrative. Retired military officers shared off-the-record accounts of encounters. One Soviet naval officer, using the pseudonym Captain Mikhail, described witnessing green lights moving beneath the surface with impossible speed and precision. The reported phenomena included fast-moving lights, humanoid swimmers, and silent craft rising from the water. Theories about their origin varied wildly. Some proposed an ancient Earth-adapted species hidden in deep environments. Others suggested extraterrestrial visitors using lakes and oceans as concealed bases. A few scientists speculated about advanced military technology. Though no known craft could match the reported maneuverability and silence, skeptics offered alternative explanations: sonar malfunctions, underwater gas emissions, mass hallucination, or bioluminescent creatures. However, these theories failed to explain the comprehensive evidence. Visual sightings, sonar data, radiation anomalies, and documented diver fatalities. In 2009, the last publicly known incident occurred when amateur divers reported a silent, glowing disc passing underneath them. One diver experienced temporary paralysis following the encounter, and no official investigation was ever conducted. Decades later, the Russian government remains tight-lipped about the Lake Bol phenomena. The mystery persists, continuing to challenge scientific understanding and spark intense speculation about what might truly exist in the lake's unexplored depths. In the depths of an ancient lake, secrets remain hidden beneath its icy surface. Lake Bol continues to challenge our understanding. Its mystery is more complex than its unique geological features or rare wildlife. Some places on Earth still resist complete exposure, even in an era of constant documentation and instant information sharing. Stan Ramonik's story begins with an unexpected encounter in his modest Colorado home. While watching television one evening, he heard a deliberate tapping at his window. When he pulled back the curtain, a pale gray figure with oversized black eyes stood momentarily before vanishing, leaving him stunned and breathless. This moment marked the start of what would become a controversial UFO abduction case. Throughout the early 2000s, Ramonik experienced escalating encounters with what he believed were non-human entities. Unexplained phenomena became routine. Mysterious lights, sudden blackouts, unexpected injuries, and lost time punctuated his daily life. Unlike many who report such experiences, Ramonik meticulously documented everything. He established an extensive tracking system, installing cameras and motion sensors around his home. He preserved voicemails allegedly from government agents and recorded strange messages in unfamiliar languages and symbols, sometimes inexplicably written in his own handwriting. The most perplexing aspect of his account involves sudden, uncontrolled mathematical downloads. Complex equations and geometric diagrams would spontaneously emerge, compelling him to write. Physicists who later examined these documents found them intriguingly sophisticated. Local communities continue to whisper about such encounters. Divers remain cautious in the deepest lake zones, acknowledging that some mysteries resist complete explanation. The Stan Ramonik files represent just one chapter in humanity's ongoing quest to understand the unknown. Medical records verified a severe shoulder injury from what Roman claimed was a violent encounter with damaged cartilage that left doctors baffled by its sudden nature. This physical trauma was just one piece of an extensive collection of alleged evidence he gathered over nearly a decade. Roman X's case stood out in UFO circles due to the sheer breadth of documentation he accumulated. Photographs captured strange lights hovering over Colorado and Nebraska skies. Video recordings showed anomalous craft near his home. He documented electronic interference, mysterious power surges, and even received phone calls with synthetic mechanical voices warning him to stay silent. A particularly unsettling piece of evidence was the Boo video. Using a handheld camera, Stan filmed a small gray face quickly peeking into view before darting away. When released, the footage became a sensation in UFO communities, simultaneously drawing intense scrutiny and fascination. His claims extended beyond visual documentation. Eyewitness accounts from family and neighbors corroborated sightings of unexplained lights and figures around his property. Unmarked black vans were frequently observed parked outside his home for extended periods. In one chilling home surveillance clip, Roman appears to levitate off his bed, rising several inches before slumping back down. During a 2003 appearance on The Jane Pauley Show, he dramatically collapsed while recounting his experiences, with backstage footage showing him disoriented and struggling to regain awareness. As his story gained traction, skeptics began investigating rigorously. They pointed out that the alien voicemail messages could be easily reproduced using voice modulation software. The Boo video was criticized as potentially created with a puppet and strategic lighting. Even UFO researchers who initially supported him eventually withdrew, citing timeline inconsistencies and contradictions in his narrative. Adding to the intrigue, Roman claimed to have developed formulas that aligned with advanced gravitational physics concepts, despite having no known training to produce such complex work. The controversy surrounding Roman X took a dark turn in 2014 when police searched his home and charged him with possession of child pornography. The trial became a national spectacle, sharply dividing public opinion. Roman maintained his innocence, arguing that government agents had planted the materials as retaliation for his UFO disclosures. He claimed his home computer had been repeatedly hacked with malware used to upload illicit files without his consent. Despite his claims, the jury convicted him in 2017. He was sentenced to 2 years of intensive supervised probation and required to register as a sex offender. This conviction effectively destroyed any remaining credibility in his UFO research, leaving even his most loyal supporters struggling to reconcile his claims of contact with non-human intelligence and his criminal conviction. Yet, some of the evidence preceding his arrest remained deeply puzzling. Independent physicists confirmed that several of Roman's handwritten pages contained accurate mathematical formulas related to gravitational lensing and energy propagation topics far outside his known academic background. One of his recorded phone calls included an eerie digital voice warning, "You have been told not to speak." Forensic audio analysis revealed the signal had been routed through a complex masking system originating outside the country. Earlier interviews have been skeptical of Roman's claims. Some critics suggested that the sheer volume of his evidence actually undermined its credibility. His defenders, however, argued that the complexity and variety of physical, audio, and video documentation were too intricate to have been fabricated by a single person. In 2009, Roman underwent a polygraph test for a documentary film crew. The results were inconclusive. When questioned about faking alien contact, his responses suggested deception. Roman later attributed this to the stress of the test and alleged threats he had received beforehand. Eyewitnesses, including Roman's then-wife, repeatedly reported seeing unusual lights in the sky and experiencing electronic malfunctions that aligned with his abduction claims. These accounts added another layer of complexity to a story that remained frustratingly unresolved. Emergency responders documented several incidents of missing time involving Roman, including one where he was found miles from home, disoriented and barefoot in freezing temperatures. He had no memory of how he arrived there. The UFO community and public perception of Stan Romanek remained deeply divided. Some view him as a fraud who manipulated the community for attention and profit. Others see him as a tragic figure, potentially unstable or exploited, who might have genuinely experienced something inexplicable, but whose credibility was ultimately destroyed by subsequent legal troubles. Roman's extensive files, hundreds of hours of video, numerous notes, medical records, and first-hand testimonies continue to present a complex puzzle of fact, fiction, and unresolved mystery. Researchers have struggled to disentangle the real phenomena from the man himself, with few achieving meaningful clarity. Today, Roman lives in relative obscurity. Most UFO documentaries avoid his story, considering it too controversial to address. Yet the compelling evidence remains: unexplained footage, mysterious equations, and lights witnessed by multiple observers. The fundamental question persists. What are we to make of an individual who may have documented one of the most detailed alien contact narratives in history, only to undermine his own credibility through personal actions or potentially orchestrated external forces? Ultimately, the Romanek case transcends simple belief. It explores the boundaries of trust, examining how people respond when presented with overwhelming evidence, compromised by a single critical flaw, and how easily truth can dissolve when the messenger's reliability collapses. The narrative centers on a pivotal moment: the Portage County Police chase on April 17, 1966, in Ohio, where strange events would unfold in the early dawn stillness. A quiet patrol shift suddenly transformed into an extraordinary event that would capture national attention. Officers Spar and Neff found themselves pursuing an unidentified flying object that defied conventional explanation, leading to one of the most publicized UFO chases in American history. The encounter began with a brilliant silent craft hovering about 100 feet above the tree line. Its domed top and wide, flat bottom glowed intensely, without smoke or sound. As Spar and Neff initiated their pursuit, the object displayed an almost intelligent behavior, consistently staying just ahead of them. Moving eastward through rural Ohio towns like Atwater, Randolph, and Alliance, the chase gained momentum. Dispatch centers in neighboring counties relayed updates, and other officers joined the pursuit. East Palestine police officer Frank Panzanella confirmed visual contact, and a civilian photographer reportedly captured images that would later vanish. The object's movements were extraordinary. It would speed up when approached, hover when they stopped, and occasionally climb or drop altitude with remarkable precision. At one point, it darted upward at an astonishing speed, paused mid-air, and descended actions that Spar would later describe as if the craft were deliberately toying with its pursuers. As they neared the Pennsylvania state line, radio communications began to suffer interference. Static disrupted their transmissions while the object's glow remained constant. Near Conway, just outside Pittsburgh, after nearly 90 minutes of pursuit, the craft suddenly accelerated and disappeared into the upper atmosphere. The chase immediately became national news. The Associated Press ran the story coast to coast with the headline, "Police Chase Flying Saucer 85 Miles." Reporters descended on the Ravenna Sheriff's Department, and TV crews sought interviews. Spar, Neff, and other witnessing officers provided statements about their extraordinary encounter. The Air Force took notice, and Project Blue Book began investigating the incident. What had started as a routine patrol had become a mystery that would captivate the nation and challenge understanding of aerial phenomena. The Portage County chase, a remarkable UFO encounter, became a pivotal moment in law enforcement's experience with unexplained phenomena. An official U.S. Air Force investigation followed, with representatives interviewing witnesses Spar and Neff in depth. Spar felt the investigators were more intent on discovering the truth. The Blue Book explanation dismissed the incident as a satellite or Venus, a conclusion that rang hollow with those who witnessed the event. How could Venus hover above trees, match a police cruiser's speed across state lines, ascend at supersonic velocity, and vanish? Most compelling was the bright white light that illuminated the entire forest, hardly characteristic of a celestial body. Spar publicly challenged the Blue Book summary, calling it laughable. But the aftermath was devastating. His personal life crumbled. He became reclusive, battling paranoia and eventually divorcing. Neff similarly withdrew from public view, and other officers were silenced. Within months, the incident disappeared beneath a wave of denial. Decades later, independent researchers revisited the case, astounded by its meticulous documentation. Radio logs, visual confirmations from multiple jurisdictions, and consistent witness statements all supported the same extraordinary sequence of events. Journalist James Mosley interviewed Spar years later, finding him emotionally scarred. "It ruined my life," Spar admitted. "All I did was see something I couldn't explain." The encounter became a cornerstone in UFO literature, recognized as one of the most credible law enforcement UFO interactions of the modern era. Skeptics continued to suggest Spar and Neff were mistaken, perhaps deceived by atmospheric phenomena or an unusual aircraft, yet they never wavered from their account. For years afterward, other officers in the region quietly shared stories of strange lights over rural Ohio and Pennsylvania. Some spoke of the Portage County case with a hushed reverence, as if acknowledging a boundary between ordinary police work and something inexplicably beyond comprehension. The Blue Sphere of Barilos, August 1st, 1995. Barilos, Argentina. The stars above Barilos shimmered like crystals etched into the black canvas of the Argentine sky. From the cockpit of Flight 674, Captain Jorge Polano tightened his grip on the yoke as the lights of the city emerged below, scattered across the foothills of the Andes like a glowing necklace. It was nearing midnight, and Polano, a veteran commercial pilot for Aerolíneas Argentinas, had guided countless flights through night skies just like this. But tonight wasn't like the others. The Boeing 727 descended steadily toward the airport. Barilos's tarmac, nestled between lakes and snow-covered peaks, was notorious for unpredictable wind currents. As Polano initiated the final approach checklist, the aircraft's navigation lights reflected against low clouds rolling off the mountain slopes. Some UFO encounters are more than just stories passed around. The Portage County incident, for example, became more than a simple tale. It even inspired a scene in Steven Spielberg's Close Encounters of the Third Kind. A police officer chasing a UFO across the countryside captured Spielberg's imagination, and he later cited this specific report as influential in his portrayal of law enforcement encountering the unknown. The original dispatch audio recordings from that night exist, though never fully released. Fragments of Blue Book files contain Spoer's original statements, and these documents reveal something crucial. The officers were not hallucinating or lying. Instead, they were described as calm, competent, and well-respected in their departments. What was this object? It wasn't a plane, Venus, weather balloon, or a military test. At least not one officially acknowledged. To this day, it remains unidentified. Dale Spahr, who passed away in 1983, never changed his story. His file, buried among thousands of declassified UFO reports, is often overlooked. For those who have read it, Spahr's account stands as one of the most compelling pieces of UFO history on record. When faced with the impossible, something flying just ahead, visible yet deniable by those in power, Spahr's response was simple: follow it for as long as he could. And though the chase is long over, its echo still resonates along quiet back roads. Alano noticed the lights flicker for just a second. The instrument panel blinked out and returned, prompting him to check the systems. No warning lights appeared. He radioed the tower. Borailos Tower, this is Flight 670. We're on final approach. Lights just flickered. Please confirm runway status. The response came back tense. Flight 674 standby. Power outage reported at the airport. Generators coming online. Leaning forward, Alano scanned the runway. His co-pilot suddenly spoke up. To their left, about 1,000 feet away and closing fast, a bright blue sphere pulsed. It moved parallel to their descent, silent and steady. No visible engines, no navigation lights, just an eerie cobalt glow with edges that seemed to shimmer like heat. They watched, transfixed. The sphere darted closer, then stopped abruptly, as if hitting an invisible barrier. It dropped back, allowing the aircraft to pass, then resumed its pace. Moments later, Flight 674 to Tower, Polano reported. We are being shadowed by an unknown object. Bright blue light, no ID, no transponder, approximately our altitude, about 300 meters off port. A forced calm came through the radio. Confirmed. We have visual from ground. Object observed near your aircraft. At Borailos Airport, the control tower staff had witnessed the blue sphere hovering near the runway. A sudden, inexplicable power failure had preceded its appearance. Backup systems initially failed, leaving only emergency lighting. Halano initiated a go-around. The Boeing 727 climbed away, the blue sphere maintaining its position. Neither aggressive nor evasive, it remained constant. Then, with impossible speed, it veered straight up into the upper atmosphere, vanishing among the stars. The aircraft circled back and landed safely, emergency lights guiding them in. On the tarmac, Polano, his co-pilot, and several flight attendants provided matching accounts to airport authorities. Initially, the story remained quiet. The incident at Borailos Airport quickly captured media attention, with local news spreading the story within a day, followed by national coverage. Military and civil aviation authorities launched a comprehensive investigation after the event. Radar systems confirmed an unidentified object's presence at the exact time and location of the encounter. While airport authorities acknowledged the unexplained blackout, they could not clarify why backup systems failed. Multiple witnesses, including airport staff and nearby civilians, described a bright blue orb moving with extraordinary precision and silence. A military crew flying in the vicinity reported seeing the same object minutes before Flight 674's experience. One airport technician described a chilling moment when control panel lights began to dim, with power and communications seemingly draining away. Pilot Polano remained consistently calm in his accounts, never wavering from his original story. He spoke to reporters with remarkable composure, insisting the object moved with intelligence and awareness, neither a plane nor a weather balloon. Official reports carefully labeled the phenomenon as an unknown aerial phenomenon, acknowledging that no conventional explanation matched the object's behavior. Meteorological conditions were clear, with no atmospheric disturbances. No satellites, weather balloons, or aircraft were registered in the area. Power company officials could not explain the sudden blackout. The experience profoundly impacted Polano, altering his perspective on aviation. Over the years, He continued flying, but also spoke at international UFO conferences, presenting his account without sensationalism. Other crew members gradually shared their experiences, including the flight attendant who recalled the subtle tension among passengers. Some passengers reported glimpsing a strange blue light outside their windows. Surprisingly, civilian and military sources collaborated closely during the investigation, lending credibility to the extraordinary account. For Palano, the incident was transformative. He never sought profit or fame, remaining steadfast in his description of that remarkable night. The Bariloche incident challenged everything standard aviation protocols expected. Argentina's Air Force confirmed radar traces that matched an unusual blue sphere's trajectory, with no country claiming responsibility or any known experimental aircraft operating in the region. Pilot Palano's account stood out for its stark professionalism. He didn't dramatize or sensationalize his experience. Instead, he simply reported what he witnessed, something flying that clearly wasn't from any known origin. His credibility grew precisely because of his measured approach. Skeptics proposed alternative explanations over the years: electrical phenomena, ball lightning, atmospheric optical illusions. Yet these theories consistently failed to explain the comprehensive evidence: coordinated radar contacts, synchronized aircraft movements, and consistent visual confirmations from both air and ground witnesses. Documented evidence reinforced the incident's unusual nature. Radar logs from civilian and military installations confirmed an unregistered object's presence. A passenger photograph captured a blurred, bluish dot in the sky, visible under red emergency lights on a snow-covered runway. Analysts remained divided, with some seeing a light trick while others remained unconvinced. The photograph of the battery-powered, dimly lit airport control room became silent testimony to the event's extraordinary circumstances. Palano's statement resonated. Whatever it was flying, and it wasn't one of ours. Decades later, the case continues to intrigue aviation experts and researchers. It offers more than just an unexplained encounter. It provides a consistent narrative backed by professional testimony, recorded anomalies, and corroborated ground witness accounts. That clear night over the Andes presented a moment of profound mystery. A plane prepared to land, something watched silent, glowing, deliberate, and then vanished, leaving behind enduring questions that resist simple explanation. Night was settling in around Kjell Nielsen and Banks Svensson as they sat by the lakeside campfire. The two friends had escaped their modest jobs in Alsos for their annual camping tradition, a peaceful ritual away from everyday routines. Insects buzzed softly, and the lake's gentle ripples reflected the firelight. Nothing suggested this night would be different from their past trips. But within 30 minutes, they would witness an event that would become one of Sweden's most compelling UFO encounters. As Kjell stood to add wood to the fire, everything suddenly changed. The crickets fell silent. An unnatural stillness descended. Then, hovering above the distant tree line, a metallic object appeared. Roughly 10 meters wide, the disk was a dull gray, barely catching the fading light. A subtle reddish glow pulsed from underneath, illuminating the forest canopy. Kjell instinctively ducked while Bank remained frozen, transfixed by the sight. The object moved with impossible smoothness, making no sound and showing no visible means of propulsion. Slowly, it descended not into the trees, but directly into the lake. The splash was gentle, like something heavy settling into water. For several seconds, the object floated partially submerged, its red glow diminishing. Then, it vanished beneath the waterline. Rushing to the lake's edge, they found the water lightly bubbling. An odd smell ozone, perhaps something metallic, hung in the air. They exchanged no words, unable to comprehend what they'd just witnessed. Hours passed as they discussed possibilities. It wasn't a helicopter, no rotor noise, not a plane, no wings or fuselage. Its movement defied any known technology. They waited through the night, but the object never reappeared. The next day, they drove back to Alsos. Despite their initial hesitation, they eventually reported the sighting to the police, who met their account with clear skepticism. In the quiet region around Lake Anton, a curious incident captured local attention when a farmer's testimony corroborated an extraordinary encounter. His account precisely matched the details provided by Kjell and Banks, describing a silent, reddish light descending over the lake with an unusual splash. The Swedish military discreetly became involved. Naval divers arrived, though they maintained strict silence about their investigation. Local residents noticed military vehicles and boats equipped with sonar near the lake. Kjell and Banks were interviewed separately, and investigators were struck by their consistent, genuine accounts. Neither man had ever sought publicity, and both appeared deeply affected by what they had witnessed. Lake Anton wasn't new to mysterious stories. Fishermen had long whispered about unexplained lights beneath the water's surface, and boats that seemed to drift without reason. These tales were typically dismissed as local folklore until 1970 brought tangible evidence. Weeks after the initial investigation, rumors emerged about scorched vegetation discovered on the lakebed. Submerged plants appeared damaged or flash-boiled, suggesting exposure to intense heat. However, any physical evidence was quickly classified or removed, leaving more questions than answers. Over the years, Kell and Banks remained steadfast in their account. They occasionally spoke with journalists and researchers, but never pursued fame. In 1985, they participated in a televised documentary about Swedish UFO encounters, maintaining their earnest and factual demeanor. When directly asked about the possibility of an extraterrestrial encounter, Kell's response was measured, "I don't know what it was. I only know what we saw. It wasn't a plane. It wasn't a boat. It wasn't anything I've seen before or since." The documentary reignited interest in the case, prompting independent investigators to examine the witnesses' original vantage point and verify the conditions of that remarkable night. The story of the Lake Anton sighting remains a haunting mystery in Scandinavian UFO history. Despite extensive scrutiny, no definitive explanation has emerged. Multiple lines of evidence support the original account's credibility. Official archives confirmed the weather conditions and line of sight with no indication of fabrication. Years after the initial sighting, additional witness accounts surfaced. Hikers reported strange magnetic anomalies in the lake area, with compasses behaving erratically. A local researcher discovered elevated radiation levels in a shallow inlet near the suspected impact zone. While scientific agencies did not officially validate these findings, skeptics proposed alternative explanations like secret military testing. However, these theories struggled to account for the detailed observations. The object's silent movement, the lake's unusual behavior, the corroborating witness, and the apparent military response all defied simple explanation. The dark waters of Lake Anton continued to hold their secrets, reflecting the northern skies with an eerie stillness. Locals still glance toward the far shore when mist rolls across the surface. They don't expect to see anything new, but they remember what once occurred. The lake remains as quiet as it was that night, a testament to an unexplained encounter. This incident parallels other mysterious sightings such as the Alaska JAL Flight 1628 encounter. On November 17, 1986, high above the Alaskan wilderness, a routine flight took an unexpected turn. At 35,000 feet, a Boeing 747 cargo freighter crossed a landscape of white, frozen emptiness. Captain Kenju Torochi, a veteran pilot with over 10,000 flying hours, sat relaxed in the cockpit. Sunlight filtered through thin cloud layers, casting a golden glow. His crew, co-pilot Takanori Tomafuji and flight engineer Yoshio Tsukuba chatted softly behind him. Suddenly, everything changed. Tomafuji spotted something out the left window and called Captain Torushi over. The captain saw nothing at first, but then two pale orbs appeared against the starry backdrop. They glowed amber and moved with incredible speed, unlike any aircraft Toruchi had encountered before. The objects flew alongside the 747, slightly below and ahead. They pulsed with light, shifting and changing shape as if alive. Each time Torochi blinked, they seemed to jerk and slide through the air without creating any turbulence. Torochi radioed Anchorage Center to report the unusual traffic. The response was measured but surprised. No known aircraft were in their vicinity. Despite this, Torochi insisted on visual confirmation of two objects. Suddenly, the objects surged forward, positioning themselves directly in front of the 747 at a distance of nearly 500 feet. A blinding light flooded the cockpit, forcing Torochi to shield his eyes. Instruments began to flicker, and static crawled across the radar. The crew watched in amazement as the objects maintained formation, pulsing with energy before vanishing abruptly. But the encounter wasn't over. A massive dark object appeared behind them, dwarfing the 747. Torochi would later describe it as the size of two stacked aircraft carriers, shaped like a flattened walnut against the fading sky. This object emitted no light but was solid and imposing. The crew grew increasingly anxious. Torochi requested a course deviation of 15 degrees to avoid the object, which was granted. However, the massive shape followed their movement. Another request came to descend to flight level 310, which was also approved. Again, the object maintained its pace. Both Air Force radar at Ellendorf AFB and the FAA radar station in Anchorage confirmed a second radar return. They detected a solid object moving near Flight 1628, with no transponder and no known flight plan. The FAA would later acknowledge these unusual readings. The radar incident began when both military and civilian systems picked up unusual signals matching the aircraft's report. As the plane approached Anchorage airspace, the mysterious object vanished from view, and Captain Tarucci landed safely. Though the crew emerged physically unharmed, they were deeply shaken. Immediate debriefings were given to FAA and military personnel. What made this encounter different was Tarucci's decision to go public, breaking the typical pattern of such incidents being quietly filed away. He spoke openly about the experience, providing detailed interviews and sketches. Unlike many UFO narratives, Tarucci remained composed and credible. He simply presented the facts, what he and his crew witnessed, what their instruments recorded, and what radar data confirmed. The FAA initiated a comprehensive investigation. John Callahan, then Chief of Accidents and Investigations, meticulously reviewed radar tapes, voice recordings, and pilot testimony. His findings were troubling. Multiple radar returns showed a stationary object with no transponder, no standard flight path, and behavior that defied explanation. Years later, Callahan would state it was clear this wasn't an airplane. He shared the data with the CIA, FBI, and Air Force. However, he was subsequently instructed to remain silent. Despite official attempts to suppress the information, Callahan preserved copies of the data. In the early 2000s, he publicly released the materials and testified at the National Press Club, joining other aviation professionals who had come forward with similar accounts. To this day, no conclusive explanation exists. Was it experimental military technology? An unknown atmospheric phenomenon? A stress-induced radar anomaly? None of these theories fully explain the incident. 3 trained aviation professionals had visual confirmation. FAA and military radar verified a solid object. The flight crew's behavior, their tone, evasive action requests, and professional composure underscored the event's seriousness. This wasn't panic or confusion. It was something else entirely. In 1987, following persistent media scrutiny, the FAA reassigned Captain Tarucci. Flight 1628 stands as a pivotal moment in UFO aviation history, distinguished not just by its multiple witnesses and radar data, but by the rare alignment of civilian and military acknowledgement. Few UFO incidents boast such tight corroboration between aircrew and radar systems. Even hardened skeptics find this case challenging, devoid of typical dismissal explanations like swamp gas or atmospheric anomalies. At the center of this extraordinary encounter was Kenju Tarucci, a pilot far removed from sensationalism. Colleagues described him as calm, deliberate, and focused. Exactly the kind of professional you'd want in a crisis. When he was removed from his desk job following the incident, many saw it as punishment for speaking truth. Despite the criticism from pilots, unions, and the public, Tarucci never wavered from his account. After several years, he was reinstated and continued flying until retirement. What made this case remarkable wasn't its scale, but its profound credibility. In Tarucci's eyes, what he witnessed that night was unequivocally real. A massive unknown object that flew alongside him across Alaska's frozen landscape, watching, studying, and ultimately vanishing. The Zanfreda incident would follow a similar pattern of inexplicable encounter. On December 6, 1978, in the Ligurian Mountains near Trillia, Italy, an ordinary security patrol would become anything but routine. Pier Fortunato Zanfreda was driving a Fiat through dense fog, the headlights cutting narrow paths across asphalt and frozen stone walls. As midnight approached, the road to the remote Villa Sanestra estate remained completely deserted. Something felt inherently wrong, though Zanfreda couldn't pinpoint why. When he parked and stepped out, the atmosphere seemed charged. His boots sank into damp soil, and flashlight beams sliced through darkness. A strange pressure built in his ears, as if the environment itself were anticipating something extraordinary. His breath emerged in short, uneasy bursts. Then the silence broke. A quick, massive movement stirred the hedros. Zanfreda halted, his light revealing towering figures nearly 3 meters tall, something that absolutely should not have been there. In the stillness of the night, Zanfreda encountered something beyond comprehension. Yellow-eyed beings with scaled, greenish skin stood motionless, their bulky metallic suits hissing softly in the darkness. A searing white light suddenly enveloped him, and he screamed. The radio in his car crackled to life. "Zanfreda, come in," the voice called. Only static answered. Then came the chilling words, "They're here." The transmission cut out. An hour later, the Carabinieri discovered Zenfreda sitting in his patrol car, engine running. He was shaking uncontrollably, unable to speak. Burn marks scarred his uniform, and his untouched pistol remained in its holster, a detail he couldn't explain. The official report would mark this moment at 1:10 a.m., the beginning of one of Europe's most haunting alien abduction cases. As Zenfreda slowly recounted his experience, he spoke of a blinding column of light lifting him into a craft surrounded by enormous reptilian beings communicating through telepathy. These creatures claimed to be from the third galaxy, from a planet orbiting Taeti. They had been watching, studying, waiting, and he had been chosen. Media coverage was immediate. Italian newspapers splashed headlines about the terrified security guard's extraordinary claim. While many dismissed his story, the Carabinieri's official report detailed emotional shock, physical evidence, and a remarkably consistent account. Researchers, psychologists, and skeptics were intrigued. Under the guidance of Dr. Gations, Rhodes, Malmoretti from Milan's International Center of Medical Hypnosis, Zenfreda underwent a series of recorded hypnosis sessions. These revealed multiple abductions, each time providing eerily consistent details. He described glowing panels, alien machinery, and a stark warning. Humans were not ready for contact. The beings were massive, at least 9 feet tall, with bumpy skin, clawed hands, and penetrating glowing eyes. Their technology seemed beyond human comprehension, their demeanor clinical and cold. During one particularly emotional session, Zenfreda broke down crying, describing a moment when a creature inserted a clear sphere into his skull. It was meant to monitor him, he recalled, his voice trembling with remembered terror. The strange case of Zenfreda gripped a small Italian town, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. Repeated disappearances haunted his patrol route in 1979 and 1980, with each incident more baffling than the last. Guards reported a bizarre light shooting into the sky just before his radio went silent. When found hours later, Zenfreda was always in the same condition, dazed, drenched in sweat, and unable to recall what happened. Local physical evidence supported his extraordinary claims. Soil samples showed compression and slight scorching, while semicircular indentation suggested an extremely heavy object had been present. Villagers corroborated something unusual was happening. Carlo Rosi, a local mechanic, noted his dog's extreme agitation, refusing to approach the wooded area near the villa for days. Journalist Rino Di Stefano spent over a decade investigating the incident. He interviewed Zenfreda multiple times, reviewed official police files, hypnosis tapes, and witness statements. Stefano became convinced that Zenfreda genuinely believed his account and had suffered immensely from his experiences. Zenfreda himself never sought publicity. He declined book offers and media appearances. When he finally appeared on Italian television in the mid-1880s, his discomfort was palpable. Trembling hands and nervous eyes betrayed his inner turmoil as he recounted his story, yet his account remained consistently unchanged. Public opinion remained divided. Mental health evaluations found no signs of psychosis or delusion. Skeptics suggested hallucinations, while others saw his story as part of a growing global pattern of alleged alien encounters. Today, a small plaque near the villa marks the alleged landing site, not as proof, but as a testament to one man's unwavering testimony. In Toria, where mountain roads twist through quiet hills, memories of that strange winter night continue to whisper of an unexplained mystery. On the night of October 4th, 1967, something extraordinary happened in the quiet fishing village of Shag Harbor, Nova Scotia. A mysterious object streaked across the Atlantic horizon, trailing an amber brilliance that blazed like fire. It wasn't a shooting star. Its movement was too deliberate, too controlled. Drivers along Highway 3 stopped abruptly. People stepped outside, shielding their eyes from the searing overhead glow. Then came a sudden flash, a thunderous splash, and then silence. What followed would become one of the most baffling UFO encounters in Canadian history. 18-year-old Laurie Wickens and her friends were the first to report the incident. Driving that evening, they spotted what looked like a low-flying aircraft with flashing lights. The object descended at an angle before crashing into the dark harbor waters. Convinced they had witnessed a plane crash, they immediately pulled over and called the RCMP. They weren't alone. At least 11 other witnesses phoned in similar reports, all describing an unknown object with yellow lights that fell from the sky and floated briefly before vanishing beneath the surface. Corporal Ron O'Brien responded quickly, arriving at the shoreline where locals had already gathered. They pointed to a glowing object about 800 feet offshore, partially submerged and casting a soft yellow hue across the waves. O'Brien radioed an emergency call, concerned about potential survivors or casualties. The Navy sent divers, and the police responded within minutes. Yet, incredibly, no wreckage, no plane, and no definitive answers ever emerged. Even the Canadian government couldn't explain what happened that night. A dozen witnesses saw the object fall, but its origin remained a mystery. Years later, Zanfretta, now retired and living quietly, rarely speaks publicly. In a rare interview, he said softly, "I didn't want this. I still wish it had never happened. But I can't forget what I saw, and I never will." The case remains open, both literally and figuratively. No one has disproved Zanfretta's account, and perhaps that's the most unsettling part. If what he claimed was true, we are not alone. Someone, or something, chose a solitary night in a mountain village to remind us of that fact. Fishermen from nearby villages quickly launched their boats into the harbor within the hour after the incident. Captain Harold Dobson, one of the rescuers, later shared his account with reporters. As they approached the glowing mass, it began to fade, and within minutes the object sank below the water and vanished completely. The fishermen found absolutely nothing. No oil slick, no floating debris, no bodies. It was as if whatever had fallen into the sea had simply disappeared. By the next morning, local newspapers were running wild with the story. UFO sinks in Shag Harbor, screamed the headlines. Initial speculation about a downed plane or military aircraft was quickly dismissed by the Canadian military. Every commercial and military flight was accounted for. No aircraft had gone missing. There were no emergency calls, no distress signals, and no radar anomalies to suggest an accident. The Rescue Coordination Center in Halifax launched an official response. The Royal Canadian Navy, along with divers from Fleet Diving Unit Atlantic, spent 3 days searching the ocean floor. Using advanced sonar scans and diving equipment, they meticulously covered a large grid in the harbor and surrounding waters, searching for any evidence of wreckage. Their efforts yielded nothing. On October 6th, just 2 days after the incident, the Canadian Department of National Defence sent a memo describing the event. The document detailed a large object approximately 60 feet long, with flashing lights that hit the water, floated briefly, and then disappeared. No missing aircraft was reported, and search efforts failed to locate any object. This memo remains a rare example of a government officially acknowledging an unexplained aerial incident. Years later, in the 1990s, researchers Chris Stiles and Don Ledger began investigating the Shag Harbor case. Through interviews with former Navy personnel and declassified documents, they uncovered a more intriguing narrative. According to multiple unnamed sources, the object didn't simply vanish. Instead, it reportedly moved underwater, initially evading sonar detection before being tracked again near Shelburne, Nova Scotia, a location housing a top-secret American submarine detection base. During the Cold War, a mysterious incident near Shelburne sparked intense military interest, though details remain shrouded in secrecy. Ships were quietly deployed, and the area closely monitored after reports of an unidentified submerged object. Some sources even claimed the military tracked this USO for days, with speculation that a second object had joined it. The Canadian Navy officially denied all claims, stating the search operation revealed nothing and was closed due to lack of results. However, researchers Stiles and Ledger were not convinced. In their book, Dark Object, they highlighted the unusual military response to an incident that supposedly involved no downed aircraft and no known threat. An anonymous former diver shared a private account with Stiles, describing a heavily monitored operation near Shelburne in the incident's aftermath. He was instructed to report any submerged object sightings, but never claimed to have seen one himself. Despite this, he remained adamant that something was being tracked underwater. Hard evidence continues to elude investigators. No physical remnants have been recovered, no sonar data released, and no diver has officially confirmed an underwater craft. Yet the immediate, coordinated response between Canadian and American forces suggests authorities took the event extremely seriously. Skeptics proposed alternative explanations like a meteor or re-entering satellite. However, meteorologists dismissed these theories. Witnesses consistently reported details that didn't align with natural phenomena. A yellow glow on the water's surface, audible crashes, and an object that remained illuminated and bobbing for several minutes before sinking. Some researchers have suggested the object might have been an experimental military vehicle or a secretive re-entry capsule, potentially explaining the swift military deployment and subsequent governmental silence. However, no concrete evidence has ever substantiated these claims, and the Canadian military continues to deny knowledge of any such object entering their waters. The Shag Harbor incident remains one of the most credible UFO cases in North America, standing apart from typical unverified accounts. It's documented in official UFO literature, Canadian defense files, and academic studies of unidentified aerial phenomena. The event's credibility stems from its immediate documentation and thorough investigation. The small town of Shag Harbor has embraced its unusual historical moment. Near the shoreline where the object entered the water, a museum now stands. A monument marks the location, and an annual UFO festival brings visitors together to remember the mysterious night. Local residents still vividly recall the details. They speak of strange lights, an unusual sound, and an object on the water that vanished almost instantly. But beyond the storytelling, hard evidence remains. Dozens of witnesses provided statements. Official reports were filed, divers searched the waters. Military secrecy surrounded the incident. A glowing object was seen entering the sea, yet nothing was ever recovered. In a landscape cluttered with questionable sightings and fabricated stories, the Shag Harbor case represents something different. A genuine event with a genuine response, yet without resolution. The Tehran dogfight incident unfolded on September 19, 1976, in Iran's capital. Just after midnight, the night sky above Thron became a scene of extraordinary tension. Residents in the northern suburbs watched in disbelief as an intensely bright object hovered motionlessly overhead. Speculation ran wild. Some thought it might be a helicopter. Others suggested a missile. The object remained eerily silent and unnaturally still. As confusion spread, telephone lines began to fail. Panicked residents flooded Mehrabad International Airport's control tower with reports of something inexplicable in the sky. The Iranian Air Force responded swiftly. Fighters were scrambled to investigate. What followed would become a legendary close encounter that challenged everything understood about aerial technology. Radar locks failed. Weapon systems inexplicably disabled. Seasoned pilots were left bewildered by an object that seemed to defy known physical laws. Major Parvi Jafari, a respected and experienced officer, was the second pilot sent to intercept the unknown object. Taking off from Sharaki Air Base in his F-4 Phantom, he would soon become part of an extraordinary military encounter. Jafari was climbing to 23,000 feet, determined to confront the unidentified object that had invaded Iranian airspace. The first interceptor sent 30 minutes earlier had been forced to retreat when its instruments failed. As he approached, he radioed the tower. "I have it visually. It is a bright object, flashing with intense red, green, orange, and blue lights, changing shape." His radar operator confirmed the contact. The blip was large, comparable to a Boeing 777, but the object made no sound and hovered effortlessly in place. When Jafari closed to within 25 nautical miles, a smaller object suddenly detached from the main one and darted straight toward his jet. He instinctively reached for the missile switch to fire, but nothing happened. His weapons control panel went dead, along with his radio. Cockpit lights blinked out, leaving him in darkness. Diving evasively, Jafari watched the smaller object break off pursuit and return to the larger craft. As he regained control, he witnessed the original object descend rapidly toward the Earth, landing softly just outside Thron. While circling to observe the area, another object emerged and circled his position at incredible speed. Again, his aircraft's electronics failed. He broke off and returned to base, shaken and unable to explain the encounter. On the ground, civilian witnesses reported the same strange lights, no engines, no rotors, just silence. Upon landing, Jafari was debriefed by high-level officers and intelligence personnel. His jet systems were inspected, with no faults found. The failure had been temporary and only occurred during the encounter. The Iranian Air Force filed a full incident report, sending it to the U.S. Defense Attaché Office in Tehran. The report reached high-level attention in Washington, including the Defense Intelligence Agency and the Central Intelligence Agency. A declassified DIA report from October 1976 details the event with remarkable clarity. It confirms both F-4s experienced radar lock-ons followed by total electronic failure when closing in on the object. The report notes the glowing craft was visible to both pilots and ground control, and specifically mentions the detachment of smaller maneuverable objects. A remarkable UFO incident unfolded over Iran during the Cold War, involving multiple credible witnesses and extraordinary aerial phenomena. An experienced Air Force general, Major Jafari, would later recount an encounter that defied explanation. At the time, Iran was a key U.S. ally with a well-funded military and sophisticated air defense systems. The incident wasn't a simple misidentification or hallucination. It was serious enough to circulate among top intelligence circles for years. Former NSA and CIA officers referenced the case in later briefings about unexplained aerial threats. Two military jets intercepted an unidentified object displaying impossible flight characteristics. Both aircraft simultaneously experienced complete system failures when attempting to engage the target. Major Johari reported the object moved in ways no known aircraft could, believing it might destroy him. His system shut down when he attempted to fire. Iranian radar operators tracked the object, recording a secondary target, moving it over Mach 3 times the speed of sound. This speed exceeded most military aircraft capabilities of that era and matched no known drone or missile technology. Ground teams investigated the landing site near Tehran, noting unusual features like potential scorched areas and radiation readings. Major Shafari's testimony remained consistent across decades, including a sworn statement before the Disclosure Project in 2001. He maintained the object was real, intelligently controlled, and demonstrated technological capabilities far beyond contemporary understanding. The U.S. government never officially explained the incident. No known domestic or foreign aircraft has been identified as responsible. While skeptics proposed theories involving satellites, atmospheric anomalies, or electronic malfunctions, none could satisfactorily explain the multiple, corroborating witness accounts and extraordinary technical observations. The case remains an enduring mystery in UFO research, representing a well-documented encounter that challenges conventional explanations of aerial phenomena. The Coin helicopter case from October 18, 1973 near Mansfield, Ohio, stands as one of the most compelling military UFO encounters ever documented. Unlike many UFO stories, this incident came from trusted military professionals and was confirmed by two nations' military forces. Stars scattered like powdered sugar across the autumn sky over northern Ohio that night. Just after 10:30 p.m., the U.S. Army Reserve UH-1 Huey helicopter cruised steadily at 2,500 feet, carrying Captain Lawrence Coyne, Sergeant Robert Yanis, Specialist John Healy, and Staff Sergeant Oridor Gezi on a routine flight from Columbus to Cleveland. Suddenly, everything changed. Janaszek spotted a red light moving rapidly toward them from the west. What they initially thought might be a standard navigation beacon quickly became something else entirely. The light wasn't behaving like any known aircraft. It closed in fast, shifting trajectory and beginning a sharp descent directly toward the Huey. Coyne took immediate action, initiating a dive to avoid a potential mid-air collision. He dropped the helicopter from 2,500 to 1,700 feet in less than 30 seconds, yet the mysterious object mirrored their every move, staying locked above them with an intelligence that defied explanation. Most official Iranian files remain classified, and no public samples or documentation exist. Despite extensive research by journalists and investigators, the incident checks every box of a credible UFO encounter: multiple witnesses, physical effects, instrument failure, radar confirmation, and signs of intelligent control. No conventional explanation has ever been found. Not by the Shah's government, not by American investigators, not by skeptical researchers. In the shadow of history, this incident remains a chilling reminder that something unknown shares our skies, something neither ours nor theirs. The red light froze, suspended just ahead of the Huey. A massive grey metallic cigar-shaped craft, nearly jet-sized, hung motionless in the sky. From its center, a sharp green light beam shot out, focused directly on the helicopter. Suddenly, the cockpit was bathed in an unnatural green glow. This light was different, tight, controlled, not scattering like a typical searchlight. It illuminated everything without casting a single shadow. Then everything started to malfunction. The magnetic compass spun wildly. The radio went dead silent. The altimeter stopped responding entirely. Even the controls felt strange and unresponsive. In that moment, each crew member understood something profound. Their years of training, their rational understanding of the world, meant nothing. Less than a minute later, the object vanished. Without a sound, it rocketed westward at an impossible speed, disappearing into the horizon in a fraction of a second. When they regained their senses, something was clearly wrong. Coyne checked the instruments and discovered they were sending at 1,000 feet per minute, without anyone touching the controls. They were now at 3,500 feet, 1,000 feet higher than their original altitude. After leveling the aircraft, Coyne contacted Cleveland Air Traffic Control and reported the identified object. The FAA logged the call. On the ground in Mansfield, civilian witnesses corroborated their story. A mother driving with her children saw a large object with red and green lights crossing the road before shooting skyward. A local police officer also reported seeing a strange light hovering near the treetops. Upon landing, the crew immediately filed an official report. The military took the incident seriously, with military intelligence later debriefing the men. Both the FAA and other agencies conducted quiet investigations, yet no official explanation was ever provided. The incident stood out not just for visual confirmation, but for the electromagnetic disruption and inexplicable physical effects that defied all known understanding. The credibility of the witnesses was unquestionable. These weren't amateur skywatchers or hobbyists, but trained military pilots with years of experience operating multi-ton aircraft and identifying aerial threats. Their accounts remained consistent. Captain Coyne, who later received the National Enquirer's Blue Ribbon Panel Award for UFO reporting, maintained the same narrative until his death in 2011. He never sought spotlight or financial gain. Instead, he described the event professionally and soberly, as someone who had witnessed something beyond comprehension. A decade after the incident, the United Nations invited Coyne to speak at a panel on unexplained aerial phenomena. He calmly recounted that October night's details, the object, its beam, and how the helicopter mysteriously ascended without any pilot input. His measured testimony lent unprecedented legitimacy to the case. Investigators found no conventional explanation. No known aircraft operated in the area, no military exercises were occurring, and no radar confirmed any traffic or weather anomalies. The FAA verified the helicopter's altitude gain, while electromagnetic interference matching the compass failure had no standard source. Skeptics proposed theories. Some suggested the red light might be a meteor, but meteors don't hover or emit green light beams. Others speculated about a refueling plane, yet no tanker could stop and hover silently or lift another aircraft without physical contact. The vertical ascent, loss of control systems, and the beam's physical behavior defied rational explanation. UFO researchers highlight this case not just for its credible witnesses, but because it involved direct physical interaction with a military helicopter. Years later, Jesse recalled the crew's profound silence after the object's departure. None of us wanted to speak. We knew what we saw, and none of it made sense. Janacek admitted struggling to sleep for weeks, stating, "I've never been the same since." Coyne was unequivocal about the green beam. It wasn't scanning or searching. It was aimed. They knew exactly where we were. The incident became a pivotal case in both UFO literature and official military documentation. The Westall School encounter on April 6, 1966 in Melbourne, Australia, began with an unexpected moment of high drama. As students returned to their classrooms after the morning bell, a girl's sudden scream pierced the air. Her finger pointed skyward, drawing immediate attention to a silver disc hovering silently above the trees at the edge of the school oval. Dozens of students stopped mid-step, their reactions ranging from nervous laughter to stunned silence. Most stood transfixed, necks craned upward, eyes locked on the metallic, slightly domed object gliding westward. Its faint glow and wobbling movement like a plate spinning on a stick captured their collective imagination. The disc descended over the tree line and vanished behind a row of pine trees. Moments later, chaos erupted. Approximately 200 students from Westall High and Westall Primary broke through discipline, vaulting the fence and pouring through the back gate. Teachers shouted in vain as curiosity overwhelmed order. Children raced into the open field where some witnesses claimed the object had briefly touched down. Within minutes, the mysterious craft disappeared, yet its impact lingered, becoming one of the largest mass UFO sightings in Australian history, an event that remains unexplained to this day. Back at the school, excitement and confusion filled the air. In the teacher's lounge, staff huddled together, their reactions split between shock and skepticism. Then the men in dark suits arrived. This incident parallels other remarkable UFO encounters, such as the Coyne helicopter case, another credible close encounter that defies conventional explanation. Like the Westall event, it was included in both American and international reviews and has never been debunked. No known aircraft or technology, then or now, matches the description of what the crew encountered. These encounters represent more than just strange sightings. They are moments that fundamentally alter human perception, leaving witnesses forever changed by an unexplained presence that arrives silently, hovers just long enough to be seen and felt, and then vanishes without a trace. On a seemingly ordinary day at Westall School, an extraordinary event unfolded that would become a lasting mystery. Students and teachers alike witnessed something unusual in the paddock. A disc-like object that landed and then shot into the sky with remarkable speed. Joy Clark, a student at the time, clearly remembered the object rising vertically, not at an angle, straight up. And it was gone in seconds. Terry Peake reported seeing 5 planes chasing the object before its sudden disappearance. Other students described a humming or worrying sound accompanying the event, yet no military activity was ever officially acknowledged, and the quick official explanation was simply a weather balloon. Unknown visitors arrived shortly after the incident. They asked quiet, insistent questions, telling school staff nothing had happened, and students were mistaken. Within hours, a Channel 9 news team arrived to interview witnesses, but strangely their footage was never aired, reportedly seized or lost. One journalist later admitted being instructed to stop pursuing the story. At the landing site, a large circular patch of flattened grass was discovered. Students who approached the area described witnessing the object's incredible ascent. The witnesses knew what they saw was no ordinary balloon. They told us it was just a balloon, one student recalled years later, but we saw it with our own eyes. It was not a balloon. It moved like nothing we've ever seen. The aftermath was marked by intense suppression. Teachers were warned against speaking to media. Students were pressured to remain silent. Some reported being approached by men claiming to be from the government who firmly told them to stop talking. At least one staff member who spoke publicly was dismissed. Years later, Andrew Greenwood, a science teacher at Westall, broke his silence. He described the object as a dull, grey, almost metallic thing that hovered and moved at incredible speed without making a sound. 2 officials later visited him, threatening his job, career, and reputation if he continued to speak. Despite attempts to silence witnesses, the story survived. Passed from student to student over decades, it gradually emerged into public consciousness. As the stigma surrounding UFO encounters began to wane in the early 2000s, more witnesses started coming forward, keeping the mystery of the Westall incident alive. 40 years after the event, a public gathering near the school brought together many of the original witnesses of the Westall UFO encounter. Their stories remained unchanged, revealing a remarkable consistency that set this case apart. The incident's most striking feature was the sheer number of independent eyewitness accounts from teachers, students, and local residents who described the same craft, movements, and subsequent cover-up. These weren't attention seekers. Many witnesses had remained silent for decades, fearing ridicule. The physical evidence was frustratingly limited. The crop circle was never formally analyzed. The paddock was quickly bulldozed and developed, and the Channel 9 footage remains missing. No official report has ever been made public. Even skeptics found the case challenging to dismiss. The object's behavior defied conventional explanations. It didn't move like a weather balloon. It landed and took off vertically, hovered, moved laterally, and outran planes. In broad daylight, hundreds witnessed something completely unexplainable. This wasn't a single dubious account, but a shared experience, a communal truth that briefly opened the sky to something entirely foreign. Now in their 60s and 70s, the students who witnessed the event still carry vivid memories. Some continue to dream about that day in April 1966, spending years trying to understand what they saw. Joy Clark captured the sentiment perfectly in a 2010 interview. "We were kids, but we weren't stupid. We saw something that didn't belong to this earth." The Cash Landrum incident offers another compelling narrative. On a quiet winter night in December 1980, 2 women and a child were driving along FM 1485, a narrow road cutting through dense East Texas pine woods. Betty Cash was driving with her friend Vicky Landrum, a devout Christian grandmother beside her. 7-year-old Colby Landrum sat in the back seat, unaware of the extraordinary moment about to unfold. Suddenly, the sky transformed. As they drove home to Dayton, Texas, after dinner, Betty, her daughter Vicky, and her grandson Colby had no idea their evening would turn into a nightmarish encounter. Suddenly, a massive diamond-shaped object blocked the road ahead, hovering low and pulsing with an intense orange-red light. Flames burst from its base, generating incredible heat. The object was completely silent, except for a deep, whooshing roar. Betty stopped the car, unable to proceed. Vicky, overwhelmed by the sight, briefly thought it might be a religious vision or even the end of the world. She stepped outside with Colby, but the heat quickly forced them back into the vehicle. Betty remained outside longer, observing the strange craft until the overwhelming temperature drove her back. She burned her hand on the metal door handle. Then, as unexpectedly as it appeared, the object began to lift into the air. A formation of at least 23 helicopters emerged from the tree line. mostly CH-47 Chinooks and some smaller UA-1 Hueys, which surrounded an asteroid before it vanished into the night sky. The aftermath was devastating. Within hours, all three witnesses became seriously ill. Betty suffered the most severe symptoms, developing a pounding headache, nausea, and vomiting. By morning, her face and scalp were swollen, red, and blistered, with her hair falling out in clumps. Vicky experienced burns and eye damage, while Colby developed a rash and sunburn-like irritation. Admitted to Parkway General Hospital in Houston, Betty was placed in isolation. Doctors were perplexed by her condition, which closely resembled radiation poisoning. Her medical records documented symptoms including vomiting, skin lesions, blood cell count abnormalities, and a suppressed immune system. Her health continued to deteriorate over the following days, leaving medical professionals struggling to understand the cause of her mysterious illness. Seeking answers, the women reached out to multiple authorities after their traumatic encounter. They contacted local police, military bases, and their congressmen, writing to Bergstrom Air Force Base, Fort Hood, and Ellington Field to inquire about helicopter activity that night. Every agency they approached denied any aircraft were operating in the vicinity. John Shasler, an aerospace engineer at McDonnell Douglas and founding member of MUF, began investigating the case in early 1981. He conducted extensive research, interviewing witnesses, visiting the site, and reviewing Betty's medical records and injury photographs. Schussler was particularly struck by the remarkable consistency in the witnesses' testimonies, even when interviewed separately. His investigation revealed that the witnesses were not UFO enthusiasts. They had no prior interest in the subject, no history of sensational claims, and stood to lose considerably by going public. Yet, they persisted. Schussler's report, The Cash Landrum UFO Incident, remains one of the most detailed and medically supported UFO investigations ever published. In 1982, Betty and Vicky filed a lawsuit against the U.S. government, seeking $20 million in damages for the health issues they attributed to the encounter. Their attorney, Peter Gersten, argued that the government had either deployed or failed to control a dangerous vehicle and was responsible for their injuries. However, the legal efforts stalled during discovery. Sworn affidavits from Army and Air Force representatives denied the presence of helicopters or military aircraft in the region. No government agency took responsibility for the object or the escorting helicopters. Without the ability to prove government involvement, the lawsuit was dismissed in 1986. Vicky and Cole experienced less severe symptoms, likely due to less direct exposure. Vicky continued to suffer from chronic eye problems and skin sensitivity for years, while Cole's rash and trauma gradually subsided, though he carried emotional scars well into adulthood. Despite the legal failure, the case remained prominent in the UFO research community and drew public interest through television specials like Unsolved Mysteries, Strange But True, and Sightings. The images of Betty Cash's blistered skin and hospital records became a visual centerpiece for many documentaries examining UFO encounters with physical consequences. As the Cashland UFO incident gained more attention, various theories emerged about the mysterious craft's origin and nature. Some researchers proposed it might be an experimental U.S. military vehicle, possibly involving a nuclear-powered propulsion system being tested or recovered. The presence of numerous military helicopters seemed to lend credence to this speculation. Connections were drawn to Project Moondust and other Cold War-era missions involving the retrieval of foreign or anomalous space hardware. Some suggested the object could be a malfunctioning satellite or a classified black-budget project involving radioactive materials. However, skeptics raised valid concerns about the feasibility of such an operation. Critics pointed out that a convoy of 23 helicopters would be difficult to conceal completely. Yet, FAA records showed no unusual activity in the region, and no civilian reports of such a large helicopter formation surfaced. The possibility of a clandestine operation remained, especially considering that many black projects from the 1980s were only declassified decades later. The object's unique characteristics defied explanation. Its radiation effects, heat emission, and structural design did not align with any known technology of the time. No aircraft in the U.S. inventory in 1980 was diamond-shaped or possessed propulsion systems capable of causing the observed injuries. The long-term health consequences for Betty and Vicky were severe. By the 1990s, Betty had undergone multiple surgeries related to gastrointestinal damage, skin, and eye issues. Vicky, previously in good health, developed cataracts, skin lesions, and vision loss. Both women maintained until their deaths that their experience was real and that the government was concealing the truth. Betty passed away in 1998 at 69, while Vicky died in 2007. Colby, now an adult, rarely discusses the case publicly, but has never contradicted his earlier statements. Despite numerous Freedom of Information Act requests filed into the 2000s, no evidence of military involvement was uncovered. No records from nearby bases confirmed helicopter operations in the area. What makes the Cashland case unique is its combination of direct human suffering, comprehensive medical documentation, and the unexplained presence of military assets. It remains one of the few UFO encounters that continues to defy complete explanation, standing as a compelling mystery in the annals of unexplained phenomena. In 1977, the quiet fishing community of Polaris Island off Brazil's northern coast became ground zero for a series of inexplicable aerial phenomena. For months, residents experienced what many described as a sustained aerial assault. What began as small, fast-moving orbs darting across the night sky quickly evolved into something far more sinister. Initially, locals dismissed the strange lights as curiosities, but these encounters soon turned menacing. Witnesses reported lights hovering above homes, trailing boats, and descending with apparent purpose. By October, the incidents had become deeply disturbing. Intense, narrow beams of light seemed to deliberately target individuals, particularly women. The attacks left a trail of physical evidence that defied conventional explanation. Victims suffered burns, puncture wounds, temporary paralysis, and extreme fatigue. Most striking were the consistent injury patterns, concentrated damage to the chest and neck, accompanied by symptoms mimicking radiation exposure. Burn marks, small punctures, nausea, dizziness, headaches, and anemia became hallmarks of these encounters. One woman's chilling account years later described waking to a bright blue beam piercing her ceiling, an experience that would become tragically typical for Polaris residents. 3 ordinary people encountered something extraordinary, with 2 suffering permanent damage. Despite comprehensive medical documentation, including hospitalization records and lab tests, no official explanation has emerged. The helicopters remain unidentified, the object never seen again. Researchers and journalists who revisited the location found no additional clues, but the human impact endures. The government's response has remained unchanged. We were not there, and perhaps that indifference burns the most. The Polaris lights remain a unique case in the annals of unexplained phenomena, a testament to an event that challenged everything understood about aerial encounters. Panic swept through the island of Polaris as strange lights began targeting residents. People started calling the phenomenon chupa chupa, meaning suck suck, believing these mysterious beams were draining blood or energy from their victims. The community's fear was immediate and intense. Fishermen abandoned nighttime work. Families repositioned their beds to the center of homes, far from windows and rooftops. Some built makeshift shelters lined with foil, hoping to block the unexplained beams. Churches became nightly refuges for terrified families. Desperate for help, the mayor of Polaris, José Aldon Favacho Suero, contacted the Brazilian military. Their response would become one of the most extraordinary military interventions in a civilian UFO crisis. In late October 1977, an Air Force task force arrived under the classified Operation Saucer, led by Captain Urang Bolivar Suarez, Noah de Holland de Lima. Equipped with cameras, telescopes, radar, and mapping tools, the team established observation posts around Polaris and nearby municipalities. Over 4 months, they conducted an unprecedented official UFO investigation. They documented hundreds of hours of video and photographs, logging dozens of sightings. Many of these encounters were witnessed directly by Air Force officers themselves. The team observed a range of objects, from small probes to larger structured craft in various shapes, spherical, elliptical, and discoidal. Some glowed, others emitted colored beams. These objects demonstrated remarkable behavior, hovering silently, changing direction abruptly, and even seemingly responding to soldiers' equipment. Despite the military's presence, attacks continued. Locals remained targets of the mysterious beams. Some soldiers, according to later leaked testimonies, admitted feeling frightened and confused. Their mission was to document, not engage. In February 1978, Operation Saucer was suddenly terminated. The military withdrew quietly, claiming no threat or evidence of foreign activity. For decades, the operation remained a whispered rumor in UFO circles, never officially confirmed, deepening the mystery of Polaris. In 1997, a pivotal moment occurred when the Brazilian government declassified key files from Operation Saucer. The release included over 2,000 pages of documents, revealing a complex and mysterious military investigation into UFO activity. Photographs, sketches, and witness testimonies painted a startling picture of unexplained events. The documents exposed remarkable consistencies in victim accounts. Multiple witnesses, who had never met, described nearly identical experiences: a sudden paralyzing light, loss of consciousness, and persistent weakness afterward. Military logs and photographic evidence supported these claims, showing nighttime lights hovering over water and diagrams of unusual injuries. Captain Holland emerged as a crucial figure in understanding these events. In interviews conducted shortly before his death, he candidly admitted that the military had deliberately concealed the full extent of the incidents to prevent public panic. He described the craft's behavior as distinctly intelligent, demonstrating capabilities far beyond known aerial technology. One instance he recounted involved a craft hovering just 100 meters from a military observation post, silent and precise. Holland's final interviews were particularly revealing. These objects had a form of intelligence, he stated. They would respond to our flashlights, follow our movements, and vanish when we attempted to approach. Weeks after these disclosures, he was found dead in his home, an event officially ruled a suicide, but which sparked widespread speculation about potential external pressures. Medical documentation further substantiated the witness's claims. Dr. White Sessom Carvalho, who treated over 40 victims, documented radiation-like symptoms including burns, blood abnormalities, and severe fatigue. Despite these compelling records, many Operation Saucer documents remain classified, with journalists' and researchers' requests for full disclosure consistently denied or ignored. The events in Colares from late 1977 remain unexplained, with no official report ever providing a comprehensive account of what truly transpired. Carvalho emerged as a pivotal figure in understanding the Colares incident. In interviews, she spoke openly about her patient's symptoms, which she believed were consistent with radiation exposure. Despite pressure from military officers to remain silent, she stood her ground, insisting that the victims had experienced genuine harm beyond the capabilities of known human technology. By late 1978, the mysterious phenomena gradually subsided. The strange lights disappeared, and injuries ceased. Life seemed to return to normal, but the psychological scars remained deeply etched in the community. The older residents still struggled to discuss those events. Nightmares, anxiety, and a lingering fear of sleeping near windows continue to haunt many. Colares has become one of the most extensively documented mass UFO incidents involving direct civilian harm. What makes the case truly remarkable is not just the scale of sightings, but the unprecedented involvement of national military forces. Their transparent investigative approach, use of technical equipment, evidence collection, and subsequent attempts to conceal the full extent of the events have intrigued researchers for decades. UFO researchers, medical experts, and defense analysts have long studied the phenomenon. Theories range widely, from a potential surveillance operation by non-human intelligence to a secret weapons test, or even an unknown natural atmospheric event. Yet no single explanation has satisfactorily accounted for the targeted beams and resulting injuries. The most haunting element remains the complete lack of answers. The islanders were left without explanation, abandoned by government, military, and scientific institutions. On August 27, 1979, in Marshall County, Minnesota, a routine night patrol took an extraordinary turn. Deputy Val Johnson's radio transmission was brief and cryptic. "Dispatch, I've been hit. I don't know what it was." His calm yet shaken voice marked the beginning of one of America's most enduring UFO mysteries, a case involving a bizarre crash, documented injuries, equipment malfunction, and unexplained circumstances. On August 27, 1979, something unusual happened to Val Johnson, a deputy sheriff with the Marshall County Sheriff's Office. During a routine patrol in the early morning hours along the flat, empty highways of northern Minnesota's Red River Valley, Johnson encountered an inexplicable event. Initially responding to a dispatch about a possible aircraft or strange light near Stephen, Minnesota, Johnson was the closest officer on duty. As he drove north on State Highway 220 near Warren, his routine patrol took an unexpected turn. Around 1:40 a.m., he spotted a small, intensely bright light hovering low above the road, which he initially thought might be a downed aircraft or a car with high beams. Suddenly, the light shot toward him. Johnson reported that the light engulfed his entire car, and the next thing he remembered was blacking out. When he regained consciousness, his vehicle was off the road and idling in the grass. The aftermath revealed multiple curious details. The windshield was cracked in a circular pattern, inconsistent with a typical stone or animal strike. Johnson's eyes were watering and swollen, resembling a mild flash burn, with his upper face showing redness and a slight burn-like irritation. Medical staff at Warren Hospital confirmed these injuries but found no long-term internal trauma. The vehicle's damage was particularly perplexing. The antenna, made of durable metal, was sharply bent back, as if subjected to substantial force, yet its base remained intact. The roof-mounted emergency light was cracked, and the hood bore a round dent. Perhaps most intriguing was the synchronicity of the dashboard clock and Johnson's wristwatch, both frozen at exactly 2:19 a.m. Throughout subsequent investigations. Johnson remained a consistent witness, never wavering from his original account of that strange morning. On August 5, 1979, Val Johnson's routine patrol took an unexpected turn. Sheriff Dennis Breyer secured the scene immediately, taking photographs of the vehicle and surrounding area. The car bore unusual marks. Skid tracks showed a sharp brake, a sudden veer, and then a coasting stop. Experts from multiple disciplines scrutinized the evidence. Ford Motor Company engineers found no mechanical explanation for the damage. No signs of collision with another vehicle or animal were present. No blood, no fur, no tire marks. The antenna damage defied replication, with scientists unable to bend it to the same curvature without breaking it. A physicist from the University of Minnesota examined the vehicle. The windshield circular shatter pattern seemed extraordinary, not matching typical impact cases. Even the dashboard flashlight had melted in specific spots, suggesting intense localized heat. Johnson, a respected deputy with an unblemished professional record, had no prior interest in UFOs or unexplained phenomena. His colleagues described him as calm and professional. When interviewed, he remained measured and honest. "I don't know what it was," he would say. "I just know it was real." He never sensationalized the event or claimed extraterrestrial involvement. The car's electrical systems had been disrupted, with instruments temporarily stopping and then resuming once reset. CUFO's investigator Alan Henry considered it one of the most credible cases he'd encountered, emphasizing Johnson's reliability and the compelling physical evidence. Following media coverage, Johnson briefly continued his law enforcement career before moving to a different part of the state and largely withdrawing from public discussion. While he declined most interview requests in later years, he never changed his account of that night. The incident spread through news networks, including the Associated Press, sparking widespread interest in this unexplained event. The Val Johnson patrol car crash stands as one of the most well-documented and perplexing vehicle-related UFO cases globally, centered on a trained law enforcement officer and compelling physical evidence. For weeks after the incident, the small town of Warren was inundated with calls from reporters, researchers, and UFO enthusiasts as the story broadcast across the country. Decades later, the mystery still captivates. The car, now displayed at the Marshall County Historical Society Museum, draws thousands of visitors annually. It remains exactly as it was after the crash, with a dented hood, bent antenna, cracked windshield, and a dashboard clock frozen at 2:19 a.m. The core facts have never changed. Val Johnson was alone on a flat stretch of road when he saw a bright light that accelerated toward him. He blacked out, was injured, and his car was damaged. Instruments stopped working, and no investigator, from local law enforcement to Ford engineers to UFO skeptics, ever found a satisfactory explanation. Alternative theories abounded but fell short. Some suggested Johnson might have fallen asleep or experienced a micro-sleep episode, but this didn't explain the uniform impact damage, electromagnetic clock interruption, or bent antenna. Proposals of ball lightning, meteors, or transformer explosions similarly failed to fully account for the timeline, injuries, and mechanical anomalies. Remarkably, even prominent UFO skeptics struggled with the case. Philip Klass, known for aggressively critiquing UFO reports, remained conspicuously silent, a detail some researchers interpret as an implicit acknowledgement of the incident's complexity. A 2015 Minnesota Public Radio feature revisited the case, interviewing surviving officers and townspeople. The consensus remained unchanged. Something happened that night, and no one has ever definitively explained what. Retired Sheriff Breyer summed it up succinctly. "We were never able to explain it, and Val was not the type to make something like this up. That's all I can say." The incident became a media sensation, featured on shows like That's Incredible and Unsolved Mysteries, and documented in numerous books and UFO documentaries over the years. Yet the fundamental mystery endures. The Rendlesham Forest incident unfolded during a cold Christmas in 1980. transforming a routine patrol into one of Britain's most scrutinized UFO encounters. At RAF Woodbridge, a United States Air Force base housing advanced Cold War weaponry. Airman First Class John Burroughs and Staff Sergeant Jim Peniston were dispatched to investigate unusual lights near the eastern perimeter around 3 a.m. on December 26th. What they discovered defied expectations. Instead of a crashed aircraft, they encountered a structured object emitting a bluish-white light hovering silently among the trees. Peniston later detailed his experience through a formal witness statement and hypnosis sessions. He described a metallic, triangular craft approximately 10 feet long and 8 feet high, adorned with strange hieroglyphic-like symbols. The encounter seemed to warp normal physical conditions. The air felt electrically charged and time appeared to distort. Watches malfunctioned and radio communications dissolved into static. Peniston claimed to have touched the object and meticulously recorded his observations, including detailed sketches of the mysterious symbols. Without warning, the craft lifted vertically and vanished through the forest canopy. Later that morning, base security teams returned and found 3 small indentations in a triangular formation, precisely matching the presumed landing gear positions. The incident remains unprecedented in British history. Despite multiple investigative reports and physical evidence, including radiation readings and a real-time audio recording, the event lacks conventional corroboration. No photographs exist, no radar confirmation was obtained, and no additional witnesses have come forward. Yet the car, the clock, and the unshakable testimony of those who were there continue to challenge our understanding of what might have occurred in Rendlesham Forest. Radiation levels at the site were showing unusual activity, with Geiger counters detecting elevated readings around tree trunks and indentations where the craft supposedly landed. Tree branches overhead bore signs of damage, broken and singed. Lieutenant Colonel Charles Holt led a second investigation team into the forest during the early morning hours of December 28th after personnel again reported strange lights. He carried a handheld tape recorder, and the resulting 18-minute audio recording would become a crucial piece of evidence in the case. The recording captured a real-time account of mysterious aerial phenomena. Holt's voice remained steady, but grew increasingly tense as he described lights moving through the trees, beaming down to the ground, and splitting into multiple objects. "It's coming this way," he noted. "We're observing what appears to be a beam coming down to the ground." Witnesses described the objects as moving with apparent intelligence, dodging trees, hovering in formation, and even directing beams of light toward the weapons storage area of the Bentwaters base. This wasn't just another unexplained sighting. Multiple eyewitnesses later corroborated the events. Master Sergeant Monroe Neville, who operated the Geiger counter, confirmed the abnormal radiation readings. Sergeant Adrian Bastenza supported claims that the aerial objects seemed to respond to the soldiers' presence. The incident gained significant credibility due to the involvement of high-ranking military personnel. Colonel Holt, second in command of a major NATO airbase, provided an official memo and tape recording. These were not anonymous claims, but documented career-risking accounts from a senior officer. The British Ministry of Defense collected statements from U.S. officials, but ultimately claimed the event had no defense significance. Many interpreted this response as a political maneuver to avoid international tensions during the Cold War. Skeptics have proposed various alternative explanations, but the core details remain intriguing. An official memo released under the U.S. Freedom of Information Act described the encounter with unidentified flying objects. The document circulated through both British Ministry of Defense and U.S. Air Force channels, adding another layer of official acknowledgement to this mysterious event. Multiple trained military witnesses across separate nights reported physical trace evidence, radar-confirmed light movements, and radiation readings that couldn't be explained by simple misidentifications like lighthouse beams, atmospheric star distortions, or airman pranks. Witnesses who had been stationed at the Orford Nest base for years strongly disputed theories about lighthouse interference, knowing its rotation pattern intimately. A controversial element emerged through John Peniston's claim of receiving a binary code transmission upon touching the unidentified object. During the 1990s, through hypnosis and interviews, he described writing down a sequence of ones and zeros that had overwhelmed his mind. When later analyzed, this code reportedly revealed coordinates linking ancient global sites like the Great Pyramid of Giza, Nazca Lines, and the Temple of Apollo. While critics challenged the legitimacy of these claims due to the significant time gap between the incident and disclosure, Peniston insisted he had kept the notes private due to security concerns. In 2010, new testimony emerged from Colonel Conrad, the base's commanding officer, during the incident. He confirmed in an interview that something unusual had occurred, acknowledging that his men clearly witnessed and were visibly frightened by the event. Though cautious about definitively labeling it a UFO encounter, he did not dispute the essential details documented in patrol reports. By 2009, when the Ministry of Defense officially closed its UFO investigations, the Rendlesham case had already become a cornerstone of modern ufology. Often called Britain's Roswell, this incident distinguished itself by involving active duty officers recording real-time observations without decades of secrecy or initial denials. In subsequent years, Rendlesham Forest transformed into a pilgrimage site for researchers, journalists, and curious tourists. Local councils installed commemorative plaques, and a walking trail now marks the alleged landing site, preserving the memory of this extraordinary event in a quiet, pine-lined rural landscape. The Rendlesham Forest incident occupies a rare space in UFO history. Unlike fuzzy light accounts or hearsay stories, this was a multi-day, multi-witness event involving military officers on a nuclear-capable base. Those who visit the area often describe an eerie stillness, particularly where ground impressions were once found. Multiple U.S. Air Force personnel observed structured craft in the sky and on the ground over several nights, measuring unusual radiation levels and documenting everything in real time through audio, sketches, and physical data. Several books, documentaries, and official reports have been produced about the case, and none have conclusively debunked its core elements. The official reaction was muted, dismissive, and incomplete, which only deepened the mystery. No photographs of the object have ever surfaced, though witnesses claimed Air Force personnel were taking pictures. Some believe these images were confiscated or classified. Similarly, radar and satellite data from the Bentwaters Control Tower remain sealed or have been destroyed, with FOIA requests failing to produce comprehensive logs. For the men who were there, the incident wasn't about challenging imagination, but challenging their understanding of reality. Despite decades of scrutiny, no natural or man-made explanation has accounted for all the facts. They still talk about it, some openly, some reluctantly, but none have. Whatever happened in those woods left marks on the soil, the instruments, and the minds of those who walked in, expecting nothing more than another cold, quiet night. To this day, the Rendlesham Forest incident remains unsolved. The Boeing 747 was cruising normally when something extraordinary happened. At 5:11 p.m. local time, near the eastern edge of Alaska's interior, the crew spotted an unusual radar blip. Two small, round, glowing craft appeared, flying in tight formation. These weren't typical aircraft lights. Their movements defied aviation norms, sudden vertical ascents and rapid decelerations that seemed physically impossible. The objects positioned themselves beside the plane, then moved directly in front, almost as if escorting the aircraft. Captain Tarachi later detailed the encounter in official statements. He described two small, rectangular objects and a larger mothership. The burst of light so intense illuminated the cockpit, temporarily disrupting flight instruments. The heat was palpable through the glass. Tarachi compared the scene to something from a science fiction movie, emphasizing the object's impossible maneuvers. Then the situation became even more surreal. Around 10 minutes after the initial sighting, a massive dark object appeared behind the 747. Tarachi described it as enormous, comparable to two aircraft carriers, with an oblong, walnut-like shape featuring distinct surface panels. Despite the nighttime setting, moonlight allowed the crew to observe its clear outline. The flight engineer and first officer corroborated the sighting. At 5:19 p.m., Tarachi contacted the FAA's Air Route Traffic Control Center in Anchorage to report the incident. Initially, controllers saw nothing unusual. Within minutes, however, they detected a primary radar return near the flight's position. The FAA began investigating with military radar installations at Ellendorf Air Force Base and nearby locations, also picking up intermittent signals. During a routine flight, a Japanese aircraft encountered an unidentified object that defied standard flight behavior. Air traffic controllers, sensing the unusual situation, offered Captain Tarachi options to change altitude or take evasive maneuvers. The crew attempted multiple course adjustments and descents to shake off the mysterious craft, but the object persistently followed. Controllers quickly dispatched a United Airlines flight and a U.S. Air Force C-130 cargo plane to investigate. Despite these efforts, the objects vanished from both visual and radar detection before confirmation could be made. The Japanese crew, though shaken, maintained composure and completed their journey to Anchorage safely. An immediate and comprehensive investigation followed. Captain Tarachi meticulously documented the encounter, providing detailed written reports and diagrams. His crew members corroborated the key details of the sighting. The FAA launched a thorough inquiry, analyzing radar data, reviewing cockpit voice recordings, and interviewing controllers and military personnel. Radar evidence substantiated the crew's account. A primary radar return near Flight 1628 showed an unidentified object with no transponder signature or match to scheduled traffic. The radar signals confirmed the object's presence for over 30 minutes across hundreds of miles of airspace. John Callahan, the FAA's Division Chief of Accidents and Investigations, became deeply involved. A classified meeting with FAA, CIA, FBI, and Department of Defense officials reviewed the evidence. According to Callahan, CIA representatives demanded complete silence, effectively claiming the event never occurred. All data and recordings were collected and the case was largely suppressed. Callahan, however, preserved copies of the original documentation. In the 2000s, he released these materials, providing public confirmation of both the incident and the government's response. The aftermath was challenging for Captain Tarushi. Japan Airlines grounded him shortly after the incident, citing the significant public attention surrounding the case. In 1986, a veteran pilot named Tarushi found himself reassigned to a desk job despite an impeccable safety record. While the official reason seemed unrelated, many believed his reassignment stemmed from describing an encounter that defied official explanation. The incident quickly became a media sensation, capturing attention both nationally and internationally. Newspapers in the US and Japan extensively covered the story, with major television networks broadcasting translated statements and radar footage. The case gained significant momentum in 1987 when the FAA formally acknowledged the authenticity of the radar data and voice recordings. An FAA spokesperson confirmed the detection of an unidentified object near Flight 1628, though they carefully avoided making definitive claims about its origin. UFO researchers celebrated this case as one of the most comprehensively documented in history. The incident was unique in its combination of expert pilot testimony, real-time communications, radar data from civilian and military sources, and the crew's physical responses. Skeptics proposed various explanations. Some suggested Tarushi had misidentified Jupiter or experienced reflections on the cockpit glass. Others pointed to weather phenomena like ice crystals or distant ground light reflections. However, these theories fell short of explaining the radar confirmation, the sustained visual tracking by all three crew members, and their descriptions of a massive structured craft maneuvering near the plane. The case remained unresolved, even within aviation and military circles. Former FAA official John Callahan publicly criticized the government's decision to suppress details, arguing that air safety implications alone demanded transparency. Years later, Captain Tarushi continued to stand by his account. In rare interviews, he consistently described encountering a physical, intelligently controlled object that reacted to his aircraft's movements, maintained formation, and emitted powerful light and heat. As a military-trained and commercial pilot, he emphasized that the object's behavior was unlike anything he had ever encountered during his extensive flying career. The Japan Airlines radar case remains an enduring mystery, challenging conventional understanding of aerial phenomena. The UFO encounter involving Flight 1628 stands out in global UFO history not for its vagueness, but for its extraordinary precision. This wasn't just another eyewitness account. Multiple agencies documented, logged, and investigated the incident before quietly shelving it. Much of the government's internal discussion remains classified, but the available information is deeply intriguing. Military radar captured it. A trained crew witnessed something massive moving in ways that defied explanation. The object followed them for nearly 400 miles before vanishing without a trace. The event lives on not in official records, but in aviation logs, radar archives, and the haunting memory of a pilot who glimpsed something inexplicable over the Alaskan night sky. In early 1987, a seemingly ordinary purchase would thrust the Tolman family into a nightmare. Alan and Debbie bought a second-hand wooden bunk bed from a local store in Horicon, Wisconsin for their 2 young children. The bed looked unremarkable, just like thousands of others in homes across the country. But soon after placing the bed in their children's room, strange events began to unfold. What started as minor disturbances quickly escalated into a terrifying sequence of unexplained phenomena that would shock even the most hardened local law enforcement. The disturbances were so intense that responding police officers refused to re-enter the home after their initial visit. For 9 months, the family endured increasingly bizarre occurrences. It began subtly, a clock radio turning on and off by itself, switching stations randomly or blaring at maximum volume. Alarm clocks would buzz at incorrect times, even when unplugged. Multiple radio replacements did nothing to stop the strange interruptions. Voices began to emerge. Their son reported hearing his name called in the night, despite no one else being present. The phenomena grew more aggressive, defying any rational explanation. Some researchers would later speculate about a possible connection between these poltergeist activities and unexplained aerial phenomena, turning the modest single-story house at 1410 Larab Street into a focal point of paranormal investigation. The Tolman family's peaceful home turned into a nightmare of unexplained supernatural events. It began with whispers near the daughter's bed and quickly escalated. Doors started slamming on their own, and shadows moved through hallways when no one was around. The youngest child spoke of an ugly woman standing in the corner of the room, which the parents initially dismissed as childhood imagination. That changed dramatically one night when Alan saw a tall, shadowy figure with red eyes silently moving across the living room. He chased it, believing an intruder had broken in, but the figure vanished without a trace. Neighbors also witnessed strange occurrences. Dogs refused to enter the yard, and lights flickered inexplicably even during calm weather. One neighbor even reported hearing screaming from the house when no one was home. The turning point came during a late-night moment of desperation. Alan, hoping to restore peace, was reading his Bible and praying in the living room. Suddenly, a red-orange mist formed in the hallway, taking a shape over 6 feet tall. The entity glared at him before retreating into the bedroom wall. Later that night, a chilling voice told him, "You're dead." That was the final straw. The family fled the next morning, seeking refuge with relatives. News of the haunting spread quickly, drawing attention from friends, neighbors, and law enforcement. Multiple officers from the Holcomb Police Department investigated, including a 15-year veteran who confirmed something inexplicable had occurred. Their accounts were unsettling. They described an oppressive atmosphere, sudden temperature drops, and unexplained loud sounds. One officer who volunteered to spend the night left in a panic after less than an hour, telling his colleagues, "There's something in there. I'm not going back." The Tolman home had become a place of terror, with multiple witnesses attesting to its supernatural activity. Something unexplained and deeply disturbing had taken root in the house, driving out a family and challenging the understanding of those who investigated. A mysterious series of events unfolded in a family's home that caught the attention of local authorities and paranormal investigators. The disturbances were so severe that the Lutheran Church was called in to perform a blessing. Despite the intervention, the unexplained phenomena continued. The turning point came when the family removed and burned the bunk bed from their home. Immediately after this action, the strange occurrences stopped completely. Debbie Tolman later speculated that the bed itself might have been the source of the disturbances, though she couldn't definitively explain why. What made this case particularly intriguing was its coincidence with a wave of UFO sightings in Horicon and Dodge County. During the same period, multiple residents reported unusual lights in the sky. Law enforcement officers confirmed these sightings, with one anonymous officer noting that 2 patrol cars had witnessed strange aerial lights near the family's home. While no direct connection was established between the house's supernatural events and the UFO activity, researchers became interested in potential links between poltergeist phenomena and unidentified flying objects. In 1992, the television show Unsolved Mysteries brought national attention to the case through a highly rated episode featuring dramatized reenactments based on interviews with local witnesses. The Tolman family remained intensely private throughout the ordeal. They declined all paid interviews and media opportunities, seemingly traumatized by their experience. Years later, skeptics investigating the case found no evidence of fabrication or financial motivation. The family had not sought to profit from their unusual story and had instead endured significant social and emotional challenges. Local police records in the Horicon Police Department continue to reference the incident, suggesting the case retained an air of unexplained mystery long after the events had concluded. The Tolman House case stands out among paranormal investigations for its unique characteristics. Unlike typical hauntings or poltergeist stories, this incident was remarkably brief and centered around a single object, a bunk bed. Multiple witnesses, including family members, officers, clergy and neighbors, reported synchronized experiences that defied simple psychological explanations. Psychologists examining the case noted that while emotional stress could potentially cause hallucinations, the likelihood of several individuals experiencing identical delusions across different times and perspectives was statistically improbable. No concrete physical evidence exists. No photographs, no audio recordings, yet sworn statements and corroborating testimonies persist. with some officers still reluctant to discuss their experiences decades later. The house has changed ownership multiple times since the incident, with no further reported supernatural activity. It sits quietly on a suburban street, a silent reminder of an unexplained event. For some, it represents an unresolved haunting. For others, a psychological anomaly or a potential intersection of unknown phenomena. Most poltergeist cases typically revolve around an emotionally distressed individual, usually a child or teenager. The Tolman case diverged from this pattern, with a disturbance seemingly originating from an object, the bunk bed. Adding to the mystery, the incident coincided with unexplained aerial sightings that remain unexplained. The bed's origins were never traced. Purchased from a local second-hand dealer who acquired inventory through auctions and estate sales, no serial number, manufacturer, or retail origin was ever identified. This unknown history potentially adds another layer of intrigue to the case. The most unsettling aspect might be how an ordinary object, a child's bunk bed, became the epicenter of months of terror that extended beyond a single family to permeate a community's collective memory. The official file remains closed, no crime was documented, and no explanation was provided. The records, like the bed itself, have disappeared. Yet, for those who were present, the message remains consistent. Something was in that house, and they have no desire to return. On a chilly night in 1983, the Hudson Valley in New York became the epicenter of a phenomenon that would baffle residents and authorities alike. What started as an isolated incident in late 1982 quickly transformed into a widespread series of UFO sightings that would capture the imagination of thousands. The first major event unfolded on New Year's Eve 1982, when residents of Kent and Brewster found themselves staring at something extraordinary in the sky. A massive boomerang-shaped craft with rows of lights crawled silently above the treetops. Some watched it pass directly overhead, while others saw neighbors gathering outside to witness the strange sight together. Local police departments, especially in Putnam and Dutchess counties, were quickly overwhelmed with reports. A deputy investigating a possible downed aircraft found no debris, but confirmed something unusual had indeed passed through the night sky. Throughout 1983 and 1984, the sightings became increasingly frequent. Witnesses consistently described a V-shaped or boomerang-like object adorned with white and multicolored lights. Sometimes the lights blinked or rotated. The craft's behavior was eerily consistent. It would hover silently for minutes before accelerating and vanishing or seemingly tracking along roads and river valleys. On March 24, 1983, the phenomenon reached a peak. The evening began with a calm phone call from a woman in Hopewell Junction. "There's something hovering over the trees behind our house," she told the dispatcher. "It's big, really big, and it's not making a sound." More calls quickly followed. A driver on Route 9 reported a triangular shape with huge surrounding lights. By 9:30 p.m., the roads were lined with stopped cars. People stood on lawns, in fields, and on rooftops, all eyes fixed on the same incredible sight. A vast, silent craft, studded with multicolored lights, glided through the night sky like a ghost made of steel and glass. This wasn't a one-time event or a hoax. What became known as the Hudson Valley UFO wave involved hundreds of sightings across dozens of towns, witnessed by thousands of people. The mysterious aerial display would continue to intrigue and perplex the region for months. On March 24, 1983, something extraordinary happened in the Hudson Valley. Over 300 residents across multiple counties reported seeing a mysterious object that defied explanation. The sightings were remarkably consistent. Witnesses described an unidentified craft that would appear slowly, hover silently overhead, and then drift away without a sound. Some estimated its size to be as large as a football field. The event stopped people in their tracks. Drivers pulled over, standing on their car hoods, pointing in disbelief. This wasn't just a random group of onlookers. Among the witnesses were professionals with serious credentials: engineers, scientists, and pilots. A local air traffic controller, speaking anonymously, revealed he had watched the object through binoculars from his tower window. Despite his expertise, he could not identify the craft. Radar systems showed nothing unusual. When CBS News arrived in April 1983 to investigate, they found compelling testimonies, including a retired commercial airline pilot who emphasized the object's impossible movements. The pilot stressed two key characteristics: the ability to hover motionlessly and move in complete silence, capabilities unknown to traditional aircraft. Photographs began to surface, with some long-exposure images capturing intriguing light patterns. Amateur astronomer Andrew Grunwell's photo particularly stood out, showing an arc of lights moving in a consistent curve that suggested a solid object. Serious UFO research organizations took notice. The Mutual UFO Network and Center for UFO Studies deployed investigation teams. They mapped sightings, recorded times and conditions, and developed a coherent timeline. The pattern revealed clusters of activity occurring every few weeks, typically on clear nights. By May 1984, local media was paying attention. The Journal News ran a week-long series, publishing interviews with over 50 witnesses, including law enforcement. Police officers, initially skeptical, began taking the reports seriously. Some officers admitted to personal sightings, with one describing the object as resembling a floating city, huge, slow, and utterly silent. Skeptics proposed an alternative explanation. A local group of ultralight aircraft enthusiasts, led by Howard Stein, a licensed pilot from Poughkeepsie, was suggested as a potential source. They reportedly flew in formation with colored lights attached to their craft, which might explain some of the sightings. In the years following the Hudson Valley UFO wave, skeptics like Stein argued that many sightings could be traced to his group's stunts, particularly flights from a private field in Stormville. Yet most researchers and witnesses rejected this explanation, pointing out that ultralight aircraft have significant limitations. These small planes cannot hover, fly safely at night without authorization, or carry heavy lighting equipment. Additionally, they cannot maintain the silent flight described by numerous trained observers. Aviation expert Philip Embro conducted an investigation that revealed compelling evidence. He interviewed military flight veterans who were certain they had witnessed a single massive object with coordinated lighting, not a collection of small aircraft. Supporting their claims, air traffic logs from Stewart Air Force Base and Westchester County Airport showed no unusual military or commercial activity during peak sighting times. FOIA requests to the FAA and other agencies found no record of classified or experimental aircraft flights in the region. By 1985, the frequency of sightings had decreased, but they had not completely ceased. Isolated reports continued into the 1990s, maintaining similar characteristics to earlier encounters. A notable late sighting in 1992 exemplified this continuity. A slow, silent object gliding above a rural road near Pine Plains, observed by a mother and her teenage son. Their drawings matched dozens of earlier sketches collected over the years. The Hudson Valley wave garnered significant attention, becoming the subject of books, documentaries, and articles. The late J. Allen Hynek, before his death, reviewed early reports and considered them among the most credible he had encountered. He noted the consistency, large number of witnesses, and absence of psychological indicators suggesting mass hysteria. While he could not definitively explain the phenomenon, he believed something genuine had occurred. No official explanation has ever been offered. No experimental craft has been publicly revealed that matches the described behavior, and no hoax has been identified that could account for the scale and duration of the sightings. Today, the Hudson Valley UFO wave remains one of the most documented and compelling examples of multi-year UFO activity in the modern era, continuing to defy explanation and intrigue researchers and the public alike. In the quiet skies above Bass Strait on October 21, 1978, a young pilot's routine flight took an unexpected turn. Frederick Valentik, a 20-year-old aviator with a Class 4 instrument rating and about 150 hours of flight time, was en route from Moraband Airport to King Island under visual flight rules. His transmissions began calmly. Melbourne, this is Delta Sierra Juliet. Is there any known traffic below 5,000? The radio controller checked the radar. No known traffic came the way, but something was different. Valentik's voice soon carried an unsettling edge. He reported a large aircraft below 5,000 feet, passing over him at least 1,000 feet above. His subsequent transmissions grew increasingly fragmented, describing an unidentified craft with unusual movement patterns, a metallic sheen, and a green light. "It's not an aircraft," were his final words before the signal went silent. Frederick Valentik, described as quiet and studious with a deep fascination for aviation and documented interest in UFOs, disappeared that evening. No wreckage was ever conclusively found. His Cessna 182L aircraft vanished without a trace. The incident remains one of the most chilling and heavily scrutinized aviation mysteries in Australian history. A young pilot's real-time UFO report, followed by an enduring silence that has haunted investigators for decades. Witnesses in the Hudson Valley would later echo a similar sentiment expressed by a retired engineer who observed an unexplained object in 1984. We didn't need proof. We watched it with our own eyes. After 1986, the sky fell silent again, but for many what they had seen never truly left them. While flying over Bass Strait, a treacherous stretch of water between mainland Australia and Tasmania, something extraordinary unfolded during a routine flight. Roughly 40 minutes into his journey, Valentik contacted air traffic control with an unsettling report. He described an unknown aircraft approaching from the east, initially spotting a long object with 4 bright lights. His communication quickly transformed from routine to urgent. "It's just passed over me. It seems to be stationary. I'm orbiting, and the thing is orbiting on top of me," he told the controller. When asked to confirm the aircraft type, Valentik was unequivocal. "It's not an aircraft." His description grew more bizarre. A shiny metallic exterior, a green light, and seemingly deliberate movements characterized the encounter. The object appeared to vanish, then reappear on a different course, engaged in what Valentik perceived as a calculated cat-and-mouse game. His final transmission was abruptly interrupted by a metallic scraping sound that audio experts later analyzed but never conclusively identified. Search and rescue operations commenced immediately. Air and sea patrols scoured more than 1,000 square miles of the Bass Strait. Royal Australian Air Force aircraft, civilian planes, and marine vessels conducted an extensive search. Valentik and his Cessna had completely disappeared. 2 years later, a potential clue emerged. An engine cowl, possibly from a Cessna 182, washed ashore on Flender Island. However, investigators could not confirm its connection to Valentik's aircraft due to missing part numbers and incomplete serial data. The incident captured media attention. A real-time UFO report, a vanished aircraft, and the complete absence of physical evidence fueled both wild speculation and serious investigation. The Australian Department of Transport and Civil Aviation Authority launched formal inquiries. The official report, released months after the incident, offered a chilling conclusion. While classifying the case as a missing aircraft with unknown cause, it notably stated that the possibility of interference by an unidentified object could not be ruled out. Aviation analysts proposed alternative explanations. Some suggested Valentik might have become disoriented, potentially flying upside down and mistaking water reflections for skylights. Yet no definitive explanation emerged. The mysterious disappearance remains unresolved, a testament to the enduring enigma of unexplained aerial phenomena. The disappearance of Valentik sparked multiple theories, each trying to explain his vanishing. One early explanation suggested he would have crashed into the base without realizing his altitude. However, this theory overlooked a crucial detail. The Cessna 182L was not designed for inverted flight, and its engine would likely have stalled quickly. Investigators thoroughly examined his personal life, finances, and relationships, seeking any indication of a deliberate disappearance. They found no significant red flags. His fuel load calculations showed he had just enough to reach King Island and return. Most telling was the complete absence of evidence. No financial withdrawals, no passport usage, no emerging new identities. Valentik had simply disappeared. Valentik's known interest in UFOs added another layer to the mystery. His final transmission and subsequent witness accounts fueled speculation about extraterrestrial involvement. Multiple independent witnesses came forward with strange sightings. Campers near Cape Otway reported a green skylight. A local farmer described a cigar-shaped craft hovering over his property. Coastal residents spoke of aerial lights moving in unusual patterns. The most publicized civilian report came from a plumber and his wife driving along the Great Ocean Road. They witnessed a bright green object darting across the sky, stopping midair, and then accelerating vertically within seconds. Serious UFO research organizations like Malfinapro launched investigations. J. Allen Hynek, a former Project Blue Book consultant, considered it among the most compelling UFO-related aviation disappearances. Skeptics argued that Valentik's pre-existing belief in UFOs might have caused him to misinterpret natural phenomena. While he had discussed UFO encounters with friends and family, weather records definitively showed that neither Venus nor Mars were visible during his transmission, countering alternative explanations. The combination of real-time communication, multiple witness reports, and the complete lack of physical debris elevated this case beyond typical aviation mysteries. In the annals of unexplained aviation incidents, Frederick Valentik's disappearance stands out as a haunting mystery. His final communication with air traffic control, released to the public in 2012, revealed a chilling narrative far beyond simple panic. The audio recordings captured Valentik's voice, calm yet increasingly strained, uttering a phrase that became legendary. That strange aircraft is hovering on top of me again. It's hovering and it's not an aircraft. The Bass Strait, often compared to the Bermuda Triangle, has long been a region of maritime and aerial enigmas. Dozens of unexplained disappearances have occurred here, but Valentik's case remains uniquely documented. No wreckage, no body, no logical explanation has ever emerged to solve the mystery. His family remains steadfast in their belief. Guido Valentage, Frederick's father, insisted to reporters in 1983 that his son was serious and would not fabricate such a story. If Frederick said something was there, then something was indeed there. Today, the incident is more than just a footnote in aviation history. UFO researchers consider it one of the most credible pilot encounters ever recorded. Aviation safety seminars discuss the case, and a memorial plaque at Cape Otway marks Valentik's last known radar contact. That haunting final phrase, "It's not an aircraft," continues to echo through unsolved aviation mysteries. The questions remain: what did Frederick Valentik see? Where did he go? We may never know. In another mysterious incident, the quiet of a Southern California night in Redlands was about to be disrupted. Just before midnight, local farmer Frank Ramirez stepped out of his home, drawn by a strange light near his fields. His usually brave dog refused to leave the porch, sensing something unusual. Frank squinted toward the crop rows. The light was unlike anything he'd seen before. Bright, low, completely silent. It wasn't a star or a plane. Instead, it pulsed as if alive, moving in ways no known aircraft could, dipping, drifting, then lowering gently toward the ground. On the evening of August 18, 1992, Frank Ramirez was working on his family's farm in the Redlands Citrus Belt, a piece of land his family had cultivated since the 1940s. While repairing fencing, he spotted an unusual light hovering to the south over his back fields. Initially, he brushed it off as a helicopter, attributing his perception to fatigue and the heat. Hours later, Frank noticed the light hadn't moved. Unlike typical aircraft, it didn't blink or display standard navigation markers. Instead, it hovered motionlessly before darting in sharp, angular movements up, sideways, then back again. Frank later compared its motion to a mouse cursor on a computer screen, abrupt, precise, and then suddenly still. By morning, something was terribly wrong. His thriving alfalfa field now bore a massive circular burn, nearly 30 feet wide. The grass had collapsed outward in a spiral pattern, with the outer edge discolored as if exposed to extreme heat. The center was a stark landscape of blackened stubble and ash. Frank contacted the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. A deputy arrived, photographing the strange formation. The circle was pressed into the alfalfa without any tire tracks or vehicle markings. The grass hadn't been cut or mowed, but was flattened in a clean radial pattern. The deputy filed a basic report and mentioned notifying March Air Reserve Base, but nothing materialized. 3 days after the incident, 2 men in unmarked clothing arrived at the Ramirez property. Presenting themselves as Department of Agriculture representatives, they requested soil samples. Frank, believing they were sent by the county, granted them access. What began as a simple crop burn soon transformed into one of the most perplexing unsolved incidents of early 90s California. The Redlands case drew attention from state investigators, private researchers, and even law enforcement insiders. It was a close encounter that left behind physical damage, missing evidence, and a web of unanswered questions. Frank Ramirez's crop field became the center of an unusual investigation. After he discovered mysterious damage, local reporter Sandy Clean first broke the story after hearing about it through sheriff's office contacts. When she developed her film, something strange emerged. Photos taken near the crop circle's center were inexplicably fogged with white static patterns, while other images on the same roll remained perfectly clear. A Nikon F81S camera showed no signs of malfunction, and a local shop confirmed its functionality. Within a week, the Los Angeles chapter of MURF sent investigators armed with Geiger counters, soil testing kits, and magnetometers. Their findings were startling. The soil at the burn area's center exhibited elevated magnetic disturbance and signs of extreme heating, confirmed by lab analysis of fused silica particles. Plants near the circle center displayed cellular damage consistent with sudden, intense dehydration. Under microscopic examination, some leaves showed completely exploded cell walls. The grass's spiral pattern was equally puzzling. Instead of being randomly trampled or cut, grass blades were bent at the base in a consistent clockwise formation, suggesting a controlled force was responsible. By mid-September, Similar incidents began emerging across the region. 3 nearby farms reported comparable phenomena: bright hovering lights, low-altitude movements, and unusual animal behavior. One rancher witnessed goats breaking through fencing and a disc-shaped object passing over a hill. Another reported his dogs inexplicably avoiding a section of their grazing field following an unexplained sky flash. When approached for comment, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department remained silent about the original report. The investigators who first dug at the site had disappeared without leaving any contact information, and when Frank initially called the county, they claimed no team had been dispatched. The mystery deepened, leaving more questions than answers about the strange events in the rural landscape. In 1992, a quiet California farming town became the site of an enigmatic event that would intrigue UFO researchers for years to come. On August 18th, a crop formation appeared in a field with no fanfare, no witnesses beyond a single farmer, and no explanation. Unlike later crop circle reports from the UK, many of which were exposed as hoaxes or art installations, this case stood apart. The farmer, Frank Ramirez, maintained a steadfast silence about the incident. He never sought publicity, declined television interviews, and never wrote a book. For 15 years after the event, he continued farming the land, offering only one consistent response to inquiries: "I saw what I saw. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't from around here." The event might have remained a local curiosity, overshadowed by the larger headlines of 1992: political shifts, natural disasters, and international conflicts. However, independent laboratory analysis revealed intriguing details. Results from the MUF team, published quietly in a 1993 symposium report, suggested the field had been exposed to a directed energy source capable of rapidly altering plant tissue without burning surrounding areas. Attempts to obtain official records through FOIA were denied due to incomplete documentation. March Air Reserve Base flatly denied any low-altitude military exercises over the Redlands area during that time. The formation's edges were unnaturally clean with no fuel residue or for UFO researchers. This became a classic CE2 case, a close encounter of the second kind, where a UFO sighting leaves measurable trace effects. The Redlands incident remained unique, a single witness encounter with unexplained physical evidence, electromagnetic disturbance, and soil damage, all occurring without official federal investigation. Whatever hovered above that field on that August night came and went silently, leaving behind a perfect burned circle. It etched not just a mark in the California soil, but a lasting impression in the annals of modern UFO mystery. Deep in the night at Fort Taipu, a strategic coastal military installation outside Santos, 2 soldiers experienced something beyond comprehension. Private Antonio Carlos Ferrer and Private Jose Dilva were on standard night duty when an extraordinary event unfolded. A silent, intense white bloom flash suddenly illuminated the entire courtyard, transforming the darkness with an unnatural radiance. No thunder accompanied the light. No alarms sounded, just a blinding brilliance erupting from the sky. Ferrer instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes as his skin began to prickle. Dilva stumbled backward, shouting in shock before either could reach their weapons or emergency signals. A second flash struck, stronger and closer. Suspended overhead, an oval-shaped craft hovered, radiating heat so extreme it scorched the ground and burned their skin. Within minutes, both men collapsed, screaming and disoriented, their bodies covered in second and third-degree burns. The object vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind no explosion, no fire, only pain and intense heat. The Brazilian military's response was swift but unexpected. Instead of launching a transparent investigation, they sealed the fort, restricted access, confiscated all records, and quietly transferred the victims to a military hospital. This encounter at Fort Taipu became one of the earliest well-documented cases of direct, harmful interaction between military personnel and an unidentified flying object. More than just a historical landmark, Fort Taipu was an active coastal defense site equipped with advanced radar, communication towers, and anti-aircraft systems. Overlooking the South Atlantic, it guarded Brazil's most critical shipping routes. The witnesses reported an eerie silence. No hum, no engine noise, no sonic boom, just a searing, inexplicable light. Ferrer and Dilva's injuries were consistent with radiation exposure or intense thermal energy. Their uniforms were scorched, yet the encounter remained shrouded in mystery. This incident remains one of the few UFO cases officially acknowledged by the Brazilian army, continuing to raise profound questions about intent, secrecy, and the unknown nature of what visited the base in the early hours of November 4th, 1957. Soldiers at Fort Taipo experienced a mysterious incident that left them with severe, unusual injuries. Medical staff at the local military hospital quickly raised concerns when the soldiers arrived. Their skin bore signs of electromagnetic trauma, with burns that looked more like those from an intense ultraviolet source rather than a conventional fire. The victims suffered from temporary blindness, dehydration, and confusion. Blistering continued for days, and one soldier even showed signs of blood in his urine, a potential indicator of radiation exposure. A leaked internal memo from the Brazilian military acknowledged the event, describing the injuries as unexplained burns caused by an unidentified aerial phenomenon. This document, not intended for public view, caught the attention of Brazilian ufologists when it reached journalists. Investigative journalist Joel Martinez delved into the case, gathering information from army sources and the local hospital. He obtained photographs that were later published in O Cruzeiro magazine, revealing shocking images of swollen, blistered faces and peeling skin unlike any known chemical or fire-related injury. The story was quickly suppressed. The Ministry of the Army refused to comment, and access to Fort Taipo was restricted. Armed guards turned away journalists attempting to investigate the site. An official narrative emerged claiming the soldiers were injured in a training accident, though no details were ever provided. Rumors spread through Santos and SS. Paulo coastal residents reported seeing a blue light hovering above the shoreline that night. Some even described a glowing object rising from the water and drifting toward the fort before disappearing into the sky. The incident might have been forgotten, but it coincided with a surge of strange aerial sightings across Brazil in late 1957. Farmers reported glowing ovals in the sky, and truck drivers spoke of engine failures when silent discs passed overhead. Just 5 days after the Fort Taipo event, Antonio Vaz Boas, a farmer from Minas Gerais, would claim one of the most famous abduction experiences in history. In the late 1950s, Brazil became the site of an extraordinary military incident at Fort Taipo. The event stood out among UFO encounters due to its official documentation, medical records, and tangible physical evidence. Nearly 2 decades later, in 1978, Brazilian military intelligence declassified internal reports as part of a broader transparency initiative. The released documents included a case file detailing unusual aerial activity on the night of November 4, 1957. These records confirmed 2 soldiers had sustained injuries, though they did not specify the exact cause. Critically, the documents ruled out conventional weapons, sabotage, or known aircraft. Dr. Carver Richard Haynes, a former NASA scientist specializing in aerospace phenomena, analyzed the translated documents that same year. His assessment was striking. The nature of the soldiers' burns and the craft's characteristics suggested an energy source beyond traditional chemical or aerodynamic explanations, potentially electromagnetic or plasma-based. This case is remarkable, Haynes emphasized, because we have direct biological effects documented by medical professionals following a close encounter with an unidentified aerial object. The injuries were genuine, and the craft's origin remains unexplained. The incident sparked quiet discussions within military circles. While no public record exists of a joint investigation, retired Brazilian officers later suggested American military advisors were briefed on the case. Colonel Hugo Rodriguez told Folha de SS, Paulo, in 1982, "We followed orders. The object was not terrestrial, but we could not explicitly state that." Our northern allies showed significant interest. The craft's description, an oval shape with a radiant glow, and silent movement, aligned with numerous global sightings from the 1950s and 60s. Consistent features included electromagnetic interference, physical burns, and an unusual absence of sound. Skeptics proposed alternative explanations. Some suggested accidental exposure to military spotlights or infrared targeting systems during a secret weapons test. Others speculated about high-voltage electrical equipment. However, Fort Taipo had no such systems operational at the time, and no tests were underway. Fort Taipo stands today, partly preserved and partly serving as a training ground for Brazil's Coastal Artillery Corps. No plaque marks the events of that strange night in 1957. Yet in the files of UFO researchers and military historians, the case remains active, a rare instance of acknowledged physical harm caused by a UFO that was never debunked. 2 soldiers, Ferrer and Dilva, eventually recovered from their encounter. Both left military service shortly after, maintaining total silence about their experience while bearing physical scars. More than 6 decades later, questions persist. What hovered above Fort Taipo? Why were these two men targeted? And why does such reluctance remain to confront the truth? That night was quiet until something not human, not understood, visited the military base. A blinding light marked its presence, leaving two men seared by a force science cannot explain. The Belgian Triangle Wave began on November 29, 1989, transforming an ordinary evening into an extraordinary event. Just after 5 p.m., phone lines at the Upperpun police station erupted with calls. Drivers stopped on the E40 motorway. Farmers gazed from frost-covered fields. An elderly woman from Henry Chappelle whispered into her phone, "It's floating just above the trees. A black triangle. No sound." Initially dismissing the reports as pranks, the dispatchers soon realized something unusual was happening. By 5:15 p.m., a patrol car was en route. Jerms Himrich Nicole and Hubert von Montenay were heading toward Uppiwen's outskirts near the German border, unaware that their next 90 minutes would defy expectations and make global headlines. This evening marked the start of the Belgian UFO wave, a 5-month period during which thousands witnessed silent, low-flying black triangular craft that seemed to ignore known physical laws. It remains the most well-documented mass UFO sighting in European history, with its true nature still unknown. Strange lights had been appearing over Belgium for days before the first major wave. Villagers in Las Pro reported these sightings, which were initially dismissed as misidentified stars or aircraft. Everything changed on November 29th. That night, Jandan Nicole and his partner responded to witness calls near Lake Jill. They encountered a massive black triangular object with bright lights on each corner and a pulsating red center. The craft hovered silently just above the tree line, then drifted slowly across the sky. No engine noise disturbed the night, just an ominous geometric shape cutting through the stars. At one moment, the object made a sharp turn and accelerated out of view, leaving the officers stunned and uncertain whether to call for backup. The incident quickly became a national media sensation. Unlike previous UFO reports that lacked credibility, these sightings involved trained professionals, military personnel, pilots, radar technicians, and police. Even skeptics found themselves intrigued. Between November 1989 and April 1990, over 2,000 formal UFO reports flooded in across Belgium. Most reports shared consistent details. A black triangular craft with 3 white corner lights and a central red light flying at low altitude in complete silence. The sightings concentrated in the French-speaking region, particularly around Lech, Namur, and Ra. Reports came from both small towns and large cities, creating an unprecedented and methodical UFO phenomenon. The Belgian Air Force took these reports seriously. After weeks of public pressure, they began tracking the objects via radar. A breakthrough came on the night of March 30th to 31st when 2 F-16 fighter jets were scrambled from Beauvais Air Base to intercept a triangle-shaped craft spotted over Glaire's radar station. The jets locked onto the mysterious object, marking a critical moment in the investigation. In the Belgian UFO wave of the late 1980s and early 1990s, something extraordinary happened. Military radar tracked an object performing impossible maneuvers. It dropped from 10,000 to 1,000 feet in under 5 seconds without a sonic boom, a feat no known aircraft could achieve. Radar operators watched in disbelief as the object zigzagged across the sky, disappearing and reappearing in different locations within seconds. When pilots lost visual contact, the radar logs remained as silent witnesses. Colonel Wilfried de Rauwer, then Chief of Operations for the Belgian Air Force, took an unprecedented step. During a televised press conference, he confirmed unidentified craft had been tracked on both ground and airborne radar. He explicitly stated these were not NATO or Belgian military operations, and the craft's origin remained unknown. In a move that shocked the scientific community, the Belgian Air Force released radar data to civilian UFO research organizations. SOPSIS, Société Belge d'études des phénomènes spéciaux, was granted full access to case files, marking the first time a national military openly collaborated with civilian UFO investigators. One famous piece of evidence emerged in April 1990, a photograph by Patrick M., showing a black triangle hovering above a field in Petra. The image depicted a distinct triangular shape with bright corner lights and a central red glow. While widely circulated in media and considered proof for years, the photographer claimed it was a hoax in 2011, yet the core of the case remained compelling. Multiple radar confirmations, professional eyewitness testimonies, and flight behaviors defied explanation. These craft moved silently, without jet trails or crashes, executing maneuvers impossible for known technology. Theories proliferated. Some suggested secret NATO or US stealth aircraft conducting night tests. However, no known stealth platform could hover silently, move at near-zero speed, then accelerate to incredible velocities instantly without noise. NATO officials denied unauthorized operations in Belgium's closely monitored airspace. Extraterrestrial origin became another speculation. Unlike chaotic earlier UFO reports, these triangle crafts appeared purposeful. They were frequently observed above power plants and military installations, suggesting a calculated presence rather than random occurrence. The Belgian Triangle wave emerged as a methodically unfolding phenomenon that set itself apart from other UFO incidents. Thousands of witnesses across military and civilian populations reported sightings in cities, remote installations, and villages. These objects appeared consistently, interested in being observed but never aggressive. While skeptics attempted to explain away the events with familiar arguments like misidentified stars, weather balloons, or mass hysteria, these explanations quickly fell apart under serious examination. Weather balloons simply do not resemble black triangles. Stars cannot move horizontally across skies. No mass hysteria explains precise radar locks or detailed military witness accounts documenting maneuver speeds beyond conventional understanding. The Belgian government maintained an intriguing stance, neither confirming nor denying the events, but also not dismissing them. Colonel Derouer, who would later become a respected international UFO researcher, repeatedly stated in interviews that these were genuine encounters. Unknown objects had definitively been in their skies, demonstrating flight capabilities far beyond human technological limits. Unlike chaotic incidents like Roswell or isolated events such as Rendlesham Forest, this wave represented something different. It unfolded systematically over months, with extensive documentation and remarkable military cooperation. The case became a potential model for governmental responses to unexplained aerial phenomena. Official files remain open, questions persist. And in the memories of those who witnessed them, Gene Armory officers, airline pilots, radar technicians, and ordinary citizens, lives a shared experience of something inexplicable, a silent black triangle hovering above their homes, as tangible as the ground beneath their feet. The 2006 Tuscumbia incident further echoed these mysterious encounters. A grainy home video captured something extraordinary, 3 red-orange lights hovering in a perfect triangle above treetops. They moved with impossible precision, drifting, stopping, scanning, utterly silent and unlike any known aircraft. 15-year-old Megan Carter filmed the scene, whispering to her father Doug, a 6-year Air Force veteran, "It's not moving like a plane, it's just there." His military background made him intimately familiar with aircraft behaviors, yet this defied all his experience. July 2006 brought an extraordinary series of events to Tuscumbia, Alabama, a small town typically known for its Helen Keller Festival and quiet, welcoming community. Something unusual happened that would challenge the town's peaceful reputation and intrigue UFO researchers. The Carter family's video, which surfaced on YouTube shortly after the initial sighting, captured multiple unidentified objects hovering low above the tree line for over 10 minutes. These objects moved independently, yet remained clustered together, lacking any typical aircraft characteristics like navigation lights or engine sounds. Witnesses began coming forward with their own accounts. Doug Carter, who had extensive experience with aircraft, firmly stated, "I've worked around aircraft. These weren't jets. They weren't helicopters. I don't know what they were, but they weren't ours." Neighbors corroborated his story, including a couple from nearby who saw similar lights from their backyard swing. A retired teacher reported seeing 3 glowing dots resembling embers floating silently above the trees. Even more intriguing, a local sheriff's deputy, who wished to remain anonymous, described encountering a large, low-flying object during his patrol that moved slowly across the treetops. Notably, when he attempted to radio the sighting, his communication device experienced strange interference that immediately ceased when the lights vanished. Days later, another similar incident occurred near the Natchez Trace Parkway. 2 fishermen, night angling on the Tennessee River, witnessed a triangular formation of lights hovering over the water for several minutes. While the events never made national headlines, the compelling evidence continued to circulate quietly among researchers and online communities. Tuscumbia, a town where residents traditionally left doors unlocked, had unexpectedly become the center of one of the most intriguing but least publicized UFO events in the American South. Across Colbert and Lauderdale counties, reports began flooding in about strange aerial phenomena. Within a week, over a dozen residents described similar sightings. MUF, the Mutual UFO Network, started cataloging these accounts in their database. What made the Tuscumbia events extraordinary wasn't just repeated descriptions, but the combination of compelling evidence. Multiple witnesses, video documentation, and a retired Air Force veteran's report of electromagnetic interference set these sightings apart. The veteran noted an absence of military or weather activity that could rationally explain the events. Investigators quickly responded. Within 2 weeks, researchers from MUF and independent groups visited the area, interviewing witnesses like the Carters and analyzing the original footage. Technical experts scrutinized the video, highlighting that the lights didn't match standard FAA aircraft blinking or thermal patterns. Radar logs obtained through Freedom of Information Act requests showed nothing unusual. No transponder returns, no scheduled flights at that altitude or path. Commercial and military flight records were checked and found clear. Weather balloons and drones were systematically eliminated as potential explanations. In 2006, civilian drone technology was still limited. Nothing commercially available could hover with such remarkable stability or exhibit those specific lighting characteristics. Ray McCarty, a retired electrical engineer, conducted a meticulous frame-by-frame analysis. His enhancement filters revealed the lights maintained a precise geometric relationship, suggesting either a single structured object or an incredibly coordinated formation. If that's a single craft, McCarty concluded, it's enormous, quiet, and capable of near motionless hovering. I've never seen anything like it fly. Local military bases, including Redstone Arsenal and Columbus AFB, provided minimal information. Officials categorically denied any training exercises or aircraft activity. On July 10th, when presented with a video, a spokesperson simply stated, "That does not appear to be any of our assets." Shortly after, Doug Carter received a visit from 2 men claiming to represent a government aviation office who requested to view the original tape. Years later, Doug Carter still keeps the original tape safely stored and digitized. It's a memory that never quite fades for those who were there that summer night in Tuscumbia. Researchers occasionally revisit the incident, seeing it as a credible, unexplained aerial event with all the hallmarks of something truly extraordinary. Megan Carter, now in her 20s, remembers the night with crystal clarity. "It wasn't just lights in the sky," she would later say in a podcast interview. "It was something we all felt. The air changed. Time felt slower. You could feel it watching." Her father nodded in agreement, adding, "I don't pretend to know what it was, but I know what it wasn't, and that's enough for me." The incident had all the markers of a legitimate, unexplained event. Clear video footage, consistent multi-witness reports, experienced observers, electromagnetic anomalies, and a total absence of conventional explanations. Yet the story never gained widespread attention. No major newspapers picked it up, and the video was quickly buried by the endless stream of viral content on early YouTube. Shortly after the event, strange men approached Doug, asking about the specifics of his recording. They wanted to know where he shot the footage, the direction he was facing, but never identified themselves. "Felt odd, to be honest," Doug recalled. He refused to hand over the original file. For the Carters and Tuscumbia residents, it became a quiet mystery, something they'd never forget, but that the world seemed to ignore. The footage isn't flashy. It doesn't show little green men. But for those who've analyzed it, the truth lies in its simplicity. 3 lights hovering silently, behaving in ways no known aircraft can. Megan has since moved on with her life, through college, work, and family. But sometimes, when she sees a plane in the sky, her heart still skips a beat. "It's not something I think about every day," she says. "But I know what I saw, and I know that wasn't a plane." Occasionally, a researcher reaches out. Sometimes someone from town asks to see the tape again. And every time Doug watches their faces, how quiet they get, how long they stare at those 3 red lights. Most people moved on. Tuscumbia fell back into its peaceful rhythm. But for a few summer nights in 2006, something hovered in the dark. Something that didn't belong to any known program. In the stillness of a southern night, with crickets chirping and trees rustling gently, something mysterious once hung in the sky above Tuscumbia. The object didn't fit any familiar shape and made no sound. Was it a visitor, a test, or something even stranger? No one could say for certain. On a cold, grey afternoon at Chicago O'Hare International Airport, the tarmac hummed with typical airport activity. Jet engines roared, ground crews in neon vests hustled about, and runways glistened with early winter drizzle. Flights moved smoothly in and out, but something unusual was happening just above Gate C-17. At first, only a few airport employees noticed. A mechanic walking beneath the United Airlines jet suddenly stopped and looked up. Directly over Concourse C, in a patch of overcast sky, a perfectly round metallic object hung motionless. It was silent, stationary, and seemed to be observing. No lights, no sound, no wings, nothing like any aircraft anyone had ever seen. The mechanic quickly radioed his supervisors. Word spread rapidly among United employees. Pilots, ramp workers, and gate agents turned their eyes skyward. Some gasped, others pointed. One ramp employee later described it as a grey-silver disc hanging silently right over their gate. The object remained fixed just below the cloud ceiling, estimated at about 1,900 feet. Without warning, it shot upward through the clouds with incredible speed and force, punching a visible hole through the thick overcast layer. Witnesses said it looked like a circular cutout in the sky, revealing a patch of clear blue above the grey. The hole lingered for several minutes before gradually closing with drift-in vapor. In total, at least 12 United Airlines employees reported seeing the object. The entire event lasted approximately 5 minutes. Notably, no passengers came forward as witnesses. The sighting was exclusively reported by airline and ground crew personnel with a clear view of the sky near Gate C-17. Initially, the incident remained an internal discussion at United Airlines. But by the next day, the story had spread. Employees began reaching out to the National UFO Reporting Center and the Mutual UFO Network, sharing their extraordinary account of what they had seen that day. The night of the sighting quickly became a topic of intense speculation within aviation circles. Something unusual had happened, and United Airlines employees were talking. John Hilovich, a transportation reporter at the Chicago Tribune, first learned about the incident through a source and began investigating. His comprehensive report, published in early January 2007, sent shockwaves through national media. The article was carefully crafted, quoting multiple anonymous witnesses and United Airlines employees while highlighting the FAA's reluctance to investigate. These employees aren't fabricating stories, Hilovich told CNN. They're credible, and their accounts are remarkably consistent. The witnesses weren't typical UFO enthusiasts. These were aviation professionals, trained observers who spent their careers identifying aircraft, monitoring flight patterns, and adhering to strict protocols. They worked in one of the most regulated environments on Earth, which lent significant weight to their claims. An internal safety report filed by a United Airlines manager shortly after the event added further intrigue. Employees were reportedly instructed not to discuss the sighting publicly. One pilot who witnessed the object from the cockpit, while not authorized to speak with media, later confirmed the sighting anonymously to investigators. The FAA's initial response was swift and dismissive. Spokesperson Elizabeth Isham Corey stated they had no record of any unusual object and no radar confirmation. The official explanation, a weather phenomenon, did not convince. Persistent efforts by investigative journalist Leslie Keane and others eventually compelled the FAA to release air traffic audio recordings and internal emails through Freedom of Information Act requests. While radar logs showed no unusual activity, the email chains told a different story. Internal communications revealed that employees at both United and the FAA had initially taken the sighting seriously. One FAA email from November 8th described a spinning disc-shaped object approximately 700 feet above Gate C-17 that was completely silent and disappeared vertically at high speed. Other emails betrayed nervous humor, with one FAA manager writing, "Do we really want to deal with this?" At a major international airport, something unusual happened that would spark years of debate and speculation. United Airlines employees witnessed a bizarre event that defied conventional explanation, and despite their professional credentials, their account was quickly dismissed. The FAA's response was dismissive. No radar evidence meant no investigation. They attributed the incident to a hole punch cloud, a meteorological phenomenon supposedly responsible for the strange clearing in the cloud cover. Meteorologists familiar with the details weren't buying it. A typical hole punch cloud forms gradually and shows noticeable ice crystals and light refraction, none of which were present that day. Furthermore, the phenomenon couldn't explain the disk hovering for several minutes before creating the cloud opening. Skeptics floated alternative theories: an experimental drone, a misidentified balloon, or an optical illusion. Yet none of these explanations matched the object's reported behavior, shape, or sudden departure. No military or private organization stepped forward to claim responsibility for anything in the area. What made this sighting particularly compelling was its location directly over a busy international airport in restricted airspace. Such an area is strictly monitored, and any unauthorized object near the terminal should have triggered immediate security protocols. FAA alerts, or a military response. But nothing happened. The incident raised serious questions about aviation safety protocols. Regulations clearly state that unknown aerial objects in controlled airspace represent potential threats and must be logged and reviewed. Instead, agencies involved dismissed the event without even recording it officially. Over subsequent years, the O'Hare case became a frequently cited example of credible professionals encountering a UFO in broad daylight. It appeared in documentaries, books, and aviation conferences. Decades later, during public hearings on unidentified aerial phenomena, pilots and officials referenced it as evidence of inadequate reporting procedures. Most United employees who witnessed the event declined further interviews. Those who did speak never changed their original account. One even joked about needing an alien ID badge if such incidents continued. The combination of witnesses' credibility and the FAA's unwillingness to investigate led many to suspect a deliberate cover-up or, at minimum, willful ignorance. The mystery remains unresolved. In the controlled chaos of O'Hare Airport, something extraordinary happened. On a cold afternoon in 2006 at Gate C-17, a mysterious object defied known physics, hovering silently above the bustling terminal. Ramp workers, seasoned professionals who load planes daily, witnessed the event. Years later, one worker speaking under the pseudonym Joe R. reflected on that moment. "It was there. I saw it. We weren't imagining it," he recalled. The object's sudden appearance and disappearance left an indelible mark. A United pilot reported a symmetrical clearing in the clouds to the tower, perplexed by the unusual phenomenon. Weather data from that day confirmed no natural explanation for the sudden cloud disruption. Passengers in nearby planes also saw the circular hole where the object had shot upward. Despite FAA radar's claim of detecting nothing unusual, attempts to replicate the visuals using CGI have failed to capture the event's strange precision and silence. Today, travelers rush past Gate C-17, unaware of the mysterious occurrence. The nature of the object remains unknown. Was it a drone, an experimental craft, or something not of this world? The mystery endures, a silent testament to that brief moment when the impossible became real. Deep in the cold waters of Lake Baikal, Siberia, Soviet divers encountered something beyond comprehension. At nearly 50 meters depth, even in thick wetsuits, the cold cut through to their bones. The lake's visibility was crystal clear, stretching dozens of meters. But what they saw was far more remarkable than the water's transparency. Floating in the distance were humanoid figures, each approximately 3 meters tall. They wore no scuba gear, no oxygen tanks, no wetsuits. Instead, smooth, silvery bodysuits shimmered faintly in the sunlight filtering from above. Their movement was unlike swimming, more a controlled, deliberate drift, silent and watchful. The lead diver blinked, checking his mask. He wasn't hallucinating. 6 other Soviet divers witnessed the same extraordinary scene, their training and experience offering no explanation for the beings before them. Lake Ball stands out as more than an ordinary lake. Its vast volume surpasses any other freshwater body globally, with depths plunging deeper than the Grand Canyon, nestled within the unforgiving Siberian wilderness. Local legends spoke of strange phenomena long before official investigations: mysterious lights rising from its depths, vanished fishing vessels, and shadowy figures gliding across moonless waters. During the Cold War's peak in the 1980s, the Soviet military's curiosity transformed from casual interest to serious investigation. Declassified documents and testimonies from former officers revealed a specialized unit dedicated to exploring what insiders called Major General Vasily Yeramno, who oversaw anomalous phenomena for the KGB and Soviet Air Force, would later bring these hidden reports to light. In 1982, a routine naval training dive near the lake's western shore turned extraordinary. 7 Navy divers descended in formation, military personnel closely watching. Suddenly, they encountered tall humanoid beings underwater. Following strict orders to capture and examine unknown entities, the team attempted to approach these mysterious figures. What happened next defied explanation. An invisible force erupted through the water. Some described it as a shockwave, others as a sudden, violent compression that violently repelled the divers. 3 team members never surfaced, losing their lives. The 4 survivors suffered severe injuries, including unexplained decompression sickness that contradicted their dive parameters. The incident was immediately classified. Official military records listed the deaths as resulting from baroque trauma caused by rapid ascent. Yet those involved knew a different truth. They had encountered something decidedly non-human. In the incident's aftermath, Lake Ball became a scene of heightened military activity. Patrol boats swept the waters nightly, and helicopters conducted continuous surveillance, hinting at the profound mystery lurking beneath the surface. Yuremenko would later confirm in interviews that multiple Soviet naval operations had documented inexplicable underwater activities, with this 1982 encounter representing the most chilling example of unexplained phenomena at Lake Ball. Lake Baikal became a hotspot for mysterious underwater encounters throughout the 1980s. Locals and military personnel alike reported strange phenomena that defied conventional explanation. In 1987, fisherman Alex Timoshenko described a glowing orb rising from the lake's surface late at night. The object hovered silently, emitting a bluish light that reflected off the water before shooting straight into the sky without any sound or visible propulsion. Simultaneously, a nearby scientific research vessel detected an unexplained energy anomaly, though their official logs remained silent about the incident. By 1988, residents of Listvien witnessed several red-orange lights hovering above the lake. Some of these lights reportedly moved beneath the surface, even visible through thick ice from the shore. Brave witnesses attempted to document these events, but their photographic evidence was quickly confiscated by unidentified plainclothed men. Russian naval personnel privately shared more intriguing details with independent journalists in 1990. Sonar equipment had picked up objects moving at impossible speeds deep underwater, some exceeding 250 kilometers per h. These unidentified submerged objects, USOs, demonstrated extraordinary capabilities, darting vertically and horizontally in ways no known vessel could achieve. The objects seemed to materialize and vanish without any discernible origin. No underwater base or cave system could explain their sudden appearances and erratic movements. Soviet scientists began collecting environmental data around reported sightings, noting unusual radiation bursts in specific lake zones that would quickly return to normal. The Soviet Ministry of Defense maintained complete silence, and local media avoided the topic entirely. Only after the Soviet Union's collapse did more information emerge. Western researchers and independent Russian UFO groups started interviewing retired military personnel who gradually revealed off-the-record accounts of extraordinary encounters. Some officers hinted at explicit orders not to engage or interfere, referencing a fatal incident in 1982. The mystery of Lake Baikal's underwater phenomena continues to intrigue researchers and enthusiasts, with many questions remaining unanswered. Over decades, Lake Ball has been a hotspot for unexplained underwater phenomena, with reports consistently describing extraordinary events. Witnesses from various backgrounds, fishermen, military personnel, scientists, and divers have all shared eerily similar accounts of strange occurrences beneath the surface. Military drills near the lake often triggered reports of fast-moving green lights and unidentified objects. Witnesses described lights and craft moving with impossible speed and silence, defying known technological capabilities. These objects would rise from the water without any visible propulsion, leaving observers stunned. Theories about these phenomena range widely. Some researchers suggest an undiscovered aquatic species adapted to extreme underwater environments. Others propose extraterrestrial visitors using the lake's depths as a hidden base. A few scientists have speculated about advanced military technology, though no existing craft could match the reported characteristics. Skeptics offer alternative explanations: sonar malfunctions, underwater gas releases, mass hallucinations, or bioluminescent marine life. However, these theories fail to explain the comprehensive evidence, including visual sightings, sonar data, radiation bursts, and unexplained diver injuries. A notable incident occurred in 2009 when amateur divers reported a silent, glowing disk passing underneath them. One diver experienced temporary paralysis following the encounter, and the event was never officially investigated. The Russian government has maintained near total silence about these events. No official agency has stepped forward to document or investigate the reports. Local communities continue to whisper about the lake's mysteries, and divers remain cautious in its deep zones. Lake Bole remains an enigma, not just because of its ancient geological features or unique wildlife, but because of the persistent unexplained events in its waters. In an era of constant surveillance and instant communication, some mysteries, especially those hidden in ancient icy depths, stubbornly resist explanation. The encounter started small, almost fleeting. A figure appeared outside his window, pale grey, slender, with enormous black eyes. For 2 brief seconds, it stood motionless beyond the glass before vanishing completely. Roman's heart raced as he searched the empty yard under a dark sky. What seemed like a momentary strange occurrence would become a groundbreaking UFO abduction case. Throughout the early 2000s, Roman's experiences escalated dramatically. His life transformed into a complex web of unexplained phenomena, mysterious injuries, unexpected blackouts, strange lights, and recurring episodes of lost time. Unlike most who report such experiences, Roman meticulously documented everything. He created comprehensive logs detailing each incident, installed home cameras and motion sensors, and preserved voicemails he claimed were from government sources. Inexplicably, he found messages in unknown languages, written in his own handwriting, with no memory of writing them. The most extraordinary aspect of his story involved sudden mathematical downloads, uncontrollable writing of complex equations, and geometric diagrams. Two independent physicists later confirmed that some formulas aligned with advanced gravitational physics concepts far beyond Roman's known expertise. Medical documentation supported his claims of physical trauma. A permanent shoulder injury damaged cartilage from what he described as a violent pulling and dropping puzzled his doctors. His most famous evidence was the Boo video, which captured a brief glimpse of a small grey face near his window. While skeptics dismissed it as a hoax, the recording became legendary in UFO research circles. Roman insisted this was just the beginning of a profound, ongoing interaction with non-human entities, a narrative that would challenge conventional understanding of human experience. Over nearly a decade, Roman X collected a vast and unsettling array of evidence that made his alien encounter claims stand out. Strange occurrences seemed to follow him everywhere. Mysterious lights danced across Colorado and Nebraska skies, unexplained craft hovered near his home, and electronic systems experienced bizarre interference. Neighbors and family members corroborated his accounts, reporting strange figures and unusual lights around his property. Unmarked black vans would park outside for days, adding to the sense of surveillance. Eerie phone calls with synthetic mechanical voices warned Roman to stay silent about his experiences. One particularly haunting piece of evidence came from home surveillance footage showing Roman apparently levitating above his bed. During a live television appearance on The Jane Pauley Show in 2023, he collapsed dramatically after an emotional recounting of his story. Backstage footage revealed him disoriented and struggling to regain composure. As public interest grew, so did skepticism. Investigators began dissecting Roman's claims, pointing out potential inconsistencies. UFO researchers who initially supported him started to withdraw their backing. Critics argued that his alien voices could be easily replicated with voice modulation software, and his most compelling video might have been created using clever techniques like puppetry and strategic lighting. Some researchers even suggested that the sheer volume of evidence worked against Roman's credibility. His defenders, however, maintained that the complexity and variety of documentation would be impossible for one person to fabricate without significant assistance or motivation. A 2009 polygraph test for a documentary film complicated matters further. The results were inconclusive, with Roman's responses showing potential deception. He later claimed that stress and prior threats had compromised the test's accuracy. The situation took an even more dramatic turn in 2014, escalating the controversy into darker territory. Law enforcement executed a search warrant at Roman X's residence, leading to his arrest on child pornography charges. The trial became a national spectacle that sharply divided public opinion. Roman maintained his innocence, alleging that government agents had planted the materials as retaliation for his UFO disclosures. He claimed his home computer had been repeatedly hacked, with malware used to remotely upload illicit files without his knowledge. Despite his assertions, a jury convicted him in 2017. The verdict resulted in 2 years of intensive supervised probation and mandatory sex offender registration. This conviction effectively destroyed any remaining mainstream support for his UFO claims. The case created a stark contrast that even longtime supporters struggled to reconcile. The man who claimed contact with non-human intelligence was now a convicted sex offender. Yet, some pre-arrest evidence remained deeply puzzling and unexplained. Independent physicists confirmed remarkable details about Roman's work. His handwritten pages contained accurate formulas related to gravitational lensing and energy propagation topics far outside his known academic background. One recorded phone call included a chilling digital voice warning routed through a complex masking system originating outside the country. Eyewitness accounts, including testimony from his then-wife, consistently described unexplained skylights and electronic malfunctions coinciding with his abduction claims. Emergency responders documented several missing time incidents, most notably one where Roman was found miles from home, barefoot and disoriented in freezing temperatures, with no memory of how he arrived. Perspectives on Stan Romanek vary widely. Some view him as a fraud who manipulated the UFO community for attention and profit. Others see a potentially unstable individual who may have genuinely experienced something inexplicable, but ultimately had his credibility destroyed by legal troubles. His extensive archives, hundreds of video hours, notebooks, medical records, and first-hand testimonies remain a complex web of fact, fiction, and enduring mystery. Roman's story has been largely sidelined, with most UFO documentaries steering clear of the controversial narrative. Yet the key elements remain untouched: the unexplained footage, the complex equations, the corroborating witness accounts of strange lights. The deeper question emerges: how do we reconcile a potentially groundbreaking alien encounter documentation with the systematic unraveling of its originator's credibility? This case transcends simple belief. It explores the fragile boundaries of human trust, how we respond when overwhelming evidence is marred by a single critical flaw, and how quickly truth can disintegrate when its messenger falters. The Portage County Police chase of April 17, 1966, began like any routine early morning patrol. Deputy Sheriff Dale Sparr and his partner Wilbur Barney Neff had just completed investigating an abandoned vehicle on Route 224 near Ravenna, Ohio. Darkness still enveloped the landscape, frost clinging to the silent woods. Not a bird yet awake. As Sparr moved away from their cruiser to inspect the car's open trunk, an extraordinary sight caught his attention. A bright white light filtered through the trees, seemingly rising from the forest canopy. Initially mistaking it for sunrise, he quickly realized the light was moving, drifting silently upward. Suspended approximately 100 feet above the tree line hovered a massive metallic oval craft. Its intense glow illuminated a domed top and wide flat bottom. No sound, no smoke, just pure, otherworldly light. Neff emerged from the car, witnessing the same incredible scene. Sparr's radio crackled. "There's something in the sky. We're going to follow it." What began as a mundane shift transformed into one of America's most extraordinary UFO pursuits. Spanning over 85 miles and crossing state lines into Pennsylvania, multiple police cruisers joined the chase. The event would become a pivotal moment, leaving an indelible mark on those involved and sparking widespread media speculation. The object moved with calculated precision, maintaining a steady pace ahead of the pursuing officers, occasionally ascending higher into the dawn sky. The pursuit stretched across county lines, an unnerving chase that defied explanation. From rural towns like Atwater, Randolph, and Alliance, dispatch centers relayed updates as officers joined the hunt. The object moved with uncanny precision, hovering when they stopped, speeding up when they gained ground, always just out of reach. East Palestine police officer Frank Panzanella confirmed visual contact. The civilian photographer reportedly captured images, though these would mysteriously disappear later. The craft's behavior seemed deliberate, almost playful. Sparr would later describe it as if the object were consciously toying with its position. At moments during the chase, the object would dart upward with shocking speed, pause midair, then descend smoothly. As they approached the Pennsylvania state line, radio interference began, static interrupting their communications, while the object's glow remained constant and bright. Near Conway, just outside Pittsburgh, after nearly 90 minutes of pursuit, the craft suddenly ascended. With tremendous acceleration, it burst into the upper atmosphere and vanished, leaving behind a trail of bewilderment. The story exploded nationally. The Associated Press ran the headline, "Police Chase Flying Saucer, 85 Miles Coast to Coast." Reporters descended on the Ravenna Sheriff's Department. TV crews clamored for interviews with Sparr, Neff, and other witnessing officers. The Air Force's Project Blue Book quickly sent representatives to investigate. During lengthy interrogations, Sparr noted the investigators seemed more intent on discrediting their account than uncovering truth. Their official explanation was predictably dismissive: a satellite, or perhaps Venus. The case was summarily filed away, but those who witnessed the event knew the explanation was absurd. Venus doesn't hover above trees. It doesn't match a police cruiser's speed across state lines. It doesn't accelerate at supersonic velocity or cast brilliant white light illuminating entire forests. Something extraordinary had occurred, and no official report could erase that reality. The Portage County UFO chase became a pivotal moment in modern UFO literature, often cited as one of the most well-documented law enforcement encounters. Years after the incident, When independent researchers revisited the case, they were stunned by the depth of documentation, radio logs, visual confirmations from multiple jurisdictions, and consistent witness statements all corroborated the same sequence of events. Spa publicly pushed back against the Blue Book summary, calling it laughable and an insult. However, the aftermath was devastating. His personal life began to unravel as he became increasingly reclusive and struggled with paranoia, ultimately leading to divorce. The ridicule and pressure drove both Spa and Neff into silence, with other officers instructed not to discuss the event further. Within months, the entire incident seemed to disappear beneath a wave of denial and forgotten press clippings. Yet decades later, journalist James Mosley interviewed Spa, finding him emotionally disturbed. "It ruined my life," Spa told him. "All I did was see something I couldn't explain." Skeptics continued to suggest that Spa and Neff might have been mistaken, perhaps fooled by an atmospheric phenomenon or an unusual aircraft with strange lighting. But they never retracted their story. In fact, other officers in the region privately admitted to having seen strange lights in the skies over rural Ohio and Pennsylvania, referencing the Portage County case with a hushed reverence. The incident's impact extended beyond local law enforcement. It inspired a scene in Steven Spielberg's Close Encounters of the Third Kind, with the director later citing the Portage County incident as a key influence on his portrayal of law enforcement encountering the unknown. Original audio recordings from that night's dispatch exist, though never fully released. FOIA requests have yielded fragments of Blue Book files containing Spa's original statements. Notably, these documents provide no evidence of hallucination or instability. Instead, they describe the officers as calm, competent, and well-respected professionals who witnessed something extraordinary. Dale Spa's encounter remained a mystery that haunted him until his death in 1983. No official explanation ever satisfied him or cleared up the strange event he witnessed. Official sources denied everything. It wasn't a plane, a weather balloon, Venus, or any known military test. The object defied classification. In the vast archives of declassified UFO reports, Spa's file sits quietly among thousands of documents. Most researchers overlook it, but those who take the time to read it find a narrative that challenges conventional understanding. Spa never wavered from his account, maintaining his story's integrity until his final days. The incident represented more than just an unexplained sighting. It was a profound experience that fundamentally altered Spa's perception of reality. What do you do when something inexplicable appears before you, visible yet simultaneously denied by every authoritative source? For Spa, the answer was simple. Pursue the truth relentlessly. His chase might have ended, but the echoes of that extraordinary moment continue to resonate through UFO research and personal accounts of unexplained phenomena. The object remained unidentified, a persistent mystery that challenged institutional explanations and individual understanding. I apologize, but it seems like the text you wanted me to rewrite is incomplete or was not included in your message. Could you please provide the full text that you would like me to rewrite? Once I have the complete original text, I'll be happy to help you restructure it.